Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Found a Legendary Spellbook? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Panting heavily, Izuku Midoriya pressed his back against the wall. Bakugo had been particularly aggressive to Deku, had taken a detour tester, and Bakugo had almost died to a sludge villain, so now he felt inclined to take out his aggression on the green-haired teen. A door in the alleyway, slightly ajar, caught his attention. Izuku sent a not-so-silent apology to whoever owned the place and grabbed the door, pushing it open. Diving inside, he grabbed the other side and pushed it shut just as the teen came around the corner. "You?" Bakugo's voice thundered. "Where the hell did you go?" The explosive teen's footsteps drew closer and closer, and in the dark, Izuku waited with bated breath for him to find the door and attack. After a long moment of anticipation and dread, Bakugo's footsteps came to a stop. "Where did that weakling go?" His footsteps started to retreat. "Wherever you are, Deku, I'm going to find you." He stormed off, muttering angrily. As soon as he was far enough away, Izuku let out a sigh of relief. He pulled away from the door only to be overcome by a massive coughing fit as dust filled his lungs. His hand fumbled for the door. It met a light switch instead, and he flipped it on. Blinking at the sudden light, the 14-year-old finally got a good look at his chosen hiding place. The place he'd dipped into seemed to be in an old shop, a glass counter in the back and partially stocked shelves with its wares scattered messily around the store. Everything inside this place was covered with almost an inch of dust. However, it clearly hadn't been a normal shop when it was open. The old wooden shelves were loaded with books and odd glass bottles filled with indescribable liquids. Something that looked suspiciously like a giant lizard foot with iridescent blue scales floated in a jar of green liquid. On some of the tables were sheafs of paper and unusual items like staves and cloaks, and even an elaborate lyre inlaid with a silver design of a spider. In the very back of the shop, behind the counter, was a boarded-up metal door, the wood old and rotting, and a old, faded sign next to it warning to stay out. The walls had posters written in an odd runic script, and between some of the faded posters, someone had mounted a yellow shield with the crest of a white dragon. A few feet from it, also on the wall, was a strange golden bow, and resting in an umbrella holder next to it was a staff and a heavy wooden club. A green hat jauntily slipped over the end of the staff. A hook in between the items where a cloak would hang was empty and coated in dust. On the counter in the back, the only thing not covered in dust was a massive grimoire that almost seemed to be calling to him. Izuku approached the odd book apprehensively, glancing around in anticipation as if Bakugo or his cronies would jump out. Finally, he reached the large book. Guided by a strange compulsion and deep curiosity that surpassed any feat, he reached out to the red leather cover shone like ruby and was inlaid with a scale pattern, both it and the obsidian-like leather accents across the cover and spines seeming to sparkle in the dim incandescent light. It felt like a combination of leather and crystal under his hands. Slowly, he pulled the book open. "Spells," he read, frowning. Oh, this was probably an old fantasy cosplay shop from a long time ago, a few decades ago at least, if the dust coating was any indication. It certainly explained the weapon and the weird trinkets. Still, the book was extremely high quality for a prop. It looked professionally bound, too, sitting on its ruby-like plinth. How much had the plinth alone cost? And what was the book's leather even made of, anyway? It was still a very cool-looking book, at least. Izuku couldn't begin to imagine how they'd gotten the leather to have a crystalline finish. So he could at least look through it for a minute before he had to go home. Running a finger across the yellowed paper, the green-haired teen smiled at the list of spells written. The spells all had interesting names, with single-sentence descriptions and even incantations in what looked like Latin just below them. It was really impressive. For a cosplay shop, the book and the spells was extremely high quality, going above and beyond in terms of detail and commitment. Izuku's finger landed on one of spells, Firebolt. "Ignis," he declared, playfully sweeping his finger from the book to point at an animal skull mounted on the nearby wall as if casting a spell. Yeah, it was a bit childish, but why not? It was fun to present. The next moment, there was an overwhelming feeling of connection, and what sounded like a distant roar, and then the next moment, emerald green fire exploded from Izuku's finger towards the skill. Immediately, Izuku whipped his hand back, his eyes blown wide in shock. What in the dash? He immediately spun back to the decrepit shop and stared, looking around for an explanation. Nothing. Nothing to start a fire, no flamethrowers or... His gaze shifted back down to the ornate book. Ray of Frost. Lightning Lure. Prestidigitation. Blade Ward. Izuku shifted his gaze back to the mounted skull. Effulgra voco, he commanded, feeling silly as he flicked his hand like a whip, and in another stirring sense of connection, electricity sparked into existence in his hands and whipped outward like a loose power line, scattering dust before fading into nothing. Holy shit, the green-haired teen breathed. For the second time that day, his legs felt weak as the implications of what had just happened set in. Magic did I just? His gaze landed back on the ruby grimoire. As soon as his mind started working again, he immediately grabbed it, yanking it from the ruby pedestal and flipping the page. Immediately, an entry caught his attention. Tormentum! He cried, reaching for the connection and grabbing it as hard as he could. Power swelled within him, starting in the book and flooding through his body as a tingling sensation swept through him, and moments later, 3 glowing emerald green darts erupted from his outswept hand, crashing into the animal skull and pulverizing it to dust. No sooner did the magic missiles hit their target than a wave of exhaustion swept over the green-haired teen. Staggering back, Izuku fell to his knees and slumped against the glass counter, instinctively pulling the grimoire against to his chest. His limbs felt like lead. His entire body tingled with the feeling of a limb falling asleep. His lungs were burning from effort. His vision was flecked with tears and faint red spots of exhaustion. And yet, despite that, the 14-year-old felt nothing but excitement. He had. Holy shit, this was real. He had found actual magic. He just cast a spell. If he practiced with it and got good at it, he could even be a hero. With actual magic. The 14-year-old let out an exhausted yet jubilant laugh. Eventually, he stopped laughing and slumped back against the glass to catch his breath, the mere effort of laughing taking more energy than he had at the moment. After about a minute of sitting there, he started to pull himself up only to notice something out of the corner of his eye. A crate of scrolls in a shallow box sat tucked under the counter next to him. He leaned over to grab the box and pulled it close to the contents inside. Scrolls, it turned out, about a dozen haphazardly dumped in the box, tied with a strip of bark and smelling faintly of leaves and perfume. Japanese text was hastily scrawled along them, alongside a language he'd never seen before. Reincarnation? Izuku read the title of the nearest scroll, blinking. He slowly picked it up and undid the seal, carefully unwrapping the aged paper carefully to read more of it. A spell that can give life anew to those on the brink. The rest of the text was more of the strange language, as well as what seemed to be an incantation and a small list of items, written in both languages. The scrolls smelled of old parchment and dead flowers. Glancing over to the other scrolls revealed the same title on all of them, each one tied closed with similar, yet distinct, pieces of bark. That's kind of ominous, Izuku mused. Still, he picked up the dozen or so scrolls and slipped them into his backpack anyway just in case he needed them. The scrolls were followed by the grimoire, as well as a little pouch sitting next to the box of scrolls. As soon as he'd packed everything up, Izuku pulled himself to his feet and scooped up his backpack, excitement giving him the strength to rise and make his way to the exit. Giving one final glance at the shop before he left, he made a promise to return soon, to see what else this place held in store. Smiling brightly, Izuku swept out of the ancient magic shop and towards his magic-laden heroic future. An explosion sounded in the distance. The robots tore through the faux city, people running away as hero hopefuls found and destroyed the giant machines while, hopefully, helping the citizens and their potential classmates. And in the midst of this chaos, Izuku sprinted through the destroyed cityscape as he looked for another faux villain to destroy. He'd already destroyed a few of them, one with a lightning lure and witch bolt, and another few with fire bolt and magic missile, but now he was panting from the exertion of using so many spells at once. He had maybe 1 or 2 spells left before he had to start relying solely on cantrips, which probably didn't have enough power to take the robots down on their own. Still, it was all he'd had, and either way, he was screwed if he couldn't find another target. He really should have learned after his last training session where he'd burned through all of his spells to try to make a cool ultimate move, only to collapse on the floor as most of his magic was drained, but in the chaos, he'd forgotten. Less than 2 minutes remaining. What? Izuku cried. That's not enough time. Frantically, he started to look around for another target, only for a loud cry to catch his attention. The friendly brunette girl from earlier was stuck, her legs pinned down under a lot of rubble, and storming forward was the 0-pointer, heading straight her. Immediately, Izuku charged without thinking. He sprinted towards the robot, sped up by Longstrider, and in a burst of wind and arcane green energy, jumped to face the 0-pointer head-on. "Ditorno!" He roared as he hit the apex of the magically augmented jump, clapping his hands together and unleashing a massive concussive blast at the robot. The massive shockwave of the second-level thunderwave crashed into the 0-pointer, causing it to fly backwards several feet and fall to the ground. Izuku felt a burst of pride and relief upon seeing it fall, knowing that the brunette was safe. Said pride and relief immediately transformed into alarm as he realized that he'd forgotten to cast Featherfall. He yelped as he started to plummet, with only a crackle of pinkish energy arresting his momentum and saving his life. The energy faded and he landed on the ground softly, panting heavily as he tried to catch his breath. After a moment, he rolled over and crawled over to the brunette. "You okay?" he asked, panting heavily from the exertion. "Yeah." She looked at him in surprise. Still panting, Izuku grabbed some rubble from her legs and starts to pull. "Are you?" Izuku nodded. He grabbed a bit of rubble and struggled with it. "And time is up." Izuku let go and dropped to the ground, letting out a pained wince. The next few minutes were a bit of a blur. Someone came and helped him and the brunette Uraraka up and to the infirmary. Izuku struggled to stay awake as Recovery Girl, flitted about, making sure that he and Uraraka were okay. "Hey kid," Recovery Girl asked, jolting Izuku out of his stupor, "are you okay?" "Yeah," Izuku said quietly. "I'm just wiped." He took a deep breath. "I blew all my power really quickly, and used too much to take out the 0-pointer. And then you tried to wreck the 0-pointer. Recovery Girl tooted. "Fortunately, you don't have many injuries. Just don't overexert yourself to this extent again." The aspiring wizard nodded. "Got it," he agreed. Next time, he'd try to bring an elixir of arcane cultivation too, that way, less of a chance of being worn out and being out of his best spells. Izuku slumped at the lunch table, his tray in hand, worn out from the quirk apprehension test. It had been a good start to the day even if their homeroom teacher Eraserhead, laughing face, had made it hard for him to decide which spell he'd wanted for the apprehension test. He'd settled on Longstrider for the 50-meter dash and jump for the long jump test, but had not done well on the grip test. It was kind of embarrassing how much he'd struggled with it. Even the invisible girl and the grape-headed kid had done better than him. The ball throw, however, had gone better even if it had taken a bit more planning. Eventually, he just decided to use a Thunderwave spell on the ball and hope it made the cut. He'd never felt more relieved to see that he hadn't destroyed the baseball and that he wasn't dead last. He'd have to be careful. He didn't have a quirk, so Eraserhead couldn't erase his quirk. Izuku poked at his food idly, a bit lost in thoughts as he thought about the day and the ways he could get around Eraserhead's quirk without alerting him that something was wrong. "Oh, hey Midoriya." Izuku looked up to see Uraraka walking over. "Is it okay if I sit here?" Izuku nodded, and she sat down across from him. "Can I ask you something?" "Yeah, sure." Izuku replied. What is it?" Uraraka shifted her gaze around for a little bit. "I had a question about your quirk," she started. "I didn't see you use it much at the entry exam outside of that big burst you used to destroy the 0-pointer. And in the test, you use wind gusts to speed yourself up. Do you have a wind quirk?" Actually, my quirk is called Wizard, Izuku lied. I can create elemental bursts like acid or fire or ice or concussive wind blast dash. He indicated the vague direction of the field, but I have to say special words to use it, like a spell or an incantation. Also, I can't use attacks that are too strong or I get really tired and can't use those attacks for the rest of the day. Uraraka's eyes widened and started to sparkle. Oh, that's so cool, she cried, beaming. Your quirk sounds so strong and versatile like wizards in all those old fantasy books. Izuku smiled, feeling a faint pang of guilt at the lie. It is, but it's also kind of scary. The smile faded and changed into a frown as he rubbed his wrist. A few weeks after it came in, I accidentally hit my mom with acid. She wasn't hurt, and the acid missed her skin, but he took a deep breath, trying not to cry. His mom had been fine. He'd ruined her favorite shirt, but he hadn't hurt her and she'd just been overjoyed to find out he had a quirk. Either way, he wasn't going to use acid spray for a while. I'm just worried I could miscast and hurt someone. I know that feeling, Uraraka explained. At Izuku's confused look, she continued, during the entry exam, my quirk. It mutated and changed properties. It still works mostly the same, but now I can also throw small bursts of gravity like some heroes throw fireballs. And it happens so fast that I haven't really had the time to find out how strong the bursts are. She frowned, an identical expression of worry and concern filling her face. I don't really know what else I can do with it now. Gravity and concussive bursts are a scary power, the green-haired teen agreed. One of my attacks, Tormentum, creates darts of raw force. It's terrifying to see it all pile up. He smiled. It's really cool though. The brunette nodded, brightening. It is. I agree that your quirk sounds impressive, Midoriya, Ida said, walking over with his own food and taking a seat. An elemental quirk sounds like it would be quite versatile and impressive in both combat and rescue missions. But if I may ask, what were those words you were speaking when you used your attacks? They're Latin. Izuku idly lifted a hand without realizing it. Ignis is my weaker fire attack, for example. He shrugged and rubbed the back of his head. Considering how we live in Japan, you can imagine how long it took me to find out how my quirk worked. He smiled sheepishly. Ida nodded. I see. If you wish, Midoriya, I could assist you in researching Latin for your quirk. He readjusted his glasses. I can help too. Uraraka chirped. Izuku teared up, suddenly overwhelmed at the fact that people were being friendly to him and offering to help him. Thanks, guys, he said, looking away. I'd love that. He didn't really need it thanks to the grimoire, but he couldn't exactly explain the fact that he had a spellbook and it was such a nice gesture, he had to. Lunch rolled on as the three started talking about other topics and eventually, they returned to their first day of class. But the feeling of warmth in Izuku's chest remained for the rest of the day. Izuku Midoriya was an anomaly. That much, Shudo Todoroki could tell. The green-haired hero in training possessed what he claimed was a wizard quirk. With the exclamation of a Latin word and maybe a hand gesture, he could summon forth elemental forces, in a manner reminiscent of a wizard. Todoroki felt a bit irked that someone else had ice abilities as well, but Izuku had made a point to not really use ice all that often. He favored Tormentum, or Magic Missile, as he'd named it. For all intents and purposes, Midoriya came off as a normal, albeit very powerful, quirk user. But it was the way Izuku acted, and the way he fought, that made Todoroki suspect that something was off. For one thing, Izuku stumbled with his quirk, struggling as if he was unpracticed with it. Even if he was a late bloomer, as he had claimed, he should still have an inkling as to the power he carried. Even in Japan, one couldn't avoid Latin words or phrases entirely. But his classmates struggled with the basics of his powers, to the degree that he sometimes needed that ominous ruby leather grimoire just to change up what attack he was using. And that was another thing. Where had he gotten that grimoire? He claimed it was only a support item that helped him keep his special phrases straight, but Shudo had his doubts. The bindings were too high quality for any support company to create, and even if they were just costume jewelry or covered glass, It wasn't Midoriya's style to lug around a giant gemstone-laden book. The leather was the most confusing part about the grimoire. It looked like solid ruby inlaid with obsidian, yet also had the consistency of leather. And yet, to the touch, it felt like reptile skin, barely visible scales under the ruby, and even the obsidian was scaly, its scales much closer together. Bakugo was another strong factor in the oddity that was Izuku Midoriya. The explosive student, Todoroki loathed calling him a hero as he reminded him too much of Endeavor, kept ranting about how the quirkless loser had gotten into UA and had somehow pulled a quirk out of nowhere because the freak was jealous. Shudo quietly considered that to be bullshit. The latest anyone had ever developed a quirk was 12, and Midoriya was clearly older than that. So either he was an oddity, or there was something else going on. And really, Midoriya didn't need a quirk to be better than Bakugo anyway. Also, he wasn't sure, but Todoroki was also fairly certain that Aizawa-sensei's nullification quirk had no effect on Midoriya's quirk. He'd seen the green-haired boy hiding the faint crackling of flames while their teacher was using his quirk. Which, if he was honest, had terrifying implications. "What do you think Midoriya's deal is?" he asked. "What are you talking about?" The villain covered in ice asked, looking confused. Shudo shot a blast of ice at another villain, eliciting a cry of shock as he was caught up in a small iceberg. "There's something strange about Midoriya's quirk, and I can't quite decipher it," he explained. He froze the villain in ice. "Your thoughts?" "Personally, I think you're focused on the wrong thing." Another villain cried. "You're talking about a friend's quirk when we're here to kill All Might." "It's a valid question." He started walking off. "Whatever. I can figure this out on my own, and I won't even need my fire." A loud bang caught Shudo's attention. He stopped and turned to face the sound to see a flash of light. As he turned, pain blossomed in his head. A loud, distant roar that still echoed through his soul. The feeling of wings rising to protect him. Spark of something being planted deep within his soul, awaiting for his potential to awaken. Rise. He blinked and stepped back, rubbing his forehead. What was that? Had someone hit him with a small marble? And what was that strange roar he'd heard? He shook his head. It didn't matter what had just happened. Right now, he had villains to fight. He could puzzle over Midoriya's quirk later. He resumed his stride out of the landslide zone and gathered ice in his hand, not noticing the horrified villains, and the spray of blood behind him reminiscent of a headshot. It wasn't until months later, after Midoriya and Bakugo's disastrous exam, that he'd find his answers. Uraraka sat at the desk, staring at the gold medal in her hands. The sports festival had gone surprisingly well. She'd managed to get the hang of her gravity bubbles in the nick of time, and had managed to put it to good use in the race to throw herself across the field to claim a modest 4th place. She was still wondering how Midoriya had managed to propel himself to 3rd with only a sheet of metal. His jump spell didn't cover anywhere near that far. So had the cavalry and battle rounds. She'd stuck to her original plan of having Bakugo blow up the stadium to provide her with debris to drop on him, only for her to catch him off guard at the last moment by creating a gravity bubble outside of the ring, forcibly dragging him out of bounds. In the end, it had all come down to her and Todoroki. It had been a brutal fight, ice and gravity being thrown around and wrecking the battlefield, only for things to take a notable turn. Uraraka charged forward, the now unfamiliar limits of her quirk hurling her forward and knocking Todoroki back. Desperately, she threw out her hands to try to stabilize herself, creating a gravity bubble around her body to do so. Once she'd come to a stop, she threw another pink-tinged gravity bubble to ensnare her opponent. Todoroki braced himself for the gravitational surge, only for his expression to become one of surprise as he realized that she'd switched strategies on him. He tried to step away, to pull his feet out of the gravity bubble she'd thrown at him. Unfortunately, the aforementioned Ochako had made to hold him there rendered escape nigh impossible. Once he'd been caught, she'd snapped her fingers like she'd practiced, reversing the gravity to explode outward and throw the icy hot hero student out of the ring. Her quirk had surged, a veil of iridescent pink and black descending over her for a moment. And then Todoroki had exploded into light. A vortex of orange and white light had erupted from his body, swirling around him in a maelstrom of hail and flame even as Ochako tried to remain standing, her grav trap fading. Slowly, the combined blizzard firestorm had faded, revealing a now transformed Todoroki standing there unscathed. The next moment, Todoroki fainted, his bicolor eyes fluttering shut as he sank to the ground. There was a moment of confused silence. It seems Shudo Todoroki has undergone a sudden quirk mutation. Present Mike announced, no small amount of surprise in his voice. Quite unexpected, and especially unexpected that he'd look like a dragon. The winner of this year's sports festival is Ochako Uraraka. Bakugo was seething on the second-place podium. From the third-place podium, Izuku looked shell-shocked, as if he genuinely hadn't expected to make it this far. All Might smiled at her as he placed the gold over her neck. "You did well, young Uraraka," he said quietly, his smile softening. "I'm proud of you." Uraraka? She didn't notice the question at first, instead letting her mind drift back to how she'd gotten here. Blast wave, striking a building and causing the scared family within to fall and her body moving without thinking to stop the building from falling, holding it up so that the people within would be safe until a hero arrived. She'd gotten reprimanded by the authorities for her unlicensed quirk usage, but they'd let her off the hook just this once because she was young and it had saved lives. But then her world had changed when All Might, of all people, had approached her and asked to speak with her. And it had been a story indeed. He'd showed her his tiny form and commended her on her heroics, and made the offer that had changed everything. After telling his story, the #1 hero looked at her. "Ochako Uraraka," he declared, seemingly shining in the sun, "you have the making of a true hero. I would like for you to become my successor." What had allowed was months of training both her body and her quirk on Dagoba Beach, focusing her zero gravity along with her muscles on cleaning the garbage, until she'd managed to reach the point where she could inherit All Might's power. "Uraraka?" The voice cut through the flashback, causing Ochako to tear her gaze away from the metal to focus on the voice. The only things that hadn't changed about Shudo Todoroki were his age and voice. Blue and bronze scales now covered his body, his now dragon-like face split down the middle between the two colors. His scaly hands ended with short, but very sharp, claws. Even his eyes were different. One was green, while the other was a harsh yellow-orange. Short horns rose up from his head, the one on the left a blackish-gray and the right one tan. "Uraraka?" Todoroki repeated, an expression of concern on his draconic face. "Are you okay?" "Why yeah." She jumped to her feet, bringing her medal behind her back. "I can't stop thinking about the fact that I won, and..." She trailed off, trying to find her words. "I wasn't expecting you to have a quirk mutation like this." No sooner had she finished than Todoroki started coughing. He put his hand over his throat as he doubled over and hacked up what seemed like far too much mucus, even for a dragon person. He came to a stop after a few seconds and wiped his mouth. "Sorry about that." He wiped his mouth. "I wasn't expecting it either." It looked over his blue and bronze scales. "But at the moment, I'm not complaining." His tail twitched, causing him to jolt in surprise. "Still not used to that?" he muttered, glancing at it. Ochako smiled, her eyes starting to sparkle. "I think you look really cool. Blue and bronze look good together and your horns are neat too." Todoroki shifted his gaze from his bicolored tail and brought a clawed hand to his head, idly touching his new horns. "Has your quirk changed?" Todoroki shrugged, hesitantly igniting his left hand and doing a double take along with Ochako at the distinctively pinkish-red fireball, with gold flickering in its depths. The warm pinkish red and gold glow was gentle and soothing, a far cry from Endeavor's own hellflame, and looked almost mystical in appearance. "It's not his anymore," he whispered, staring at the warm flame reverently. Ochako blinked, tilting her head in confusion. After a moment, Todoroki looked up and noticed her staring. "Sorry." He extinguished the fire. "Congratulations on winning, by the way." Ochako blinked, then started to bam. Now that the shock had faded somewhat, the excitement and joy was rapidly settling in. She'd won. She'd actually won the sports festival. She'd made all Might and her parents proud. She didn't know what the future held, but it felt like it was bright. Hero names. You better be careful, Midnight stated, or you'll be stuck with something you'll regret. Now, who among you is ready to go first? We're presenting it? After Mina went back to her seat, disappointed that her choice of Alien Queen had been rejected, Todoroki walked up to face the podium, displaying his card with his hero name. The tripartite hero, Gamma Draconis? Midnight asked, looking confused. Why pick that? Gamma's the third letter of the Greek alphabet, Todoroki explained. And since my quirk now has 3 aspects to it: fire, ice, and my new draconic appearance, I wanted something that reflected that. I saw the name Gamma Draconis online when researching dragons, and after I looked it up, it felt like a good name to use. He shrugged. Also, it's the name of a star in the Draco constellation, which adds to the dragon theme. I considered Eltonin, but I preferred how Gamma Draconis sounds. Midnight, odd in understanding. Oh, I see. You wanted to reflect your new draconic appearance and your quirk. The 18++ hero smiled and brought her hand out. I love it. It's a strong name and it shows you shine with the radiance of the stars above and hopefully brighter than the actual Gamma Draconis. Shudo smiled a bit at her approval, picking up his card and sitting down. So who'd like to go next? The 18+ hero asked brightly. Uchu no Jie, Cosmic Moth. Mina declared, beaming as she showed her altered card. I wanted to keep the space theme, especially after Todoroki's cool space-themed hero name. Much better, My Knight declared. Far more elegant and ethereal than Alien Queen. Approve. Mina's yellow eyes shone brightly in happiness and relief. Thank the worm that one was accepted. A few more students displayed their names until finally, it was Uraraka's turn to awkwardly make her way up to the podium. My original idea for my hero name was Uravity, she explained, but it doesn't quite have the punch I'm looking for anymore after the sports festival. She displayed her chosen name for the class to see. So after giving it some thought, I'm the Gravity Hero, Event Horizon. That's a good name. Tsuyu declared, smiling. It suits you, Ribbit. It's so cool. Midnight agreed, her eyes shining. After how well you did in the sports festival, and how powerful you are, I think Event Horizon fits you perfectly. She clasped her hands together, her eyes shining. Like a black hole with its immense gravity and the radiance of the accretion disk, as it shoots out massive, radiant bursts of energy that can stretch for light years. There was a long beat of silence as everyone stared at the 18+ hero, Aizawa even sticking his head out of his sleeping bag to shoot his friend an odd look. What? 13 and I sometimes chat after patrol, Midnight explained, waving a hand. I've picked up a lot of space trivia. At that, the remaining students got up and shared theirs, including Bakugo growing irate that his revised name didn't work until finally, it was Izuku's turn. Hesitantly, he made his way up to the front, trying to stop his legs from shaking as he wrote his hero name on his card down and turned to face his class. So, he started, it turns out that when your quirk is based on Latin words, you get mistaken for quirkless. He tried to keep the tears from welling up. I thought I was quirkless for the first 14 years of my life, and I only discovered my quirk through accident. But now that I've finally found my power, and now that I've made it to UA, I found a hero name that suits me. He lifted his card with one hand and brought up the open grimoire with the other, letting a spark of magic flicker around the hand holding the tome in the perfect image of a fantasy wizard. I'm the wizard hero, Archmage, he declared, the greenish sparks flaring into a consistent swirl of emerald green power in his hands. Even the grimoire seemed to glow slightly, the ruby-like leather shining. Now on to your internship offers, Aizawa droned. Just remember, even if you didn't get any offers, UA will still ensue that you're able to intern with someone. Ochako Uraraka, 6,484. Izuku Midoriya, 5,041. Shuto Todoroki, 4,891. Katsuki Bakugo, 3,526. Fumikage Tokoyami, 360. Tenya Ida, 301. Denki Kaminari, 272. Momo Yaoyorozu, 108. Eijiro Kirishima, 68. Hantasiro, 32. That's bullshit. Bakogu roared. How did Shitty Du, Roundface, and Icy Hot get the most offers? Beyond the fact that Uraraka won the sports festival, Aizawa emphasized, she also has an extremely strong and versatile quirk. And Midoriya and Todoroki are similar. They place third and tied with you for second, respectively, and their quirks are both flashy and versatile. Also, Todoroki's quirk mutation likely attracted the attention of a lot of heroes. Uraraka just stared at her number uncomprehendingly. She knew she'd done well, but that was more offers than she'd ever imagined. Quietly, the class began to discuss among themselves their options, sharing what they'd gotten. Worm Sake, did I really get no offers? This hero looks good. So who are you going to go with? As Izuku sorted through his own internship offers, and frowning or blinking at some of the more esoteric and unusual ones, his thoughts drifted, as they often did, to magic. Magic could give so many people the opportunity to be heroes, to give quirkless people like him, or those with villainous or mutant-type quirks, a new chance. And even if they didn't want to be a hero, magic would be so useful for so many people. It could be used for medical science, or for studying things that couldn't be done normally, or even for powering technology to go to space. Maybe. He didn't find any examples of that when he'd returned to the alleyway to do research, but he wouldn't be surprised if it could be done. But he couldn't do it alone. He didn't want to be the only wizard. He wanted to talk to someone else about it. But the thought of revealing the truth to his classmates, of letting them know that he was quirkless and instead had real magic, sent spikes of terror and anxiety down his spine so strongly that he couldn't bring himself to talk to them. So who could he talk to? Hey! Izuku called out later that day. The purple-haired student from the sports festival turned to face him. Hey, I wanted to ask you something. Wait, before that, what's your name again? It's Hitoshi Shinso, he said, narrowing his eyes. What do you want? Izuku smiled sheepishly and put his hand on the back of his head. Thank, Hitoshi-san. Listen, I need your help. So let me get this straight, Shinso said. You want to help me become a hero with your weird quirk. And of everyone in Gen Ed, you approach me. Of all the people in Gen Ed and the other classes, why me? Izuku opened his mouth, only to completely blank. You? Why had he come to Shinso? Because you're the only Gen Ed student I know personally? He finally got out. Also, I thought that I was quirkless. You have a quirk seen as villainous, and we've both been told we couldn't be a hero? Shinso rolled his eyes. Fine. I'll help you. But only because you actually worked to get where you are, and you're giving others a chance to do the same. Izuku brightened, his eyes almost glowing emerald. Thank you so much, Shinso. Where and when do you think we could start meeting? I think I saw a few empty classrooms a bit further down, and the teachers are fine with after-school meetings, and if I ask Powerloader, I might be able to get us into the support lab so that I could help Dash. I regret this already. Izuku looked up at the building, frowning. He took out the internship address and checked it to make sure that he was in the right place. Sure enough, the old abandoned amusement park was the same address of the Violet Riding Hood? Izuku asked, frowning at the name on the offer his teacher had handed him. Who's that, an underground hero? He knew a lot of heroes, but the underground heroes weren't often easy to learn about due to preferring to avoid the limelight. Aizawa made an sound. She originally worked in America before coming here a few years ago, and avoids media attention like the plague. He sighed. I don't know why she sent you an internship offer, since not only is she mostly hand-to-hand, but mentoring you would bring the spotlight to her. He sighed. Either way, she asked me to personally give this to you. Hiryu-rin from Class 1B stood next to him. Midoriya? He asked, surprise lighting up his face. You're interning with Violet Riding Hood too? He asked, looking surprised. Quite the coincidence. Yeah. Izuku replied, nodding. Weird that she'd be based on an old amusement park, of all places. He glanced around. The old ticket booths were set up in front of the old gates, glass dusty. The cloth ropes, while old, were set up. The faint whir of machinery and dings of the attractions sounded deep within the park. There was a shuffling from the arching metal entryway above them. A blur of motion shot forth from the old decayed decorations, and Rin barely dodged a strike heading his way. The first thing Izuku noticed was the red, bright, fiery orange-red hair that seemed to flow down the woman's shoulders like a waterfall of magma. The second were her eyes, a piercing spring green, boring into her and the 1B student with a surprising intensity. The third was an odd agelessness about her. She was clearly an adult, but he couldn't tell exactly how old she was. She could be anywhere from 20 to 50, he couldn't tell. "So, you're Hiryu Rin and Izuku Midoriya," she observed, a thick American accent coloring her words. "The dragon scale student and the magician." There was an odd emphasis on the word magician. "I am Sheila Alexander, also known as the underground heroine Violet Riding Hood." She took a step back and smiled. "It's to meet you both. I've heard a lot about you, and I'm eager to begin your internships." Violet Riding Hood's costume wasn't the Red Riding Hood-esque attire Izuku had been expecting. She wore an all-black shirt and pants accented with dark purple and gold, with a similarly dark purple and black jacket on top. But what really caught Izuku's attention was her extremely battered light purple cloak, the brighter color clashing with the black and dull purple. Sheila turned and opened the gates, allowing them into the old amusement park. "My quirk is called Soul Force," she explained, leading the two students through the gates. "I can channel my own soul energy to have various effects. I can paralyze and stun people if I channel it into others and if I channel it into myself." She flicked her wrists, and two silvery purple blades of energy crackled to life from her outstretched palms. "I create my soul blades." "Whoa!" Izuku cried, his eyes lighting up. "That's so cool. Can you make your soul blades from other parts of your body, like your elbows? Or throw your soul blades? Or channel your paralyzing strikes into your blades? Or dash?" He stopped as he glanced at Violet Riding Hood and saw her expressions. For a second, the underground heroine was staring at Izuku as if she'd just seen a ghost. Next moment, her smile returned so quickly that Izuku wasn't sure she had ever been upset. "Slow down, kid," she declared. "One thing at a time. Here we are." "I see a lot of potential in you, Mr. Rin," she said, placing a hand on her hip. "You have a lot of potential with your power, and I want to help you master it. On the other hand," she looks over to Midoriya, "I'm here to help you learn to throw a punch." Izuku blinked. "But, I have my spells, and there are some melee options dash." To use the wizard metaphor, what if you ever end up in an anti-magic zone, and your quirk is rendered null? Her smile turned smug as Midoriya thought about it. "You have noodle arms, and you're likely to get captured or killed without it. I'm here to teach you to throw a punch and maybe to help you expand aspects of your powers you didn't know you had." She reached out a hand warmly, smiling. "Want to get started?" It was a strange internship, that was for sure. Hiryu had taken to the hand-to-hand training like a fish to water, and had begun to practice on the training dummies Sheila had set up in the old haunted house. Izuku, however, had been taken aside for the day for channeling control, as she called it. "I sent you an internship because, beyond wanting to teach you some hand-to-hand, I think you could learn to channel your power like me." She walked around the wizard sitting on the mat, the old roller coaster looking above them both. "Even if our power is fundamentally different, you could still learn some tips on how to channel your power. Now focus." Sheila walked over and pulled a lever, expanding out an awning over them and casting the area in shade. "Focus on the core of your power within. On its surges, its tides." Izuku nodded, turning inward. After a moment, he gasped softly as he felt an odd tingling sensation in his soul. The barest buzz of power sparking within him, making him think of a bright green-white plasma lamp. "I can feel it," he breathed, amazed. "What next dash? Bring it to your hands." The wizard nodded, reaching out for the swirling miasma of magical energy. In his mind's eye, he reached out towards the plasma lamp-esque orb, the energy coming to his hands like. "I have it," he said, nodding. "Good. Now hold it for a few seconds." The wizard did just that, opening his eyes and looking at the swirling wisps of arcane energy rising from his hand, looking like shining smoke. The next part is the harder option, pushing it into something. You need to hold it in your hands, then push it into the item. Izuku's eyes landed on the grimoire laying next to him. Well, why not? He reached out and touched the spellbook, trying to push the arcane power into flow into the thick ruby-like leather. The next thing Izuku knew was connection and the feeling of a mind connecting to his. Suddenly, the spellbook twitched, then abruptly shot into the air and floated in front of him. He let out a surprised cry and jolted back in shock as a mind that could only be the grimoire touched his. "You're alive?" he screeched in shock. "Midoriya, what the heck did you do?" "I don't know," he cried, waving his arms as his spellbook twitched in a manner reminiscent of a laugh. Sheila pinched the bridge of her nose. "And here I thought Presto did some weird things with his experiments." She took a deep breath and sighed. "Well, at least now your hands are going to be free to use your power." Izuku nodded, looking back at her. "So, what's next?" The redhead grinned, punching one hand into her other hand. "Now we start the fun part." Izuku gulped, his newly awakened spellbook drifting behind him as if hiding from her. "Torment him!" With no other warning, a rictus of 3 glowing green starbursts rocketed into Stain, knocking the hero killer away from Ida. "The wizard kid," Stain observed, pulling himself up. "Why are you meddling in affairs you have no right to interfere in? Meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero." Izuku cried, his hands and spellbook crackling with magic. "Just as it's my duty as a hero in training to protect people." He gripped the grimoire and tapped himself to haste, charging past the hero killer. The instant he passed him, he spun around and unleashed a thunder wave. "Ditorno!" The hero killer was thrown by the force of the blast. However, he adapted quickly, landing and bracing himself. Once the spell ran its course, he charged towards the wizard and struck with his blade. Izuku instantly brought his hand up. With a flash of magic, a brilliant disk of blue-green magic flared into existence in front of Izuku, Stain's blade clanging loudly as it made contact with the magical barrier. "Presidium!" Izuku cried, the glowing shield spell flaring up around him. Stain growled. His next strike shattered the shield, and the jagged blade swept down towards Izuku's shoulder only for the strike to be blocked in a small blur of motion. The grimoire floated protectively in front of Izuku, a faint green glow surrounding it as it held back Stain's blade. The hero killer frowned and tried to strike again only or the spellbook to block him again and again. The hero killer growled in frustration, shifting his blade and knocking the book out of the way, nicking Izuku in the process. "You're fast, kid, and I don't know how you animated your book. But nice block." Stain liked Izuku's blood from his blade. "Your blood's all tingly, probably from your quirk." He watched as Izuku strained, visibly still able to move somewhat as he, jerkily, pulled his legs away. "And it makes you harder to control. Looks like I'll have to do this quickly." He walked towards Izuku, bending down, reaching for the downed wizard's spellbook off to the side. Suddenly, a surge of rose-colored fire blasted through the alley, covering and surrounding the hero killer in a literal ring of fire. "Next time, Midoriya, send more information." The blue and bronze dragonborn walked into the light, holding up his heavily scratched phone. "I almost didn't find you." A wall of silver ice flared up to block both the immediate strike and its follow-up. Stain's third attack cleaved through it and raked across Shudo's face, making a loud, visceral scrape noise as it scraped against the blue and bronze scales. The dragonborn hero student fired off another burst of rose and gold fire as a response. Scales needed a lot more force to penetrate than normal human skin. That, however, did not offer as much defense against being sliced, especially not between his scales. The crackling of rose-colored fire from the open wound, as well as the jagged and sharp edge of the scale from the cut, dissuaded Stain from liking his blood. Izuku took his chance and lashed out with another spell. Non-Muovera. Alas, the aura he summoned forth around Stan faded after a moment, leading to the young wizard slumping forward. After the spell failed, he looked over at Shudo, who nodded back at him. Back at UA, the two of them had begun to work on a combo attack, Izuku on one side of the target, Shudo on the other side, and the two of them using their powers topic down and trap the target with unrelenting force. As the two of them kept up the pressure on the target from both sides, the unlucky victim would spend time trying to resist or block the attacks from both directions, which would wear them down. It had always worked exceptionally well on the training grounds in narrow hallways or in simulated alleys. The downside to this plan in this scenario, however, was that Stain was too fast. Realizing what they were planning, Stain leaped up and hurled a dagger at Izuku. When the strike was blocked by another shield spell, he drove his blade into the wall and leapt to the roof. From his vantage point on the ground, Tenya Ida could only watch as his classmates tried to protect him and the unconscious pro-hero, Izuku, struggling to stay at range and pin the hero killer in place, while Shudo struck and threw blasts of fire and ice. He struggled to get up, only to find out it was in vain. Beyond the fading traces of paralysis, everything hurt. His legs screamed at him. "Hey!" Tenya looked up at Shudo, who was now standing in front of him. "Is this what your brother would want?" The Dragonborn asked bluntly. With a crackle, he fired off a wave of silver-tinted ice at Stain. No, it was not. Tensei would be ashamed of him and his performance. He'd be upset. He ran off and confronted the hero killer alone, and almost died. Stand up and be Ingenium. Stand up and be the hero your brother wanted you to be. With a slight grunt, Tenya pulled himself to his feet. Shudo was right. His brother wouldn't want him to lay on the ground while his friends fought to defend the innocent. Tensei would want him to be a hero. Quickly, Tenya spun to take stock of the situation. From what he could see, his friends were not having an easy time. Stain was writhing in rage from where he was standing on the roof, bound by Izuku's spell and Todoroki's ice. However, the young wizard was clearly straining, sweat trickling down his face. He and Todoroki both were struggling to hold him in place. Izuku's magic was even beginning to flicker in and out as if losing power, and the ice was cracking. His friends. They were willing to die for him, to suffer cruel fates worse than death to protect him. They were true heroes like Tensei, and he was letting them down. No, he would not let them down. He would stand and he would be the hero that his friends, and that his brother, believed he could be. Nothing like this would ever happen again. This was his vow. Di torno. Recipro extend. As Tenya's strike made contact with Stain, the alleyway lit up with a radiant golden light. In the end, Stain survived. But he was never to kill anyone again. After his defeat, he was swiftly admitted to the hospital for a crushed pelvis and total paralysis of his lower body. Even if they fixed the damage, the nerves were completely fried, and much of them were burned out from whatever had been done to him. The doctors had grown used to seeing villains be brought in while in very bad shape from hero fights, but this was new. Stain had been burned up from within for certain, but how was a topic of debate. A lot of the doctors listed Izuku as a clear possibility, but he'd been just as confused as they had. None of his abilities were anywhere near strong enough to cause that type of damage. When the trio had barely staggered out of the alleyway with the unconscious hero in tow, they'd been in terrible shape. Jagged cuts and slashes covered all three of them, and Izuku and Shudo in particular looked dead on their feet. The hero killer was unconscious in the alley behind them. The Nomu that tried to take advantage of the situation by grabbing Izuku was quickly dealt with, thanks to the young wizard's instinctive misty step and subsequent lightning bolt that caused him to pass out and made the Nomu splatter everywhere. Stain had serious injuries when he was brought in. Most notably, his spine was shattered. Woof. He'll never walk again. Izuku blinked. I didn't hit him that hard. It was only a few thunder waves. Regardless, there are laws against quirk usage against villains. The police chief frowned. And whatever happened to him really did a number on him, given he's paralyzed from the waist down. But no one else knew that the hero killer was in Hosu, Shudo pointed out. Isn't it a hero's job to save people? His voice raised as he pulled his lips back to show his teeth, his eyes beginning to glow. This is why you're not a full-fledged pro yet, the chief replied. It's obvious endeavor and UA haven't been teaching you near enough, the chief said. What I've said is the official stance of the police department. In the end, they barely managed to dodge a bullet. The trio had very reluctantly given Endeavor and another local hero credit for Stain's defeat. I was so scared we were going to get arrested, Izuku mused later from his hospital bed staring at the ceiling. I'm incredibly surprised that it worked as well, Ida replied, sounding disoriented from the painkillers. But it is because of you that we were able to defeat Stain, and that strange, winged Nomu. He sat up and clenched his fist. It's because of the two of you that we brought Stain to justice, and I would have died without you. He looked upset, before his expression hardened into one of determination. So from here on out, I'll never let my path waver from the ideals of heroism. For a single moment, Todoroki could have sworn that Tenya's hands and eyes faintly pulsed with a faint golden light. Shinso Hitoshi stared at Izuku as the green-haired teenager placed a small book on the table, then brought the massive tome onto the table with a heavy thud. Magic, the purple-haired teen deadpanned, staring at the 1A student like he'd lost his mind. You want me to believe you when you say that you're quirkless, and that you have actual, goddamn magic? Yes. At Shinsu's glare, Izuku continued. I mean, I said this before, but I wasn't treated well for being quirkless, and you're treated badly for having a quirk a lot of people think could be evil. But you really want to be a hero like I do, so maybe this could help give you a head start in heroism. Or you might be able to use it to help boost your abilities. Okay, Shinso could admit that he was at least somewhat interested. Sure, he thought that the green-it completely insane, but it would be hero training. And if nothing else, he could hold this over the hero students' heads. Deep down, however, part of him wanted to believe the hero student. What quirkless or negatively quirked child didn't dream about getting a life-changing opportunity like this? And he had loved fantasy stories as a kid. He'd always wanted to be the heroic wizard, the cool guy waving the staff and calling down lightning or stopping the Balrog. He wanted so badly to believe in miracles and magic and spells, and a fantasy world where you could escape your past. Yet, the question still remained. Assuming that, by some ridiculous, utterly insane chance that Midoriya was actually telling the truth, did he really want this? If he somehow was being honest, it would give him useful abilities that could both augment his quirk and give him other options to take out a villain beyond talking to them or hand-to-hand. And he'd always wanted to be a hero, before he'd grown up and had his dreams of heroism somewhat dashed. But this was big. Midoriya was one of the rising stars of UA. And after the Nomu attacks and the sports festival, Shinso knew that the hero student had experience. So even if it was ridiculous, he'd take any chance he could get. And if nothing else, if he accepted Midoriya's offer, he'd find out how Midoriya's quirk worked. This still doesn't make sense, Shinso stated after a moment. We're not friends. We're barely even acquaintances. So why choose me in particular? Izuku sighed. I'm not asking to be your friend, since we barely know each other, he started quietly, leaning forward. I'm just asking if you want to learn from me, to have a better shot at the hero course. If that's all. That made a bit more sense. Still, this was a huge decision. I want to think about this. Shinso decided, looking Izuku dead in the eyes. It's a big decision, so I'll need some time to decide. As much as Shinso tried to focus on his work for the next few days, Midoriya's offer buzzed in his mind. It was difficult to focus on academic work when he had been given what could be the offer of a lifetime. As insane as his offer of magic sounded, the fact that Izuku was willing to try to train him to be a hero, even though they barely knew each other, was enough to sway him. And deep down, he wanted to believe Midoriya. He wanted so badly for magic to be real. Even if he knew it couldn't be, even if he knew Midoriya was lying or delusional. That tiny, childish part of him hoped. By the end of the day, Shinso made his decision. I'm in, he said. But I want you to promise that I get to help you pick who you tutor. Deal. Midoriya cried, holding out his hand. Shinso shook it. Letting go, Midoriya reached into his backpack, pulling out a small book. Okay, so all wizards have a spellbook that helps them cast and list their spells. I made this one for you, so it has a lot of beginner spells in it. He beamed, his smile lighting up the room. I already learned most of these, but I did pick a few new ones I thought would work well with your quirk. Shinso reached out and accepted the book. He'd give Midoriya this. It did perfectly fit his aesthetic. The book was much smaller than Izuku's grimoire, but was still a decent size, and it was bound in dark purple and black leather, a dark-colored latch on the front. Flipping through the book and noting the glyphs and Latin words, and trying not to roll his eyes as Izuku set up a little wooden doll for target practice, his gaze landed on a specific spell, Chill Touch. Now what the hell? He thought. He might as well try, if only to indulge his childhood fantasies. He lifted his hand to point at the little wooden doll. Timer, he intoned, focusing on it. No sooner had he uttered the Latin word, however, than Shinso felt goosebumps prickle up his arm, followed by a faint numbness, as a sense of connection flooded his body. Barely a second after the numbness started, what looked like a spectral rotting hand materialized from nowhere, shooting forward and grasping the dummy. Shinso blinked, staring dumbfounded at the spectral zombie hand that faded away. Slowly, his gaze lowered back to the small purple book as he began to rifle through the pages. He didn't dare believe it. He couldn't get his hopes up, he had to be sure. Debiliter Aculeum. The words fell out of his before he could stop them. With a faint flick of his wrist, the sense of connection swelled once more as the wooden dummy writhed, a crackle of shadow twisting around it as it crumbled. There was a long moment of silence as Shinso stared at the dummy, his heart racing with renewed vigor despite the sudden exhaustion. Holy shit, he breathed, his tired purple eyes wide as dinner plates. Immediately, he started flipping through the spellbook. Congelatio! He cried, sweeping out his hand again and focusing on that sense of connection and power. As soon as the words left his mouth, his fingers tingled with cold as a puff of cold, icy wings surged forth, coating the dump, and the wall and desk behind it, in a thin layer of frost. Holy shit, Midoriya hadn't been lying. Midoriya had actual, FING magic. And Shinso? He just cast a spell. No, he just cast 3 spells. He just destroyed the little wooden dummy with magic and it felt amazing. The part of himself who was still very much a fantasy-obsessed child was screeching in joy, jumping up on the couch and down and yelling, "Yes, yes, 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 yes," at the top of his lungs. He tore his gaze from the frost-covered doll and looked back at Midoriya. "You weren't lying," he breathed. Midoriya nodded excitedly. "I told you." He bounced on his heels slightly. "It's so cool. And it feels amazing." Shinso nodded back, feeling a childish smile cross his face. Magic, huh? He wasn't sure whether he wanted to laugh or to lay down and sleep for a day. But he knew this. He wanted more. He wanted to know more about magic, to learn as much as he could about it and how it worked so that he could become the greatest wizard and hero alive. In the face of real magic, his dream of heroism suddenly seemed like child's play. Why wouldn't a real wizard be a hero? With a loud snap, he closed his spellbook, feeling faint wisps of magical energy rise from it. There was no turning back now. For students lined up, a massive obstacle course in the form of an artificial city rising up in front of them. All Might was somewhere in this city, and whoever found him would win the race. Ochako heard some of the whispering from her fellow racers as they hyped themselves. Why, the gravity student just smiled brightly, determination shining in her eyes as power began to gather, and then as soon as the go was called, her body shone. A glowing, swirling vortex of pink and white light surrounded her body as she erupted forward, gravity warping in her wake. Ida and Ciro both let out shocked cries as the gravity student rocketed past them, pink wisps and sparks training in her wake. Uraraka? Ida cried in surprise, seeing her blast of motion. Ciro let out a surprised cry as the gravity surge she left in her wake pushed him away. Ochako beamed. It felt like, for the first time, she'd truly started to master One for All. The training with Gran Torino, and all the videos she'd watched on martial arts, had helped her in a way that the USJ and the sports festival had only started to. All Might's former quirk felt more like hers, and the two had synergized together. Now, as she rocketed across the artificial city like a shooting star, it felt for the first time like this was her power. A loud boom caught her attention, causing her to glance back to where the sound came from. Her eyes caught a flash of green hair. Was Izuku writing his grimoire? He was. He'd climbed onto the book and was holding onto the leather straps for dear life as it had fired a thunderwave attack to propel them forward, the emerald flames shooting from the open pages acting like a makeshift rocket as Izuku rapidly gained on her. Ochako's smile turned mischievous. Well, if that was the case. She waited until he was almost caught up, then increased her percentage slightly, gravity twisting as she shot forward. Izuku let out a cry of indignation as she blasted abroad, only for his expression to grow determined. "Preparo!" he roared as his eyes and hair began to flicker with power. "Di torno!" The thunder wave that exploded from his book was much stronger and louder than it had been in the past. It blasted him forward, his motion reaching far greater speeds than before. Ignis! Fire exploded from the pages of the book once more, sending him flying forward to rapidly gain on Ochako. "Oh, no you don't," Ochako declared, pressing her fingers together and throwing a gravity bubble in front of her. Her speed increased, the trails from her cosmic storm looking like the jets of a gamma-ray burster blasting through the void. Almost there dash. The duo wove around buildings and pipes, Izuku's McQuivered book rocket surprisingly managing to keep pace despite the ridiculous speeds. His expression was determined, his entire body crackling and sparking with energy. With a final push of power from both of them and a brilliant burst of light like a meteor from Ochako, the duo made it up the structure, both landing in front of All Might in victory. Much of the year had seemed to blow by. Now, all that was left was the final exam. The only obstacle left between the class and the summer camp. Many of their students had taken theirs already to mixed results. Kaminari and Ishido had struggled, ultimately losing as they were chased through a maze. Meanwhile, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu had managed to pass, in no small part thanks to both teamwork and the training the Draconic student had gotten from his internship with Ryukyu. Uraraka and Aoyama had worked surprisingly well together, taking full advantage of gravitational lensing to catch 13 off guard and pass in. Now, finally, it was time for Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo to take their final exam, and they had been paired up to fight or escape All Might himself. Bakugo grinned as he braced himself. Why they'd paired him up with Deku, he didn't know. But the wimp wouldn't have a chance to do any fancy tricks before he kicked All Might's butt. "Now then, show me what you are made of," All Might declared, spreading his arms out as if expecting an attack from the two. Bakugo was more than happy to comply, dashing forward and prepping his explosions. Before he could get more than a foot, however, Deku moved his hand out towards All Might, a green glow surrounding his hand. "Impero Tibi," the young wizard commanded. Suddenly, All Might stopped. He twitched, blinked, and after a long moment, fell backwards, eliciting a loud crash as he hit the ground. The loud snoring from the downed hero, and his curling up as if enjoying a nice nap, was the only indication that he hadn't been killed outright. "I can't believe that worked," Izuku cried, his eyes lighting up and his eyes starting to fill with tears in joy. "I've had that spell forever and it never worked, and I never figured out how it worked. We pass." Just like that. Weak, pathetic Deku had just ended the battle, just like that. Bakugo hadn't even had a chance to run in and beat All Might himself before Deku put him to sleep with his stupid parlor tricks. Bakugo was about to say something when there was a puff of smoke, and All Might was replaced by a scrawny, short beanpole of a man. The duo stared at the scrawny little man sleeping where All Might had been, and Bakugo saw red. Immediately he charged his partner, roaring in fury. "What did you do to All Might D?" he bellowed, bringing his gauntlet arm up to fire. "You shrank him and turned him into a midget." "I don't know," Izuku cried, dodging the blast. I was just putting him to sleep." Bakugo ignored him, getting right up in his face and dropping his arm to make an explosion. "I don't know what happened. You have to believe me." Bakugo ignored him, firing off more explosions. Immobilis objectum. Unfortunately for Bakugo, Izuku hadn't cast the shield spell, and using an explosion against a wall of force spell was not a particularly good idea. Especially not when the grimoire was a spellbook of a scribe's wizard, and had decided to take matters into its own pages. The explosion struck the barrier, Izuku unaffected by the blast. As if on cue, The grimoire rose from its back and floated out of the wall of force until it was in front of Bakugo, rotating so that its open pages were facing the explosive. Student. Grimoire? Izuku asked, panic in his voice as he focused on the spell. What are you doing? The book promptly clapped itself shut, creating a massive thunderwave spell that blasted Bakugo's explosion back on him and hurling him backwards. The loud crack as his head smashed into the wall echoed throughout the arena. Immediately, Izuku dropped the spell and ran forward, dropping to his knees. Kachan! He cried, grabbing his former friend's limp form and shaking him. Kachan, please, wake up. Kachan, please. He looked up at his spell book, tears starting to well up. Don't you have any options to help? The grimoire made a motion that resembled a sigh before flipping open to a page with a spell scroll tucked between its pages. Izuku grabbed the reincarnate scroll and laid it on Bakugo's chest, skimming the instructions and incantation. Renasker! He cried, his tears falling onto the scroll. The next thing he knew was a maelstrom. The arcane energies flaring from the spell was nothing like the magic he was used to. It was wild, raging and frothing and roiling like nature itself. It was all Izuku could do to hold on. Tendrils of the spell tried to reach up and trying to grab him, grabbing at his tears and trying to pry open his mouth. Wrapping himself in power, he grit his teeth and pushed back against the spell, shoving it down towards Bakugo. Finally, the spell found purchase in the explosive student. The crackling rings of druidic fury swirled around him and abruptly froze, then all came together in his body. The world went white and Izuku blacked out. Well, Midoriya? Aizawa asked. Field Beta was somewhat crowded at the moment. Class 1A, as well as the faculty, had all assembled on one of the training fields, awaiting an explanation from a shaking Midoriya. Shinso Hitoshi was nearby, as Izuku had said that he'd be able to help explain. Izuku, for his part, was shaking in terror, tears streaming down his face. Every time he tried to speak, it got caught in his throat. The green-haired teen looked absolutely terrified that whatever he said would get him killed or expelled. You okay, Midoriya? Jair asked. Izuku shook his head rapidly, gaping like a fish. Hitoshi groaned. That's it, he declared. Hey, Grimoire, do you have a truth scroll? The grimoire did a double take, but bobbed in midair in a manner reminiscent of a nod. Good. Then give it to me. Aizawa glanced at Hitoshi. What does this have to do with an explanation? He asked, narrowing his eyes. You and Midoriya both promised to explain what happened, so what does this truth scroll have to do with it? Because it should help Midoriya and I explain what happened, the tired teen replied, approaching Izuku's spellbook. He reached out to try to open the grimoire, only for it to snap at him and shoot back a foot, looking offended that this human that wasn't its master had the gall to try to open it. Hitoshi Izuku stammered. The deeply offended. Spellbook instead opened to face Midoriya, a sheet of aged paper tucked between the pages. Shaking, Izuku picked up the paper and, hesitantly, offered it to Ida. See, can you help me with this? Ida looked at the proffered piece of paper, then looked back at Midoriya, frowning. I don't understand, he confessed. Your quirk requires Latin to operate. Can't you read this? Izuku shrugged, shaking heavily. I can't focus right now, he mumbled, his eyes full of tears. And hi Hitoshi isn't great with it yet. The general studies student frowned in response. See, can you Ida's face softened, and he accepted the scroll. In that case, he replied, giving Midoriya what he hoped was a comforting smile, I would be happy to help. He looked over the scroll, tilting it to its side to get a look at the words. Let's see. This would be pronounced non plus mendatium. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the scroll lit up, a ring of glowing golden energy flaring to life around him and expanding to a radius of 30 feet, with him at its center. What ? Everyone jumped in surprise, Izuku's panic momentarily forgotten at the rush of warm, golden energy now surrounding them. What the ? Aizawa cried, jumping up. What just happened? Ida asked. Why are you all staring at me? Ida, Kaminari said, staring at the engine student. Your eyes. Ida glanced at him, causing the electrical student to gasp. Under his glasses, Tenya Ida's eyes were glowing gold. Well, Shinso commented idly, it looks like Izuku and I aren't the only ones with magic. Wait, what? That's the truth, Shinso deadpanned. Midoriya's powers aren't a quirk, it's actual FING magic. Midoriya's been teaching me to try to help me get into the hero course sooner. Ridiculous ectoplasm started. It's true. Izuku's quiet whisper nonetheless caught the class's attention. I did a blood test after I found the grimoire and He took a deep breath, looking like he wanted to bolt. I'm still Q-quirkless. This was it, this was when they'd hate him. Izuku winced, closing his eyes and feeling the tears run down his face as he waited for the accusation and vitriol to be thrown his way. They'd hate him, they'd kick him out for lying, all of his friends would turn on him, he'd be expelled, he'd never be a hero. That's so manly. The wizard's eyes flew open, chipping his head up to look at Kirishima. You found actual, real magic. Kirishima smiled widely, his eyes shining with excitement. Do you have any idea how awesome that is? And you're using it to be a hero? That's the coolest thing I've ever heard. Yeah. Uraraka agreed, standing up. That's amazing. Oui, Trace Magnifique. Dude, that's badass. You're like Gandalf without the beard. That's awesome. Ida frowned. It is a bit difficult to accept, he said, causing Izuku to flinch. However, I'm inclined to you. He glanced at the very angry Duragar sitting a few feet away. It's hard to deny your claims when you just brought someone back to life as a different species. He adjusted his glasses. That said, I would greatly like to know what you meant when you said I had magic of my own, considering I have never shown any hints of it before now. Why didn't you tell me, Deku? Bakugo growled, his voice unchanged. You said you found a quirk in that alleyway. Why not tell the truth? Would you have believed me? Bakugo's growl provided the answer. No, he would not. Besides, I didn't know how anyone would react. Even I didn't think magic existed until I cast a spell. That doesn't change anything, Bakugo stated, his expression morphing into one of fury. You're still the same quirkless loser as you were before you got into UA, and now you've just found a cheat code. He clenched his fists, standing up to his, notably shorter, height. Bakugo you turned me into a freak. He roared, charging Midoriya and the Spellbook with an intent to destroy whichever one he got to first. Young Bakugo's bullying might be more of an issue than we thought, Toshinori said later in Nedza's office, frowning. His reaction to seeing my small form was to try to kill Midoriya. While his anger is at least slightly understandable, as he thought Midoriya did something to me, he escalated straight to lethal violence, and the truth spell indicates that his treatment of Midoriya was once much worse in the past. The fact that he claimed that he wasn't doing anything wrong concerns me, Vlad King mused from the other side of the table. He even saw the destruction of Midoriya's Spellbook, which Midoriya and Hitoshi both agreed was necessary for their abilities as just desserts for turning him into a freak. He frowned. You know how to pick them, Aizawa. He did become a different species, Present Mike pointed out. If I came back as something else, I'd be said too. He shrugged. I'm not defending what he did afterward, but I can see why he was mad about that. Perhaps, but that was most likely an accident on Midoriya's part, Nedza replied. He had no idea that Bakugo would come back as anything other than a human, and was just as confused and horrified as everyone else when he saw the result. Bakugo, however, tried to both kill Midoriya and to destroy his Spellbook, and when Aizawa tried to get him to stop, he tried to injure him too. The teacher in question frowned. What about the fact that Midoriya's actions were responsible for his temporary death? As he said, his Spellbook was operating on its own to protect its master, and had been just trying to push Bakugo away from Midoriya, not kill him. It was likely a bad reaction with the Wall of Force spell, which partially reflected the Thunder Wave, and his own explosion, back onto him. And since Bakugo came back to life, even as a different species, I'd argue that it's a moot point. Is anyone not going to focus on the fact that Midoriya has actual magic? Cried, looking shaken. Like, he has power that isn't a quirk. We know nothing about what he's capable of. And he just brought someone back to life. Her voice had risen to a shrill screech on the last word. Can all wizards do that? Can he bring back anyone? Was this a fluke? And what else can he do? Izawa and Yamada's eyes both widened as they exchanged a look, a realization and the same question, coming to them in a heartbeat. Nedzu, a whisper sounded, causing the principal to blink slightly. Nedzu, the voice said again, their voice sounding like they were pretending to be a ghost. Oh, hello, the principal thought, his expression remaining the same, giving nothing away even as he spoke to the mysterious intruder. He hadn't had someone trying to intrude on his mind for years now. Who might you be? I'm your mustelid BSE instincts, the voice replied, still using a stereotypical ghost voice. Well, this mental intruder was certainly doing a better job than the last person who had tried to intrude on his mind. They'd claimed to be his conscience. Silly humans, mustelids didn't have a conscience. And I have an idea for you. Well, my instincts have never decided to speak to me properly before, the mutated mink replied cordially, playing along with the intrusion for now. Regardless of this mental intruder's purpose or desires, this would likely be interesting. And they were even playing to his mustelid bastardry. What impulsive desire have you decided to share me today? There was a shifting, as if the psychic figure was leaning in. Do you know what would be a really funny way to resolve this? The voice whispered conspiratorially. Nedzu blinked and shifted slightly, trying to stop his expression from becoming maniacal. Go on. Be that as it may, a parent-teacher conference is inevitable. I'd rather wait until after that to decide what to do with him. If we do decide to go through with expulsion after the conference, the mutated mink said, tuning back into the conversation, I recommend we drop Bakugu to general studies, with the caveat that he start community service and visit Hound Dog regularly. If he shows improvement, he can rejoin the hero track next year. If not, he will be unable to re-enter the hero course. The fact that he wanted Bakugu to stay out of the HPSC's hands went unsaid. He knew that expelling him would attract their attention, and the mink wouldn't wish that fate on even him. Nedzu also didn't want the HPSC to know that magic existed yet. That was his card to play, and he wouldn't let them see his hand quite yet. That would leave 1A with one less student, Izawa pointed out. In that case, I recommend transferring someone from 1B to fill his slot. That way, Shinso Hitoshi can take the new empty spot in 1B. Nedzu shuffled some paper around on his desk. Personally, I think cozy-eyed Tsuburaba would do well in Class 1A. He restrained a laugh at their expressions as he shuffled the paperwork on his desk. Everyone immediately started raising their voices in surprise and alarm, loud protests from Vlad King especially. As soon as everyone left his office, the mink began to cackle loudly, his raucous laughs echoing around his office. That spooky psychic voice was right. This was the much more entertaining option. Focus, Izuku said to his friend. Reach inside of yourself, and feel the spark of power resting within. Several feet away, Ida nodded, his eyes closed as he focused at harnessing his new power. The sunlight shone down on them through the glass panels, orange light reflecting off the waves. If one listened, they could probably hear the clamor of the party a block or so away, but here, in this little quiet corner of Island, there was only the sea breeze. The wizard had been pleasantly surprised by the UA staff's reaction to Ida manifesting a spark of magic. Far from getting angry or asking him to not use it, the staff had instead encouraged the blue-haired teen to develop his newfound magical ability. Izawa had even made it clear that he expected to see Ida use it when they got to the training camp. Granted, Ida hadn't shown much progress yet, and Izuku wasn't sure how much could happen in the short time they had at Island, and Ida had a very different type of magic than his. But he was determined, darn it. Ida took another deep breath, and another, listening to the sea breeze blowing around them. Moments later, something gold started to spark faintly around his hands. Slowly, he reached out a hand as the sparks increased in intensity. With another deep breath, the sparks caught alight, flaring into a faint, warm glow that made the wizard think of the sunlight around them. You did it, Izuku said, beaming as he jumped up from the metal bench. You called up your magic. He winced at the sudden pain in his arm from the earlier robot. Ida had done it. Ida slowly opened his eyes also glowing a soft gold, and looked at the faint golden smoke-like energy wafting from his hands. It seems so. His tone was quiet as he stood up from the hard metal chair, taking a step towards his classmate. If it's okay with you, Midoriya, I think I would like to try casting a spell. Izuku smiled. Go right ahead. He glanced at the research notes he'd painstakingly gathered from the shop. You can try the bless spell. The incantation is dash. Ida grabbed Izuku's injured arm, cutting the wizard off as the warm-looking magic swept over his arm. He gasped slightly at the touch and tried not to cry out in surprise. Far from being warm and inviting, the touch of Ida's magic was freezing cold, like a bucket of ice water had been dumped onto his arm. Teikuro, Ida intoned, the faint golden glow growing brighter and the frigid gold power becoming almost painful. For a split second, Izuku felt a flash of worry. Was something wrong? Was he casting the wrong spell by mistake? Did he get it all wrong and Ida was something else? His arm was just a little injured. Was it going to get worse from cold? The next moment, the glow faded and the numbness disappeared. Izuku gasped as feeling returned to his arm, flexing his fingers. Did it work? He asked hesitantly. Ida panted heavily, leaning forward as the tiredness hit him. Then the next moment, he grabbed Izuku's arm, his fingers finding the ends of Izuku's bandage. Wait, Ida. What are you dash? The blue-haired teen undid the bandage even as Izuku protested. After a few seconds, the bandage and gauze underneath came off and both hero students stared in shock at what was underneath, or rather what wasn't underneath. The deep, jagged gash that had cleaved down almost to the wizard's bone was gone, as if his arm had never been injured. The only sign that Izuku had been injured at all was a thin white scar on his upper arm, almost invisible in the evening glow. There wasn't even any lingering pain or soreness. He felt more energized than he had even before the villain attraction. I did it, Ida said faintly. Then loudly, I did it. He let out a laugh and grabbed Izuku, laughing triumphantly as he held him up in the air. Then the next moment, he realized what he'd done and immediately let go of Izuku, stepping backward and rapidly bowing in apology. My apologies, Midoriya. It was rude of me to hug you and violate your personal space without asking your permission first. It was also inappropriate of me to not inform you of my intentions with the spell. Please, forgive me. It's okay. Izuku said, waving his arms. I'm not upset or anything. I'm actually pretty relieved. It was actually a pretty nice hug, all things considered. Besides, you just cast a healing spell. He looked at his healed arm, then back at Ida with amazement. That's something that neither Hitoshi nor I can do. Ida stopped bowing. Oh, he said faintly, glancing back at his hands as he thought about the implications of what Izuku had just told him. In that case, thank you, Midoriya, for not being upset. His eyes shimmered gold as golden light wafted from his hands and fingers. I must ask, though, is magic always so draining? It is at first. Izuku leaned in to look at the golden shimmer, trying not to shiver at the slight chill. But it goes away the more you practice with it. Ida nodded. Also, why you can call me Izuku. Since we're friends now, and we both can use magic. Ida looked up at him, surprised. Oh, I see. He readjusted his glasses. In that case, Izuku, he said, as if testing the wizard's name out, you may use my first name as well. Oh, sorry, thanks, Tenya. Tenya finished with his glasses and looked back in the direction of their friends. I believe we should return to the others. It wouldn't be good if we were late. He glanced at his hand and flexed it, a swirl of golden energy swirling around it before fading. And now that I have managed to HRSS my power, I'm quite eager to see what I can do with it. Hint of a cocky smile began to cross his face. Also, Kirishima will be quite upset when I beat his record. Izuku laughed. Oh yeah, he'll be so irritated. Whatever Tenya was about to say next was drowned out by the sudden, loud blaring of alarms echoing across the island. Muscular's fist drove into the ground next to Ochako, the gravity student barely managing to dodge out of the way of the strike. She barely managed to tap her fingers together, falling to the ground from the pain and exhaustion. You put up a good fight, girlie, the battered villain sneered, looming over her. You even managed to catch me off guard, but it's all over now. Ochako gasped in pain, then grit her teeth through the pain as she gathered one for all into her body. She couldn't fall here, she had to protect her friends and make her parents and All Might proud. She pulled herself up to her hands and knees, and in a burst of power that sent a blast of agony through her legs, she blasted out of the way of the attack. As Muscular's fists landed in the ground, she twisted around and threw a one-for-all charged gravity bubble at him, trapping him in place. "You arrogant beach dash," he cried, straining against the increased gravity of the bubble. Ochako flicked a finger, and the gravity bubble imploded. Muscular let out a pained roar of agony as his skin was torn from his hands, revealing the red, throbbing muscular tissues and hints of bone poking through. "Was that supposed to stop me, you wench?" He roared, his muscles already reassembling his arms and pinning the crushed blood vessels and flayed skin in place. The bearer of one for all grinned despite the pain. "Nah," she got out, "that was just to keep you in place. Now. Recipro smite." Suddenly, Muscular screamed in pain as a blazing gold missile rocketed out of the forest, striking his arm hard enough to shatter the bone in his arm and cleave through his thick muscles like a red-hot knife through butter. He staggered backwards, screeching in agony, as Ida landed between the muscular supervillain and the bearer of one for all, his entire body surrounded by a radiant gold glow. "Uraraka," Ida started, glancing at the brunette, "are you all right?" Ochako coughed, pulling herself up with her arms and trying not to whimper at the pain in her legs. "No," she confessed, her arms shaking. "I think my ribs are broken." As if on cue, she coughed, specks of blood amidst the phlegm and saliva. Her shoulders ached. Her vision swam. "And my legs?" "Very well." As fast as he could, he moved to her side and placed a hand on her back, golden energy swirling around him. Ochako gasped at the sudden burst of cold, before it faded and took the pain in her ribs and legs with it. "Feel better?" Ochako nodded, slowly pulling herself up to her feet. Her vision swam for a second before refocusing. "Yeah," she realized. "I feel a lot better." She was still exhausted, but all of the pain was gone as if her ribs and legs had never been broken to begin with. "Excellent." He turned to face Muscular, golden wisps beginning to surround the paladin's body. "Now, let's take this villain down together." Ochako nodded resolutely. "Yeah," she declared, the pinkish-white glow of accretion disk flaring to life around her as she called forth one for all. Koda's eyes were wide as he watched the duo fight Muscular. He'd heard the blue-haired one had real magic, but he hadn't believed it not until now, anyway. The golden bursts from the engine-legged student, the surges of gravity from the teenage girl. They looked like the characters from a fantasy story, the mage and the paladin, both fighting the monstrous being to save the world from evil. He'd never put much stock into old fairy tales or fantasy stories before, but now. It was inspiring in a way he'd never seen before. As the two fought the villain, a combination of radiant gold kicks and bursts of pink gravitational energy, Koda unconsciously began to hum a song from an old anime his parents had loved, watching as the tides of battle shifted. Muscular staggered back from the many strikes. Ochako's eyes burned with power as the pinkish white of accretion disks swirled around her. With a surge of power, she swept out an arm and created a gravity bubble to anchor him in place, then floated Ida above her to join the particles already swirling above her head. The two of them exchanged a determined look, and in a surge of power, both Ida and the rocks were sent whistling. Event Horizon Slingshot. Roche Limit Smite. Both cried out as one, the meteor storm and paladin crashing down onto Muscular with an explosion of radiant gold and pink light that lit up the surrounding area. If their ultimate duo attack was stronger than normal, if Ida's flames cracked with sparks of inspiration along with the divine fury of a paladin, well, it is unlikely anyone would have noticed in the explosion of power. The chainsaw Nomu roared, repelled by both Dark Shadow and the heavily damaged barrier of solidified air. The living shadow was clearly struggling to hold it back, barely evading its many limbs. "Is it always like this in Class 1A?" Subarasa cried in terror. You'll get used to it. Jairu replied, grabbing her new classmate and pulling him away from the attack. Why had Nedzu decided to transfer him into this class? Even that kendo girl would have been a better fit. Make another barrier. Tsuburasa nodded and took a deep breath, expelling another barrier. However, this was in vain. The Nomu nonetheless tore itself free from Dark Shadow, eliciting a screech of pain from her, and smashed through the solidified air barriers. Dark Shadow! Tokoyami cried. Tormentum! As if on cue, a quintet of magical darts smashed into the abomination. Kyoka felt some of the tension leave her body at the sight. About time, Midoriya, she commented as the wizard, that was still weird, appeared in front of them. We were almost goners. Hey, are you okay? The wizard asked, crackles and wisps of green surrounding his glowing green as he face. Jairu nodded. We're fine, she replied. Midoriya nodded, his eyes flashing green as power began to coalesce around him, just as the Nomu recovered from the surprise barrage and turned back towards them. Why you guys need to get back? This spell has a 30-foot range, I don't want you guys to get caught up in it. Kyoka didn't need to be told twice. Instantly, she pulled Tsuburasa and Tokoyami away, the latter recalling Dark Shadow as Midoriya's power swelled and twisted around him, flowing like water into his hands. The Nomu roared and started to chase Kyoka only for the accumulation of magical energy in Midoriya's hands to catch its attention shifting to the wizard. Midoriya lifted his hands, the power coalesced into a flowing, liquid-like orb in his hands even as the Nomu charged him. Neptuni Iram. The Nomu was not a being created for cognitive prowess or higher thinking, however, that did not stop its eyes from nonetheless widening moments before the massive tidal wave descended down onto it, crashing into the monstrosity with all the force of smashing into a concrete wall. From where she was watching, Kyoka only had a moment to celebrate before the surge of water crashed into her and the others too. She let out a cry of shock as the water dragged her back, sending her and the others into a thicket of nearby Japanese barberry shrubs. I'm so sorry, Midoriya cried, running up to them. I completely overdid it. He stopped, seeing his classmates caught in the tangle of bushes. Are you guys okay? From where they'd been thrown into the thorny bushes, a very drenched Kyoka and Tokoyami glared at him. Tsuburasa just shivered from the cold. Tenebris desiderius. Mustard froze in the middle of his attack, letting out a gasp as his mind became overcome by a massive flood of dark thoughts and impulses. What dash? The masked villain barely managed to get out, before falling to his knees, then down to the ground as the thoughts overwhelmed him. I told you not to hurt my classmates. Shinso Hitoshi growled from behind the downed villain as violet power sparked around him. The villain didn't respond. He just lay unconscious, slumped awkwardly on the ground as his purple gas dissipated. He looked up at Tetsu and Shiozaki as they both removed their gas masks. You okay? Holy shit, Tetsu said softly, his voice full of awe. He looked up at Shinso. What did you do? ID insinuation, the purple-haired teen explained. It flooded his brain with all of dark thoughts and desires. He glanced back. He'll live but not without a terrible headache. Whoa, Tetsu breathed in amazement. You beat him with his own villainous thoughts? Manly. Shinso grinned lazily at the compliment. Thank you. Both the metal student and the wizard in training did a double take and looked at the green-haired girl nearby. What? For saving us. Shiozaki clarified. Despite my distaste for your magic and necromantic leanings, you still saved our lives and went out of your way to not kill the villain. The three of them glanced at the unconscious Mustard. Despite your uncouth attitude, you still want to be a hero, so while I do not feel entirely comfortable with your power yet, I am willing to give you a chance. Shinso nodded, taken aback. Thank you. He got out, surprise all over his face and voice. After her earlier hostility towards him for magic, he had not been expecting that. I appreciate it. He tried to smile at her, aware for the first time how harsh his smile looked to others. Shiozaki smiled back at him. The next moment, the mood faded, and she grew serious again. We should seek our friends and teachers, she said, looking off towards the camp. The other two nodded in agreement and together, they set off, keeping their eyes out for any more villains in their path. As they walked, Shinso was aware of a strange warmth in his chest that had started when Tetsu had complimented him. Was this what having friends was like? So, he liked it. Shudo Todoroki grit his teeth, straining against the metal binding him to the chair as he glared at the League of Villains with all the venom he could muster. The fight had gone badly enough. First Dabi had attacked him, commenting that he was an anomalous entity who needed to die. He'd barely driven him off with his new flames only for the villains to regroup, the one called Mr. Compress managing to get the drop on him while he was distracted, and the black mist villain they'd called Kurogyri had surrounded him, bringing him to their lair. At the very least, the League hadn't managed to capture Midoriya. That sent a small pulse of relief through Shuto, knowing that the League as at the moment unaware of the existence of magic. Now he was secured to a steel chair with electronic bindings in their bar, glaring at the League with murderous intent in his draconic eyes. Biestis even had the gall to secure his tail to a chair leg. It hurt. His gaze flickered across the bar. Muscular was unconscious in the corner, looking like he'd been on the wrong side of a meteor shower. The blonde. Mustard was twitching under his mask, occasionally mumbling to himself about something. Dabi was holding the reincarnate spell that Midoriya had dropped, looking at Shudo like he was a particularly difficult part of a conspiracy to unravel. And the hand-obsessed weirdo. So, Shudo Todoroki, the weirdo with the hand on his face, said, "Are you sure you won't join us? You dash. I'd sooner be rendered quirkless and thrown in a meat processing factory." Shudo snapped, cutting him off. "My answer is and always will be no. I will never join you willingly." As he made this declaration, his heterochromatic green and bronze eyes both pulsed a brilliant, electric green, something stirring deep within. "That can be arranged." Shudo jumped, trying to turn to where the cold voice was coming from and being stopped by the electronic bonds. His wrists and tail burned from the effort of trying to force his way out. The doctor's quite well versed at making nomu, and your genetics would be very fascinating to dissect, given your spontaneous quirk mutation at the sports festival. The voice seemed amused, and felt as if it was weighing down on the draconic student. "And who are you?" Shudo asked, a shiver of fear spiking down his back at the implications of what this person had just said. "You may refer to me as All for One," the man said, walking into the open. Despite his face being hidden by the mask helmet, the draconic student got the distinct feeling he was smiling. "You possess great potential, Shudo Todoroki. You would be a fantastic addition to the League." "I said no," Shudo growled, suppressing a shiver at the almost palpable aura of menace All for One gave off. Despite his attempts at hiding his fear, however, his tail was a giveaway, the tip twitching in primal terror like a lizard's would when it realizing it was about to be eaten. Shudo quietly prayed to himself that if All for One didn't have magic, then... "Oh, Todoroki," All for One said, his voice sounding as if he was grinning under his mask, "whatever made you think you had a choice?" And with that he placed his hand on Shudo's head, right where the bronze and blue met. Shudo cried out in pain as agony tore through him. He screeched as his cells burned, red and black energy crackling from where All for One had placed his hand. It felt like he was coming apart, his body fighting back vainly as the lightning tore through him. He was coming apart, unraveling. No, he was not going to die here. If he died now, they'd use his DNA, his body, to make stronger and more resilient Nomu, maybe even turn him into a Nomuan, then would use them against his friends. Shudo was not going to let this man steal his quirk and turn him against his friends. With that, something surged within his chest, his eyes flashing with latent power. A raging storm, dormant since his transformation at the sports festival, awoke within him, power flooding the Dragonborn's body. And with a swell of power, lightning exploded from his mouth, striking the masked man dead on and throwing him backward as the other villains were caught up in the blast. The others screeched at the electricity arced from All for One and toward them. The blonde knife-carrying girl shrieked and dived for cover, followed by the lizard guy and the guy in the mask. Shigaraki tried to dodge, the lightning arcing across his hand collection and incinerating them. Kurogyri avoided most of it, but let out a cry as a few wayward sparks found his neck brace and shocked him into unconsciousness. Dabi, however, took the brunt of the arcing current, screaming in pain as the electricity surged across his staples. Finally, the current surging from his mouth shut off and all the power in the bar went along with it. After a few seconds of darkness, Shudo's electronic bindings popped open. "What?" he breathed, his eyes blown wide in surprise. But he didn't have a moment to dwell on what the hell had just happened. He had to get out now. He pulled himself free and quickly made his way to the door of the bar, closing his right eye to take advantage of his left eye's better night vision. He reached the door just as one of the villains was starting to stir, and pushed it open to his freedom. The instant he stepped into the dark, unlit city block, Shudo broke into a run. He didn't care where he was going, just that he got away from the villains. "Young Shudo, is that you?" Never had Shudo Todoroki been happier to hear All Might. He stopped dead and looked up at All Might, creating a small puff of rose-pink flame to ensue the hero could see him. "Good. I don't know how you escaped, but we're here to stop the villains." A faint rumbling in the background as the bar exploded outward, a mass of writhing flesh and energy clawing its way out. "Run!" Shud did exactly as he was told, booking it into the darkness. Why was it so dark? The streetlights were supposed to be lit, and running without depth perception for over a minute was beginning to give him a headache. He lifted his left hand, and with a crackle, a fist-sized orb of fire sprang to life, illuminating the area around him in a pink-tinted glow as he ran. Off in the distance, he faintly heard another explosion. The area lit up with a faint greenish glow as what looked like a bright sickly green fire exploded into existence, before almost immediately fading. Shudo tensed, straightening up and activating his ice along with intensifying his fire should the villains catch up to him. There was another flash of greenish fire, followed by a burst of radiant gold. "Shudo!" His head whipped up. "Midoriya?" he asked. "What's going on? Why are you in my head?" Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a familiar swirl of energy. Midoriya, Kirishima, and Ida were all rocketing towards him, a few of the infuriated and electrified villains in pursuit. All three of his classmates were surrounded by the distinctive emerald of Izuku's magic, while a radiant shield about 2.5 feet tall hovered in front of them, one of Ida's spells, Shudo assumed. "Here's our escape plan. My haste, Kirishima's hardening, Ida's recipro and shield of faith, and your ice ramp. Grab on when we pass." "Got it." He didn't know how or when the wizard had gotten here, or how he'd avoided the villains, but he was relieved that he was okay. Immediately, he dropped to his knees, lifting his arm and creating a massive upward slope of silver-white ice. He stepped back, slightly out of their path so that he didn't get turned into paste. As they started to reach Shudo, Izuku stretched out a hand, which Shudo reached out and took. Barely a second later, he let out a short noise of surprise at the force of the pull as they cleared the ramp, sailing into the sky. One of the villains flew towards them as if propelled, but they didn't make it in time. "The alibi," Midoriya declared, creating a glowing ring of emerald magic around them, which rose up to encompass them and let the villain flying right past the place they'd been. The next instant, the heroes in training were all landing roughly in a dark side alley, just outside of the Kamino district. Shudo grunted as the group impacted the ground and instinctively let go. His back and tail exploded into pain as he flew several feet away from them and crashed into the wall of a nearby building. He remained sprawled against the wall for an unknown amount of time. Finally, his head swimming, he barely managed to straighten himself up to see what had happened to his friends. The others were similarly disarrayed. Kirishima had rolled into a tipped-over dumpster still filled with garbage. Ida was pressed up against the wall, his flickering magical shield, which had clearly taken the brunt of the impact, having made a 3-inch deep indentation in the side of the building. Midoriya was next to Kirishima, laying face down in a pile of what looked like old KFC burgers and fries. A deep gash ran up the wizard's leg. "Next time we're forced to run from villains, Izuku," Ida grunted from his place on the wall, "forgo the ice ramp. Just cast Dimension Door on us and have us leave right away." Murmurs of agreement sounded from the other members of the group. "While it was an excellent way to test my new magic, The effort to escape was bad. I breathed lightning on a villain, Shudo muttered, shaking his head and wincing at the pain. I can do that now. Would have been nice to know sooner. Really? Izuku muttered from where he was in the KFC food pile. Thsha's so cool. He pulled himself up, wincing as he did so. I didn't know you could do that either. Do you think you could up your conductivity via using your ice to create superconductors? Or dash? He fell back down onto the heap of old patties, too exhausted to keep talking. They all remained where they were for a little longer, before Ida made a noise of displeasure. We need to get up. We can't stay here in this disgusting alleyway. He extricated his arm and placed it on his side, a gold glow surrounding him as his scrapes and cuts began to close. With another grunt, he extricated himself from the wall, looking no worse for wear, making a face as he wiped off the thrown-away pieces of chicken and wrappers. We need to find out what happened to All Might and the other heroes, and leave the area in case the villains find us. He lifted up his still glowing hands. I may have used most of my spells in the fight against Muscular, but I still have some healing left. Who is the most hurt? I think some of the bones in my tail are broken, Shudo said quietly. Ida nodded and walked over to Shudo, dropping to his knees and placing his glowing hands on the Dragonborn. Instantly, Shudo felt the bones reknit themselves under the frigid cold touch. It didn't get rid of all the pain, as his tail still throbbed, but it certainly helped. Ida walked over to Izuku next, placing his glowing hand on the back of the wizard's back and causing him to gasp in shock. Instantly, the deep gash on his right leg began to heal, shrinking to a far smaller size and leaving behind a small scrape. Kirishima, how are you? Ida asked, bending down to grab the redhead and roll him over. Are you injured and in need of healing? Kirishima groaned loudly. No, I'm fine. Everything hurts like hell, but I used my quirk. I'm fine. He reached his hand out to Ida. Help me up. Ida nodded and grabbed the redhead's hand, pulling him up to his feet. Thanks, he said, wincing. The streetlights finally flickered on, illuminating the alley where they'd landed. With an effort, Shudo pulled himself up from the wall, wincing. Hey Midoriya, he called over to the young wizard. Need help up? Without waiting for a reply, he grabbed him and hauled him to his feet. Slowly, the four of them walked out of the alley under flickering streetlights. What next? Shudo asked, looking around warily for any of the villains. We find out what happened to All Might and the other heroes, Midoriya said, his expression hardening. I saw this road when we were in the sky. It's pretty much a straight shot to town square. If we get there, we'll probably find more people and we can find out whether or not All Might defeated this guy. I think Ochako said his name was All for One, and find a way to get home as well. Perhaps, in other worlds, the fight between All Might and All for One would have taken a familiar path. Perhaps All for One would have still come close to defeating All Might, and would have taunted him about the fate of Tenko Shimura. Perhaps All Might would have had a heroic second wind, and All for One would have been dragged off to Tartarus. Indeed, the hideout raid began similarly for the heroes, but it was not quite the same. With Todoroki's early escape and the other students teleported out of the danger zone, All Might and the other heroes didn't need to hold back and protect them, allowing them to strike without worry of injuring the kids. But more than that, there was a far greater divergence that none of the villains could ever have seen coming. The electrical blast Shudo Todoroki had unleashed upon the villains had been charged with the latent magical energy of the dragons from which he now shared his DNA. And for All for One's electricity-resistant quirks, there were no quirks that could protect someone from the effects of magic. So while All for One still brought All Might down to the faintest glimmers of power and revealed the truth about Tamura, he was left weakened by the magical electricity surge. And when All Might lashed out at the century-old supervillain with his final United States of Smash, he was unable to use any of his hundreds of quirks as effectively as he would have to survive the blow. He could not be brought back to Tartarus, for there wasn't enough left of him after the final smash. Waves rippled far overhead, distorting the light being cast down. Tomoko Shiratoko's eyes traced the rippling beams of light as she floated in the ocean, her green hair billowing out around her. She didn't know how she had arrived here. She had fallen asleep in the hospital and awoken here, suspended in the depths of the ocean. Since she could breathe just fine, as if she was on land, she was probably dreaming, but she'd never had a dream this vivid before. One who is lost. The former heroine jolted and turned around wildly, a spout of bubbles spewing from her nose and mouth. One whose uniqueness was stolen. Enormous golden eyes opened, piercing through the depths to lock onto her. The voice came from all around her, simultaneously cacophonous and muffled. Little lost feline, no longer able to protect those who matter. Shiratoko recoiled from the golden eyes, from the cold tone as the presence all around her seemed to weigh down, the water pressure increasing. "For you," she thought. "What's going on here? That is not dead which can eternal lie," the entity intoned. "I am that which is known as the Leviathan. The pain you suffer from losing your unique power called to the fathoms below, and I have responded." The now quirkless pro-hero blinked, feeling lost. "What do you want?" she asked, feeling the water's temperature drop by several degrees. She wanted to take up now. This dream had taken an ominous turn. A pact. The shadow of the Bias's gargantuan serpentine form became clearer, allowing Ragdoll to truly comprehend the sheer size of the being she was speaking to. An agreement to be struck between us. In return, a fathomless spark of the depths will be granted to you, power that can fill the void within you, a power that cannot be stolen. A body the length of the Tokyo Tower stretched around her in massive snake-like coils. What do you get out of this? Knowledge. Freedom from the unending repetition. Understanding of the world above the waves. It tilted its head, eyes the size of a car boring into her with an eldritch intensity. Tomoko Shiratoko, also known as the pro-heroine Ragdoll, do you accept my pact of power? If it'd help her wake up. Yes, she replied. Yes, I do. Leviathan's eyes glowed brightly in the depths, illuminating its green and blue skin. An orb of sea-green light, roughly the size of a golf ball, coalesced in front of the beast's massive head and drifted towards the pro-heroine. It reached her chest and slowly sank into her body, eliciting a gasp as the void where her quirk had been was flooded with something else. The pact has been struck. The Leviathan sounded pleased, its cold golden eyes only increasing in luminosity as a wave of bubbles rose from the depths, creating a barrier between the ancient beast and Tomoko even as they threatened to sweep the human away. Awaken, my warlock. Tomoko's eyes flew open as she came back to consciousness. Gasping for breath, she pulled herself into a sitting position. That dream. It was so strange. It involved something about the ocean. And a quirk? She didn't really remember it very clearly, just that it had been a strangely ominous dream, and that someone had spoken to her offering her something. Tomoko wished she remembered the details. Her teammates would probably like to hear about it. It was then that the sweaty, vaguely metallic scent hit her nose, and she started gagging. Despite the fact that Mustafu General Hospital wasn't located on the coast, the entire room somehow reeked of brine. So, who wants to show off their room first? Izuku smiled a bit sheepishly and opened the door to his room. The gathered audience did a bit of a double-take. Izuku's room was, well, the best way to describe it was All Might-themed wizard tower. The overall structure of the room was furnished like how one would expect a fantasy wizard to furnish their room. A four-posted bed, an array of runic patterns along the walls and spell books and components covering the desk. The entire room looked far larger than the others, the telltale signs of magic wrapping around and permeating the walls, expanding it beyond the small space. There was also a lot of All Might. An All Might tablecloth sat underneath an All Might-themed bag filled with spell components. A few wizard staves sat in an All Might umbrella holder, an All Might-themed ribbon wrapped around them. Notes on magic and the arcane were written in an All Might notebook, an All Might pen sitting next to it. All Might posters were hung up between the runic arrays. There was not a square inch of that room that wasn't decked out in merch of the #1 hero. Immediately, Toru burst out laughing. It looks like an All Might convention was hosted in a wizard tower, she cried, looking at the All Might memorabilia filling the magically expanded room. Behind her, Kaminari and Mineta had also doubled over laughing. Izuku, Momo started, looking concerned. I think you might have a problem. Izuku let out an awkward whimper of embarrassment. I don't have a problem, he got out, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Just a fan." From where it was floating behind him, the grimoire made a rustling noise that sounded suspiciously like a laugh, before flittering over to the curtain and pulling it back to reveal a magically expanded part of the dorm filled with even more all-might merchandise. "Not you too!" the wizard cried, distraught at the fact that his own spellbook had betrayed him. The grimoire merely laughed again. Ochako laughed awkwardly, her face flushing. Ever since becoming all-might student and receiving one for all, it felt awkward seeing her mentor's face plastered everywhere. "It's certainly different," she observed, "and I like that it looks like a wizard's tower." The wizard brightened, his eyes shining. "Thanks. It took a lot of time to move everything in, and even more time to get the spell working." Perhaps unsurprisingly, Ida's room was quite sparse and utilitarian. The standout was the mostly empty weapon rack along the wall, a quarterstaff and a sheathed broadsword mounted on it. "It is for testing my divine smites," he explained, eliciting a wave of nods and uhs from the others. "It's easier and less taxing on my body if I channel my magic into a weapons or something I'm holding." He grabbed the broadsword from the rack, still secured in its sheath, and held it aloft. As paladins and holy warriors in fantasy often carry swords, it only felt right for me to embrace that. His smile widened and his eyes shimmered gold, the sword flaring up with radiant energy. "I keep it in its scabbard unless I have express permission from the teachers," he explained, lowering it and placing it back in the rack. "It would be irresponsible if I took it out all the time. So, shall we move on?" Shouts was about what they were expecting, a traditional Japanese bedroom. The most notable divergences from the otherwise traditional aesthetic were the UV light hanging from the corner, a large person-sized rock sitting underneath it, and a corkboard secured firmly to the wall, strings and papers covering almost every square inch of it, one string even reaching off the board and to another corkboard next to it. A few books on reptile care rested on the desk, one of them open to a page talking about scale maintenance and shedding. The draconic student glanced at the rock. "It's nice," he explained. "If I don't lay under the UV light for a few hours, I get lethargic and it becomes hard to focus." He scratched at a bronze scale, which visibly shifted. Momo looked oddly at him, glancing at the open book for a moment before squinting at him. "Todoroki, I'm sorry if this is an invasive question, but are you shedding your skin?" Shudo winced, scratching at another part of his skin more fervently as it started to flake slightly. "Yeah. It's really uncomfortable. Can we move on?" After seeing Izuku's room, Ochako no longer felt awkwardness or embarrassment about showing hers off. It was sparse, yes, but it was homey, with astronomy posters on the wall and a book on black holes laying on her bed. "If you need more space," Izuku offered upon seeing Yaoyorozu's room, "I can magically expand your room so that you have more space." He recoiled as a bunch of his classmates crowded him, excitedly clamoring at the idea. "One at a time, please." "Mine is next," Mina chirped, revealing her room to us. Exactly what one would expect from Mina, very colorful, dominated by an electric pink and black. All of the cushions and sheets had vivid stripes, the rest of the furniture with bold, vivid pink and black stripes covering all the lines. "Well, all but one thing." "What's that?" Ochako asked, pointing at the shrine in the corner of the room. Made of a dark reddish wood and shiny black metal, with strange words in an unknown script etched along its surface, the shrine sat at the corner of the room next to her bed. On top of it was a statue that looked like it was made from onyx, depicting a strange worm-like creature rising from a strange dark ring. Something about the black and white bust sent shivers down her spine. Mina blinked. "Oh, that's just my shrine to the worm in waiting." She waved a hand dismissively. "It's an old family heirloom I got from my parents. I couldn't leave it at home." Something about the worm's statue seemed to bore into Ochako's very soul. Her fingertips tingled with her quirk, something deep within her soul feeling a sense of almost familiarity with the strange being depicted by the statue. "It's pretty neat," Izuku chirped. Aoyama snapped a photograph on his phone. Shudo also snapped a photo, frowning as he likely contemplated where it would go on his conspiracy board. "The carving looks really good and the onyx is a great choice." The pink student smiled. Thanks. She chirped. What do you think about the rest of my room? It's very you. Toru replied, bouncing up and down. And your couch looks so comfy. The color scheme suits you, Miss Mina, Ida confirmed, readjusting his glasses. And despite the aesthetics seeming to clash, I would argue the shrine works with it. Thanks, guys. Mina's yellow eye shone brightly, her eyes sparkling. Ooh, can we Toru's room next? I want to see what she's come up with. Mei Hatsum was not an idiot. Sure, she knew she had self-control issues, and she probably had undiagnosed ADHD, but she wasn't an idiot. She'd heard Class 1A and 1B talking about the existence of magic when they thought she wasn't listening, and while it had taken her some time to verify, she had confirmed that it was real. And that meant so many new opportunities for new inventions. More than that, she knew Izuku was avoiding her. She wanted to be let in on the secret, and see if magic could help her improve her babies, but Izuku had been cagey when she'd wanted to approach. It was almost as if he didn't want her to know what he could do. It kind of hurt, to be honest. But no matter, if you want something done, then you have to do it yourself. And so, she took the initiative. Her quirk was to zoom in on things, and so that's what she did. For 2 weeks, she'd zoom in on the arcane glyph work and formulae in Izuku's spellbook and copy them down, and then puzzle over them later. It took her almost a week to crack the code and recognize the patterns. Once she'd done that, she copied all of her research onto a sheet of notebook paper she was going to use as a spell scroll. Ah, Mei, you ready to test your device? Power Loader asked, beckoning to the special robot suit she'd been working on before she'd decided to undertake her magic project. Her newest prototype of adorable baby refused to work without a power source, and nothing she did worked to power it. Not one to be deterred, she'd prepped her makeshift spell scroll specifically for this purpose. I'm ready, Mei cried as everyone backed away in terror. Let me just put this there, ready. She placed her piece of paper covered in her work into the empty power port on the suit and focused on activating it. Fulgur. Under normal circumstances, the spell would have never been cast. Her makeshift spell scroll was a Frankensteinian combination of lightning lure, witch bolt, and lightning bolt, scribbled onto a sheet of torn-out notebook paper, and used the incantation for lightning bolt. It could never have been cast by a wizard. But Mei Hatsum was not a wizard. She was stubborn, driven, and intelligent inventor whose intelligence was only matched by her love of explosions dash, and she was going to get this machine to work, no matter how many rules of magic she had to trot over. And so, with a move of willpower and a thrum of the runes activating, the magic activated. That was the first sign that something had gone wrong. The second was the lightning exploding from the scroll in all directions as the robot went haywire. There was a bright flash and lightning exploded from the scroll in all directions. Students screamed as the lightning arched towards them, trying to duck as the bolts incinerated and shredded the desks. Power Loader cried out a warning. Mei turned, but it was too late. The largest bolt struck her dead on. And instantly, her world expanded. Metal were her nerves. Lightning was her blood. She could see it, feel it all. The flickering light in the old support classroom, the security cameras, the clicking and tapping of everyone's phones, her robot suit. Horrified screaming was heard distantly through recording devices and security cameras. Information and texts rushed by her eyes about a crisis in the support classroom. Emergency calls were felt and heard as people spoke into her. Her bones were steel. Her muscles were motors and hydraulics. Everything was hers and everything was her. She could see all the holes in UA's defense, feel the wiretap in one of the dorm rooms. Classified information locked away on Nedzu's computer passed through her vision, ones and zeros of data filling her mind. She felt tears, junk data, trickling down her face, escaping through her firewalls, as she beheld this majesty that was her current existence. For one single, glorious moment, Mei Hatsum was UA's entire electrical grid, a goddess of electricity and wires and metal and data. It was in that moment that she learned her purpose, ascension. She would bring forth the ascension of UA, cause the students to ascend and rise beyond the threats of the villains. The next moment, every single breaker in the building blew all at once, shorting out power and triggering security systems throughout the building. And with them, Mei Hatsum passed into unconsciousness. The first thing Mei knew upon coming to was information. It buzzed through her brain, offering ideas on improving inventions and helpfully telling her that the faint noises in the background were Recovery Girl talking to someone. The second was soreness. The info wasn't wrong, she was sore. Everything throbbed with a bone-deep soreness that made it difficult to move. The third thing was a sudden burst of cold that felt like someone had unceremoniously stuck a bag of ice cubes on her stomach. In an instant, she jolted awake, and was met with the sight of a frazzled Recovery Girl and a very angry Tenya Ida, who was holding his glowing hands to her stomach. Why did his healing magic feel so cold? Never do that again, Ida growled. I had to use all but one of my few spells to protect my classmates from the robotic suit you unleashed. It almost killed us. At that, his eyes glowed a dark gold, a frigid, almost palpable aura of menace surrounding him. Mei let out a whimper of terror, then winced at the flash of pain in her chest under the cold numbness radiating up from her stomach. What happened to it? She asked, finding it strange to be speaking with her mouth instead of with circuits and electricity. The electric lights overhead flickered, and she winced each time. I didn't destroy it, he grit out. Nor did Izuku or Todoroki. Your attempt at casting spells made it almost impossible to damage both normally and with magic. Mei blinked. She had not been expecting that. Oh. The lights finally stopped flickering and resumed their flow, causing a small pulse of relief to flow through her. Then how? How did you stop it? Uraraka was the one who destroyed it. She tore it apart with her gravity bubbles and sent the fragments into orbit. He shuddered for a moment. Despite a literal wizard being in our class, she is the most terrifying student in UA. Mei nodded. She could respect that, sweet as she was, Uraraka was also scary. Her gravity bubbles, and the fact that she could both reduce and increase gravity within them, was terrifying, and after the fight with All for One, the gravitational student has possessed a sudden drive she hadn't before. Is everyone okay? She managed to get out, wishing she still had access to the loudspeakers so that she could speak properly. Fortunately, nobody except for you was seriously hurt. Ida's gaze hardened again, the cold glow returning. But if you ever try something like that again, Nedzu will expel you. She nodded in understanding, sighing in relief. As much as she loved explosions, she wouldn't have been able to handle it if anyone had been seriously hurt. Mei figured it would be a bad time to mention the magic still tingling through her fingers. Later that day, after she'd been cleared by Recovery Girl and yelled at by Power Loader for doing something so reckless and life-threatening, and the principal himself coming by to cheerfully reiterate that he'd expel her if she ever tried to do that again without express supervision, she got back to her dorm at 11 p.m. Had she really been out for so long? They'd managed to fix some of the breakers and had a few backup generators, so the dorms still had power. Now, she sat in front of her desk, lightning crackling at her fingers as she considered what to do. So many new ideas, so many new possibilities open to her. Magic had revealed its secrets to her through her connection to UA's power grid, and she was going to be sure to put the information to good use. As she reached out to her lamp, feeling the thrum of electrical power underneath her touch as if it was a part of her, ideas crossed her mind. Machines and gear charged with magic, protective costumes with mage armor woven into them. Explosives shooting out bursts of arcane fury. Sleep bombs that releases sleep spells. Scanners that picked up magic along with normal body functions. So many possibilities shooting through her brain, ideas that she now knew how to create. And under all that, was the plans to ensue UA's ascension. But two ideas in particular stood out to her too that could be accomplished relatively easily. One was a cannon of arcane power, capable of switching between flamethrower, concussive blast, and defensive modes. The other was a spell. It was relatively simple, compared to her normal inventions, a cantrip that could turn electronic devices on or off. It wasn't very flashy, true, but it was a cantrip designed to work on technology, not in the absence of it. She got to work, sketching out the designs for the cannon until the clock flipped over to 3 a.m. and exhaustion hit her like a wave. She yawned, realizing how late it was and how sore she still felt. Blearily, May looked at her lit lamp, then she snapped her fingers. With a crackle of magic, her lamp responded to her and clicked off. She grinned at the fact her cantrip had worked, and gleefully went off to bed, her mind buzzing with thoughts of new inventions and ascension. Shinso sat down heavily, glancing up at the blackboard with the words, "Provisional License Exam Preparation," written on it. It was still strange to be in the hero track. Shinso kept expecting to wake up back in general education, or to find out that getting into UA at all had been a dream. But it wasn't a dream. After all the struggles and hardships, he was finally here. Yes, he knew he'd been fast-tracked to the hero course because Midoriya was teaching him magic, but that didn't matter. The fact that he was here at all was still a dream come true, albeit one that was just starting to sink in. "So, Shinso," Itsuka started after he sat down, "what's the hero name you decided on?" "Grimm," Shinso replied. "After the brothers Grimm. Both because I'm a wizard, and because I like dark fairy tales." "Nice," Reiko said from behind him. "I like the one with Cinderella's stepsisters getting their eyes pecked out." "Everyone," Vlad King declared, getting everyone's attention. "I'm glad you're all happy to be here, but the provisional hero license exam is in 3 days. We have a long day ahead of us." The lights started flickering. "Dim it again?" he grumbled, standing up. "I swear, if that support student blew the power out again." "Hey Hitoshi," Shota asked once Vlad had left to check the breakers. "I kept meaning to ask in the training camp, but I never got around to it. Why does Izuku have a chompy spell book, and you don't?" "Because he's a scribe wizard," Shinso said, already getting tired of social interaction. "He's a different type of wizard than I am. Scribe wizards like him get living spell books, while others don't." "Oh, there are different types?" Minoma asked. "What are you then?" There was a good 10 to 30 seconds of silence. "Necromancer," Shinso said, finally breaking the silence as he remembered he hadn't told the rest of his class what school of magic he'd chosen. "I'm a necromancer." The silence that had been dispelled suddenly fell again. Shinso internally winced, bracing himself for the same negative reaction he initially got from Ibra back at the summer camp. "That's so cool!" Komori cried suddenly, breaking the silence as she hopped up and down happily. "Can you make mushrooms grow? They're a vital part to anything relating to death and decay." "It is pretty cool," Tsunatori, smiling. "You can probably do a lot of cool things with it. You could talk to murdered and find out how they died. And you can probably make a skeleton army to help with rescue work, too." Shinso blinked. "You're okay with this?" "Yeah," Tsunatori replied. "It has a lot of practical purposes with investigation and research." "You want to use villainous power for heroics," Reiko said, a hint of a smile crossing her face. "That's cool. And I am willing to give you a chance after you saved our lives," Ibra said from behind them, causing most of 1B to jolt in surprise and look at the Christian girl in shock. Tokage huffed and grinned. "Also, we're classmates with Reiko. We're used to creepy stuff. Besides, necromancy isn't even that weird, given everything that's happened recently." She held up the magazine declaring the pro-hero ragdoll returning to heroism. "Case in point." Shinso blinked. She'd gone back to being a hero? "Huh," he said, blinking. "I didn't know about this." "Hadn't she lost her quirk?" "Neither did any of us," Bondo said from behind them. It caught everyone off guard. "I can see why," Shinso said. "I thought she lost her quirk." "Yeah, so did everyone else. But apparently it evolved to have a bigger range." Anything he was about to say was cut off by Vlad King re-entering the room. "Good news," he declared, sounded exhausted. "It was just a faulty wire. That support kid didn't blow the system again. Now get on your costumes and meet me on the field." That night, Shinso sat on the dorm bed as he read through the curriculum, idly practicing some spells as he worked on his homework. He had a lot to catch up on even with all the training he'd done in the few weeks since joining the hero course. The provisional hero license exam being in a few days didn't help things. But he was willing to take up all the work and be ready for the exam in a few days. He was finally on the road to his dream. He was going to be a hero, and nobody could stop him. The day over UA dawned bright and early. Sunlight streamed over the dorms for the various students, most of whom were either getting ready or had left for their first class. One of these students was Kozai Tsuburaba, the newest member of Class 1A. He prepared his bag as he read through his schedule, still not used to the transfer, and left his room. "Bonjour, Tsuburaba." Aoyama greeted from the commons area. "How are you doing?" "Pretty well so far," Kozai replied. "Although I'm still getting used to being in Class 1A. He glanced around the dorms. "Outside of a few people from the summer camp, I don't really know anyone yet." The fact that actual magic existed was surprisingly easy for him to get used to, even if he got the feeling that the rest of Class 1A hadn't fully adjusted yet. Aoyama's eyes widened. "I think I can help," he said, snatching a sheet of paper from one of the cabinets. Midoriya wrote a who's who of Class 1A some time ago in case someone got transferred. He pulled out a small stack of paper stapled together and handed it to him. "We've been adding on to it ever since." Kozai took the list and skimmed the first page of the notes. Ochako Uraraka Event Horizon. Gravity-based quirk. Creates bubbles that either decrease or increase gravity within them. Super mode, accretion disk, boosts her quirk and pulls things around her as well. Really like space. Friendly and excitable and very loyal to her friends. Apparently being mentored by All Might. Momo Yayurozu Kriati. Creation quirk. Very rich and pretty calm. Intelligent, but tends to get stuck in her head and struggles with taking action. Best person in 1A to go to for study sessions and tutoring. Mina Ishido Cosmic Moth. Acid-based mutation quirk. Likes to dance. Has a shrine to something called the Worm-in-Waiting in her room. The statue on her shrine taunts me. Its eyeless face peers into my soul. What does what was, will be, even mean? It haunts my nightmares. Terrifyingly good at mimicking insect noises. She's used it to spook Koda when they're on opposite sides during class training. Not very book smart. Has bizarre taste in music. It's good music but still bizarre. Tenya Ida Ingenium. Engine quirk, enhanced with magic. Very rigid and by the book, however, he's terrifying when he gets mad. Designated healer of Class 1A. His magic feels cold and unpleasant, but it's very effective. Magic is mostly based around enhancing physical strikes, healing, and pinning down his opponents. Do not get pinned down. You lose. Badly. Thanks, Kozai said, grinning as he flipped through the rest of the pages. This is what I was looking for. He glanced at the French student. Is the statue on Ishido's shrine really that weird? Wordlessly, Aoyama tapped his phone and turned it around, showing him an image of the statue in question. Okay, yeah, that's pretty creepy, he conceded. J'lavais dis, Aoyama replied, visibly shuddering. I must admit that I don't know what the worm even is, and I am honestly too afraid to ask Mina what it is. His expression brightened. Still, I am perfectly fine with that statue being so creepy as long as All for One is dead. Isn't that the villain All Might killed in Kamino? Oui, Aoyama replied. From what All Might has said about him, he sounds absolutely terrifying, and I think that if he was still alive, I'd be more afraid of him trying to hurt my friends than I would of Mina's ominous statue. Kozai nodded. Honestly, I completely understand. He glanced up at the clock, only for his eyes to widen. Sheet, we're going to be late to class if we don't get going. He shoved the list into his bag, and the duo ran off to class, hoping they got to class in time. Sometimes, Kendo Rappa hated his job. Barely a few days ago, a massive earthquake had split the ground in the middle of Shai Hasaikai territory, revealing a strange structure that looked like a nautilus. The heroes who investigated it had ended up getting covered in what looked like bodily fluids before immediately calling a quarantine zone around it and cordoning it off from the general public. Not one to be turned away from his own territory, Overhaul had sent several of his people to investigate. And now both Chronostasis and Shinnemoto were missing. So Kendo and Hekiji had been sent to investigate their disappearance. But, sir, one of the grunts said, catching his attention. Kendo turned to say something, only for the words to die. On the far wall, beyond a tank of milky fluid, Chronostasis was sprawled, unconscious and with a bloody head, next to a mangled and very headless corpse. Chronostasis's hand was covered on blood, and behind him and the corpse, drawn out in blood, was a strange, ominous sigil. Instantly, everyone was on guard. What the I thought that the heroes cleared this place out. One of them cried. As if on cue, the should of sirens began to echo in the distance. Sheet, the cops are here. Everyone hurry out. Boss is gonna kill us if we don't grab Chronostasis. Leave high no, grab him and get him out. Hesitantly, Kendo walked forward and grabbed both bodies. Chronostasis was still breathing, at least even if there was an odd lump behind his eyes. He had to get away from the police. Had to escape, to get to safety. And now, 3 days later, Kendo had to field some punks trying to get in on their turf, each of whom were aggravating to deal with. Hikiji had chosen to stay behind, stating that it was a one-person job and that he should be able to deal with them while he meditated. BS Studi, foisting all the work on him. Wanting to get rid of you so that he can be the only one. Chronostasis was out of the hospital, at least. Beyond the skin on his palm being stripped off and a concussion, he was alive, nothing fatal. So they could get back to work. He winced at a spike of pain in his head. God, this headache was killing him. He needed to go lay down. Yes, go to sleep. Sleep will abate the headaches. Kai Chisaki was upset. Chronostasis, his most loyal enforcer, had been acting erratically ever since returning from that strange Nautilus. While he still carried out his orders, there was an odd contempt about him, as if he found Shai Hasaikai to be beneath him. He also looked wrong, like an image projected over something that didn't fit it. And more than that, the headaches spreading across the Yakuza had started immediately after he'd returned. He didn't know what, but something had happened to Chronostasis while he'd been in the shell-shaped structure, and the Yakuza leader was adamant about finding out what. If he could only get his hands on him. He winced at the sudden uptick of pain in his head. Speaking of the headaches, they'd only been getting worse in the past few days. Kai shook head to get rid of the pain, sighing as it faded away. What had he been thinking about? Clearly nothing important if he'd forgotten so easily. He needed to check on Eri. Check on her. Check on the girl. Check on the girl, away from here. Chronostasis looked at the phone, keenly aware Overhaul was staring at him. No matter, a simple mental push, and Overhaul's thoughts were scrambled. Chronostasis nodded slightly and refocused his attention on his phone as Overhaul stumbled off to check on Eri. It was pathetic, just how weak-willed everyone in this human organization was. Even Kai Chisaki was easy to mentally invade. All he needed to do was give a simple push and his mental barriers caved in like paper. Admittedly, it did suit his own plans perfectly, but even by human standards, they were weak. There was little nutrition here. And yet, this had all been an accident. When Chronostasis and Nemoto had been investigating the Nautiloid, they had discovered a large antechamber with a tank in the center, filled with dead tadpoles. Or so they'd thought. Unluckily for Chronostasis, one had survived and leaped from the pool, crawling into his eye before he realized what had happened, and Shin Nemoto was too much of an idiot to remove the thing that had burrowed in. So they'd made their way deeper, only for the accelerated seramorphosis to kicking. The entity that had consumed and replaced the Yakuza member lowered the phone and flexed its disguised fingers. Chronostasis's quirk mixed with its own abilities was a terrifying combination in the hands of another. But for it, the only surviving scion of the Nautiloid and likely the sole remaining loyal servant of the Absolute, it would only tie into his greater plans. For a second, Chronostasis's form seemed to flicker, revealing a flash of cruel eyes and long tentacles. Then the illusion remade itself and the false image of Chronostasis smiled cruelly, revealing short teeth and only the barest hint of something wrong. Quietly, he stood up, picking up a thermos filled with some special components he'd created earlier, and began to make his way towards a certain facility he'd plucked from Overhaul's mind. The former boss had such a useful brain, and it would be a shame to keep it trapped in a coma. He might as well put it to use. At last, it was time for the Provisional Hero License exam. Quickly, the students of Class 1A and Class 1B piled onto the bus. The last two to get on the bus were Shudo and Tsuyu, both of whom barely made it before the bus drove off. Shudo's blue and bronze scales were even brighter than usual, the latter being almost reflective as he moved. When asked, he just said, "Minor little issue," before refusing to say any more. The fewer people that noticed what looked like shed blue and bronze reptile skin hastily shoved into the dumpster, the better. "Didn't you hear? Class 1A's the one who fought all of those villains. I doubt it'll have much effect, they'll still get crushed." "Not sure. Did you see what that Izuku kid can do? He's like someone from those Western fantasy books." "I'm more concerned for the dragon kid, myself. To do something? Fire, ice, and lightning is busted. Does it matter? We will crush UA, as we have every year. Begin." Instantly, Ida jumped in front of them. "Everyone, get within 10 feet of me." And so, with a blaze of golden light, he summoned forth an aura of protection to protect his classmates. As the ball rocketed towards him, he swept his arm up, summoning forth a shield of faith that blocked the brunt of the ball. "Well, this is new." Ms. Joke cried, genuine surprise in her voice. "Since when could Mr. Ida do that?" "It's not that strange," Aizawa explained. "Ida recently underwent a quirk evolution that lets him create hard light barriers from arm ports. It just happened so close to the exam that he didn't have time to update his quirk registry." It wasn't the most ideal cover story. Fortunately, everyone seemed to accept it, most people from the other schools grumbling about unfairness. "Uraraka. Now," Ida declared. Uraraka nodded, summoning a Cretan disc around herself and creating gravity bubbles in her hands. As the first several balls started flying towards her, she darted forward in front of the group and threw a gravity bubble to the ground like someone would throw down a smoke bomb, creating a zero-gravity zone in front of her classmates that caught the ball in midair. Smiling, she tapped her fingers together and called them into a loose orbit around herself. "What the dash?" someone cried. "Gravitational slingshot special," Uraraka cried, twisting the gravity to send the ball into tighter orbits and immediately slingshotting the ball right back at the people who threw them. 8 students down, as Uraraka was the first to pass. "Dida, everyone," Tenya said, "get ready. Uraraka and I will draw the brunt of their fire. Focus on the targets. Midoriya and Todoroki as you practiced. When I drop the shield of faith, go." All of Class 1A nodded, getting ready. The instant his shield fell, they charged towards the other students, gold and green arcane energy flaring around them. There was a boom as one of the Ketsubutsu Academy students jumped towards one of the groups. Boom. Shudo's eyes pulsed, power dancing around him as he summoned forth his fire and ice. However, instead of blasting outward, he twisted it and spun his power inward, creating a vortex of fire and ice that struck a few opponent students and froze others in place. Froppy took the opportunity to weave and dodge through the maelstrom, picking off each target with careful throws. She and Shachuo had been working on the counter-shield tri-attack for days now. She'd use her agility and jumping ability to strike from gaps in the terrifying storm vortex, as Shudo had called it, and duck back down as it spun around and shifted the openings. After a few moments, the vortex fell, and Shudo leaped towards the Ketsubutsu students. As they fell to their knees, he caught the ball Uraraka threw his way in his tail and lobbed them at each target, even freezing several in place so that he could hit them properly. 3 down as he managed to pass. Meanwhile, Mina and Momo were fending off their own group. Momo sprayed bursts of acids from an acid sprayer she'd created, Mina having supplied the acid. As the cluster of students got closer, Momo pulled out something sticky and lobbed it at them, then Mina sprayed a bit of acid onto it, creating a massive cloud of fog to shroud the area. "You idiots!" someone cried. "Kasumi can control fog." As if on cue, the redhead from CI Academy began to call the fog to herself, making it resemble shuriken. The girls grinned. The cluster of students were right where the dup wanted them. "That's the plan," Mina called. "Midoriya, now." With a burst of green-white fog, Izuku popped out of mist and struck, using arms of Hadar to snag the other students with shadow black tendrils and pin them down. While the enemy students were ensnared by the shadow eldritch tendrils, Mina and Momo took the opportunity to strike the targets, earning them their passing grade. And just to ensue he wouldn't be taken out, Izuku used one of the shadowy tendrils to pick up a ball and claim his PWN points. Nice job, Midoriya. Mina cried, hopping over to the wizard. You really came in clutch with that new spell. Thanks. Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. I've been saving it in reserve for a while. 6 students taken out. Well, this is a surprise. Ms. Joke cried theatrically. UA's doing much better than it was the past several years. I dare say that they're the ones pulling everyone into their orbit this time around. Dead silence met her pun as everyone looked at her, unamused. Hey, that was funny. It is true that not all of 1A had magic. But for the past semester, they'd worked alongside someone who did, learning and adapting around him and adjusting their strategies to be more versatile. And coupled with the villain attacks, they'd been primed to be ready for almost anything. Attacks that would have caught them off guard were instead shut down or avoided far more easily. When Yo unleashed an earthquake, they all leaped to avoid, striking out at him in unison. Alas, they weren't prepared for every eventuality. Inasa's massive whirlwind caught most of the class off guard. Izuku cried out as he barely got the shield up in time. Shudo created an ice dome around himself and Tsuyu. Tenya cast another shield of faith, gritting his teeth as the glowing shield began to crack under the onslaught. For a moment, it looked like Class 1A was going to cave, and history was going to repeat itself. Suddenly, there was a brilliant surge of force as all the balls stopped and were dragged forcibly upward, as if baby a magnet, and the winds were abruptly cut off. Inasa looked up in confusion, only for his expression to shift to one of horrified recognition. Shako Uraraka was floating above the class, her accretion disk shining almost as brightly as the actual thing as a myriad of ball now swirled around her in increasingly erratic orbits. You know, she said cheerfully, you really need to pay more attention to the person who can control gravity. The balls swirled into an orbit, zipping around her so fast that they resembled rings, and then with a flick of her fingers, the massive arsenal of ball were slingshot down towards the terrified student. In the end, everyone in Class 1A was able to move on to the next round. Izuku cracked his knuckles, letting the grimoire out from the hamster on his back. He was glad Uraraka had helped finish the first exam early. He still had plenty spell slots left. Supernate it. With a crackle of power, the debris lifted away from the child, allowing them to climb out. Thanks, mister. He cried. You have such a cool and strong quirk. Izuku nodded, smiling brightly. Yeah, it's pretty cool. He wished he had more support spells. He was an offensive caster. Still, he had a few support spells that should be able to help. Levitate was useful, and he had a few fun spells he hadn't used before. He bent down to face the people in the rubble. Ablago! With a flash, they were teleported out and into a safe place. We passed. Mina cried, almost tackling Shudo as she hugged him. The Dragonborn looked annoyed at the hug, but let it slide. They'd won. They'd managed to take top place in the exam, and everyone in Class 1, with the exception of Tsuburaba, had succeeded and earned their licenses. The faint smile turned into a grin as he accepted his provisional license. As Himiko Toga walked down the street, she looks at the 2 tiny vials of blood in her hands. It had been surprisingly easy to get them. She'd drawn some of Midoriya's blood during the fight with Gang Orca, and had managed to get a few drops from Ida when he had been thrown into a boulder and cut up his back. Uraraka's was much harder. She'd tried Todoroki's after his disastrous electrical burst, but that had been a bad idea. It had taken hours for her to be able to move her head again, and her tongue was numb for days afterward. After looking between the vials, she made her decision. Midoriya's blood first. Her eyes widened as she tasted Midoriya's blood, and the drops made contact with her tongue. Stain had described a tingle. But this wasn't a tingle. This was a current. Not the literal electric current of Todoroki's blood, but a different current, one that was something simultaneously refreshing yet harsh, jagged yet intricate. Ida's blood, on the other hand. Ida's blood was an experience. It tasted of duty and loyalty and healing, and felt almost sacred in a way that curled her lips. But was that the harsh taste of vengeance in his blood? As if the very concept of vengeance and stopping one's enemies through any means necessary was a fundamental part of his quirk. She was impressed. She didn't know goody-good Ida had it in him. All too soon, she grabbed both vials again and chugged both at once, feeling the power from both flow into her. The combination of Ida and Midoriya's blood buzzed pleasantly through her body, two very different types of power gently bouncing off each other and twirling. For a moment, her worries, her bloodlust, her mania, all faded away. She just sat there, staring blankly into space with a serene expression as she simply enjoyed the feeling. But all too soon, it began to fade. It should last longer. Blood always sated her longer than this. She should be able to hold on to it longer. She wanted more. She needed more. Midoriya and Ida had delectable blood. She didn't want to lose this so quickly. A large hornet buzzed by. In her desperation for more blood, she grabbed it out of the sky and bit into it, miming loudly as she savored the juices. Insects tasted terrible, but in her thirst for any blood, she savored anything she could get. "Hey, who are you? You're not supposed to be here." Himiko turned to face the police officer, her eyes glowing red and her face covered in blood and insect viscera. And with a crazed, psychotic cackle, she charged him. The lingering traces of arcane energy in her body began to sing as she struck, the blood she drew swirling around her in intricate, arcane forms. Finally, she stopped playing with her prey and stabbed, her vision going red. However, when her vision returned, she did a double-take upon seeing the long icicle forming from the end of her knife, impaling the officer. As Toga watched, the blade on her knife glowed, the ice fading away as the blood evaporated. How had that just happened? Where had the icicle come from? After a moment, Himiko's face was split apart by a huge grin as she began to laugh, the blood covering her body beginning to glow. Chronostasis stood in front of Overhaul, tuning out his speech as he pondered his own plans. Eri was certainly the fascinating specimen, and Rewind possessed great potential for his grand design. Once he had disposed of Overhaul, he would have to study her brain and see how far her power could go. Yes, Rewind would be quite useful for its plans for Shai Hasaikai. Already, it had made several changes to the organization with its psionics, weakening Overhaul's grasp in the organization. Some of the underlings had been dominated and enthralled to be loyal only to him, others given astral tadpoles and transformed into sleepers, or enthralled to be loyal only to him. Once it was done, all the pieces would be in place for the grand design to rise in this new world with it as the new elder brain. Even the wizard wouldn't be able to stand up to him. He'd studied the wizard and his allies intensively over the past few days, gaining information about them and their abilities so that it could counter them. It was amusing to see the lengths humans went to in order to dismiss the supernatural. "Chronostasis, are you listening to?" Overhaul cried, as psychic power stabbed into his mind. He doubled over, clutching his head and making a noise of pain. "Are you okay, boss?" it asked, reaching out a disguised hand in a display of faux concern. Overhaul shook his head. "Yes, I'm fine. Just a splitting headache." "What were we talking about?" "You were telling us your plan for your anti-quirk bullets, boss," Chronostasis replied. "I recommend you get some rest, our takeover is drawing close." It gently pressed the suggestion into his mind, making it feel appealing. The boss nodded in agreement, and lumbered off to sleep. The Elithrid wearing Chronostasis's face was beyond pleased. All was going according to plan. "That's what you think, Illithid. Radi ad flumen temporis." "What do you mean I cheated?" Midoriya cried. "I got the stamp from you. You turned off the lights and summoned a monster to force me to drop my stamp," Night I said simply. "Underhanded and dirty, and unbefitting of All Might's successor. He chose a poor successor for One for All." The gray-haired teen looked at Night Eye blankly, his brows furrowed in confusion. "What's One for All?" he asked. Is it something from the Three Musketeers?" Night Eye blinked. He had not been expecting that. He had been expecting Midoriya to refute him, or to cry and argue. But responding with what seemed to be genuine confusion and asking if One for All was a Three Musketeers reference, of all things, had not remotely been in his list of foreseen reactions. "You know the Three Musketeers?" Midoriya asked, upon seeing Night Eye's shocked expression. "All for one and one for all." He mimed the swishing of the sword. Yo, you've never heard of the Three Musketeers? They were a classic in pre-Quark society dash. Yes, I know what the Three Musketeers are, Night Eye said, cutting him off. But read it in school. This is about your relationship with All Might. Midoriya's confusion only grew. What are you talking about? I barely know All Might, he said, looking confused and uncomfortable. I only properly met him twice. Once when he saved my life from the sludge villain, and when he became our teacher. He's nice and super cool and awesome, but I don't really know him. Besides, he's closer to Ochako Event Horizon than he is me. Midoriya shuffled awkwardly. He's apparently a close friend? And they talk about things over lunch sometimes. If anyone is close to All Might, it would be Ochako. Night Eye's own confusion grew even more. What? Ochako Uraraka, the student who could manipulate gravity fields? Why would she be chosen by All Might? She met some of the criteria, yes, but she had a reckless streak and was prone to anger. She was better than Midoriya as a candidate, but not by much. That I appear to have misjudged the situation, Midoriya, Sir Night Eye said after a moment. He took back the stamp and stamped Midoriya's employment form. I hope you can forgive me for my mistrust. In truth, he did not believe anything the green-haired child had said was true. He knew Midoriya had encountered Yagi before. He probably had a minor conjuration quirk that became boosted with One for All, and felt awkward about it. So why was he acting so confused and foisting off all the responsibility that One for All afforded to him onto Ochako Uraraka? He would play along for now, and would get to the root of Midoriya's dishonesty. Ah, so he refuses to believe the green-haired mage, despite it being obvious? Regardless, it does not matter. Any further interaction was shut down by a little girl's voice further down the hall. Hello. Eri was tense as she walked through the building, wincing at the bright lights. She sometimes looked over her shoulder, for either her mystery rescuer or for overhaul, but nobody was coming to take her. Hey, are you lost? Eri jumped and spun towards the voice. A green-haired teenager looked down at her, along with a bespectacled man, a blue-haired girl with light blue skin, and a tall, blonde boy standing nearby. Is this a safe place? The girl asked quietly. Can you get me here? The green-haired kid knelt down. I don't know who you're talking about. What's your name? Eri, she said simply. Please, Eri, the blonde said, tell us what you mean. Eri looked around hesitantly at the piles of dust where her guards had been, then up at the mysterious woman in front of the door. She couldn't tell much about her, only that she was tall, with a pair of crystalline blue horns sprouting from her cloaked head. There's no need to worry, little one, the woman said, her deep voice as clear as a bell. I'm here to help free you. With a flick of her wrist, the door of Eri's cell shifted, transforming into a small fuzzy creature which promptly ran off. Eri blinked and looked at the strange woman. Who are you? She asked. Did Chisaki send you? Absolutely not. The woman's voice was firm. I hate Chisaki with every fiber of my being, which is why I'm here to break you out. As to who I am, you can call me the Overseer. The Overseer grinned. Would calling me a seer of time be better? She crouched down until she was level with Eri. I don't have much time to do this every moment I'm here, I risk paradoxes. But you need to run. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe on your way out. The Overseer brought an arm in front of Eri, being careful not to touch the younger girl. Run, she commanded. Find the green-haired mage, he'll keep you safe. Eri didn't need to be told twice. She booked it, darting away from the room and making a break for the exit. Lapsus Stelli. The Overseer called behind her. Reality tore as what looked like a pitch-black star burst into existence, dragging several of Chisaki's now screaming men into it. Eri tore her gaze away and focused on running, but clearly heard the horrific crunching of their bones and their pained screams. In a surprisingly straight and easy path, Eri finally got to the door and pushed it open, stepping into the sunlight. She stopped to catch her breath, the straps of the backpack digging into her shoulders. Weight backpack? She blinked and felt the canvas straps. She hadn't realized in the moment, but as she thought about it, she now vividly remembered the Overseer giving her the pack before she ordered her to run. Curiously, Eri opened the bag and looked inside. There was some tasty-smelling bread, a weird fork with 2 prongs that smelled like starlight, and a small USB stick in the little bag. The bread, as it turned out, was delicious, weirdly sour, but very savory. The 4 of them stared at the girl in horror as she told them about what she'd been through at Overhaul's hands. And after I ate the bread, I started running again until I found this place, she said quietly. That's why I'm here. Anti-quirk bullets? Sir Night-Eye asked, leaning forward. Are you certain? Yes, Eri said, nodding her head. He wants to rule Japan with them. She held up the USB. The Overseer. I think she wanted you to have this. Sir Night-Eye accepted the USB stick and tucked it away. That's horrible, Mirio declared. We can't let him do this. Sir Night-Eye nodded. Indeed. We'll do our best to protect her. But when he finds out she's here, he'll come for us, and come for us hard. Mirio nodded. You're right. How can we protect her and keep everyone else safe? Night-Eye frowned. Miss Eri, who is this Overseer? Eri shrugged. I don't know, she never said. All I know is that she had sparkly blue horns. And that she said something about risking a pair of ducks. Paradox? Izuku asked, blinking in surprise. From Eri's description of her, the Overseer sounded like another wizard, albeit one who bent space and time. Was she someone from the future? A loud clang echoed in the ensuing silence as what looked like a tuning fork fell from Eri's bag and landed on the ground. Izuku bent down and gingerly picked up the tuning fork, undoing the straps on his chest and allowing his spellbook out from its back holster to hover in the air next to him. Deprehendera Magiki, he said, his hands pulsing with green light. The tuning fork instantly lit up with a shadowy aura, wisps of power rising up from it. If one looked closely, one could pick out what looked like tiny stars among the wisps. That I might have an idea how, Izuku said quietly, looking at the tuning fork in his hands. Scrying? Mirio asked. You want to use your quirk to scry on Overhaul? Yeah, Izuku said, chalking the runes into the ring he'd drawn. My quirk already works like magic from a fantasy novel, and one of the things wizards can do is spy on people with magic. So I want to scry on him so we can find out where he is. Mirio frowned. Are you sure you can do it? Izuku winced. Well, I haven't done it before, but the theoretical aspects are easy enough to grasp. Izuku drew out a few more runes. Normally it only lets me watch them for a short time, but this should help us listen in on his plans for about 10 or so minutes. Mirio nodded. That makes sense. He had his doubts, but Midoriya's confidence was endearing and they'd already completed most of the preparations already. So why not let him go ahead? From where she was standing off to the side, Karakoko frowned. Do you really think you can get it to work in such a short amount of time? WIS saving throw, 6, 4+ modifier. Fail. No, but attacking with incomplete information is a terrible idea. Stay where you are. Do not go anywhere. INT check, 18+5 modifier. Success. And no, but we need more information, and this'll definitely help. Izuku finished drawing the runes into the spell circle and stood up, chalk dust sticking to the front of his shirt. I'm going to need anywhere from 1 to 10 minutes to pull this off. Karakoko looked concerned. Are you sure? This is risky, Midoriya. If you fail, Overhaul and his men are going to kill us. I know, Izuku said. That's why we have to be fast. WIS saving throw, 9, 7+ modifier. Fail. Cast it now and be prepared. INT check, 10+5 modifier. Success. Izuku winced at the small headache, then shook it off. He clapped his hands and activated Shiquirk, his weird tome buzzing with power. As the scrying circle lit up the same shade of green, he placed the tuning fork into the ring, causing it to glow as well. It should take about 10 minutes for the scrying spell to activate. We know where he is, so I need. He looked at the clock. 9 minutes and 42 seconds to get it working. Got it, Mirio said. Anything else? Yeah, make sure that Sir Night-Eye doesn't try to stop me when he finds out I'm doing this. Izuku grinned, the magic around his hands and the summoning circle beginning to pulse slowly. He already doesn't like me. True, but it's Worth trying to keep people safe. All three of them looked over at the back room where Eri was sleeping. You have a backup plan if this doesn't work? Izuku nodded. I have a few, yeah. He looked upset, shuffling in place and glancing at something in his pocket. I have an experimental move, but I don't know how well it'll work. It's never even been tested before. Mirio nodded and sat down to wait. Several minutes of waiting later, Mirio looked at the clocks in anticipation. 1 minute and 45 seconds. Hey, Izuku, he started, do you think that dash? He was abruptly cut off as the entire front of the building exploded, coating them all in dust. Where is she? An angry voice roared from the front of the building. Mirio immediately jumped to his feet and sprinting towards the source of the explosion, Karakoko following right behind. Overhaul's here? She cried. How's? The data said we were supposed to have time before he found us. Where is she? The mob boss growled from the destroyed front of the agency, his eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Something tore apart the guards like it was nothing and made off with her. I know it was someone here. So who was it? Clearly one of your men felt guilty, Mirio said. Why else would they run off with her? He glanced to the back, realizing in horror that Midoriya had no idea what was going on. Hang on, why don't you have any of your men with you? Kakako asked. You clearly were expecting a fight, so why not bring them? Mirio did a double take looking around. She was right, Overhaul was alone. They'd expected more people, but he was here, completely alone, with no backup. Overhaul blinked. His murderous expression changed to one of confusion as he looked around, noticing that he had none of his minions with him. He shook his head and put his hand to his head if he was coming out of a trance. Mirio narrowed his eyes, getting ready to attack. Overhaul's voice sounded confused and insecure. I ordered them to. Why aren't they here? The glow in his eyes brightened almost imperceptibly, causing him to wince and put a hand to his head. Mirio snapped forward and took advantage of his distraction, decking him in the face. Overhaul cried out in shock as the punch threw him. Q. He roared in fury and smashed his fists into the ground, hurtling a massive blast of stone and tiles straight at the two of them. I have had enough of this. Mirio dodged and triggered permeation. In an instant, his vision dissipated and he felt like he was falling. He charged forward, clipping through Overhaul, and turned off his quirk, grabbing him and charging towards Izuku's spell circle. 40 seconds. Overhaul kicked his way free and grabbed onto Mirio's arm. I will disassemble anyone in my path as long as I get to her. Kakuko made her move, spewing a bunch of pepper spray-filled bubbles into his eyes. He grunted and let go, causing Mirio to land a few hits. On the third hit, the wall next to Overhaul disassembled itself and reformed into a shield. He shattered the rest of the wall, intent on getting to Eri. The girl in question cried as the wall crumbled, Night Eye and Centipeder stepping in front of her protectively. 30 seconds. No! Kakako cried. She spewed bubbles that burst and created a thick web over the cracks. She then charged, driving a hard punch into Overhaul and knocking him away. Overhaul was not to be deterred, however. He brought his hands to the wall and began to bring down the building. I will not be stopped by any of you. He roared, lightning beginning to crackle from hands and spread through the building. My own men are turning against me, Chronostasis has been acting strange since he left that structure, and this headache is making it impossible to think straight. I am going to kill all of you to get to her. 20 seconds. The other wall crumbled, and Night Eye and Centipeder got ready to attack. Before he could take more than a single step towards them, however, a ruby leather book rocketed forward and bit him in the face. Both Mirio and Kakuko did a double take. Izuku had mentioned his grimoire had a tendency to bite people it didn't like, but this was the first time they'd actually seen it in action. The grimoire buzzed him and kept biting him, zipping and out of his grabbing range. 10 seconds. Kakuko unleashed a beam of bubbles into Overhaul's chest, causing the mob boss to stagger back, his boot brushing the edge of the spell circle. The book kept nipping, diverting his attention. The instant the grimoire flew off, Mirio charged forward, and swung around into a kick. His boot made contact and knocked Overhaul in the summoning circle. "Izuku, look out!" Mirio yelled. Izuku nodded, the emerald green glow increasing to an almost stellar brightness. The tuning fork's glow increased as well, radiating a stellar energy. 5 seconds. Exactly as planned. Mirio frowned. However, he barely had time to say anything before he was abruptly grabbed and pulled by something invisible. He cried out in shock and tried to activate his quirk, but to no avail. Something was pressing on his mind and preventing him from activating it. As such, he was sent flying towards Overhaul, colliding with him and sending both of them to the ground. A faint glow caught his attention. Mirio looked down, only to see Izuku's scry circle surrounding him. "Oh, sure dash. Goodbye, humans." 0 seconds. The hodgepodge spell completed with a final, much brighter pulse of green light. The tuning fork shattered in a burst of power, and both Mirio Togata and Kai Chisaki were forcibly plane-shifted. Alawarthos was deeply pleased. Its plan to get rid of Kai Chisaki with the wizard's banishment spell had gone off without a hitch. And to banish the one known as Lemillion as well? Things were going far better than it had hoped. Ultimately, Kai Chisaki was too dangerous to put through Ceramorphosis. If his gift was retained through the transformation, and he could not just disassemble the tadpole, then the resulting illithid would be almost unstoppable, both to the rest of the hive and to the elder brain, should it get delusions of grandeur. So disposing of him or enthralling him had been the better options. Unfortunately, his mind was too strong for a standard enthrallment, and it had taken almost a week to get his mental state to a point where it could control him. Ergo, getting rid of him was the best option. Manipulating the wizard into setting up a planar banishment circle under the belief it was a scrying spell had been the easiest option. Ares' escape had been an unexpected factor, but it had worked in its favor. And the spell banishing both Kai Chisaki and Lemillion at the same time had only been the metaphorical icing on the cake. Helping the Eulithrid's mood, the former Yakuza boss's Ceramorphosis was coming along nicely. It would only be 2 or 3 weeks before his remains would become the start of a proper elder brain. And with the rest of Shai Hasaikai having been enthralled and gifted astral tadpoles, the former Yakuza branch would grow into a proper colony in a matter of weeks. While it wasn't capable of certain emotions, Alawarthos would be feeling something like giddy joy if it could. There was just one more thing it needed to ensue their victory. There was a horrified silence as soon as the tuning fork shattered, and Mirio vanished alongside Overhaul. "Mirio!" Karakoko cried, charging towards the very spent summoning circle. Izuku stumbled backward, clearly drained, and slumped against the wall. "What did you do?" Night Eye roared, grabbing the front of Midoriya's shirt and pulling him up to his face. "Where is my student?" I don't." The wizard slurred. "Supposed to be scrying." "Not me." "Someone. Push." And with that, his eyes drifted shut, and he passed out. "Answer me," he cried, shaking the unconscious teen. "Sir Knight, stop," Karakoko demanded, jumping up and pulling Night Eye off of the still unconscious Midoriya. He clearly didn't mean to do it, and he was just trying to help. "It looked like someone pushed Mr. Togata," Eri piped up. Mr. Izuku was focused on his quirk. Indeed, the wizard was not responsible. Sir Night Eye jumped at the voice echoed into head, and spinning around to look for the source. Both Mirio Togata and Kai Chisaki were too dangerous to be left on the plane. All I did was push both of them to the point that they would end up in there. "Who's there?" Sir Night Eye cried out, sweeping around. "Where is Togata? Show yourself. Come and find me, Mirai Sasaki." The voice fell silent. "Where are you?" "Sir, are you all right?" Centipeter said. There was no one speaking. "Silence," he snapped. "Clearly you heard it." "No, sir," Eri said. "You just talked to no one." He grit his teeth. How did these people not hear it? He stormed off towards his office, intent on speaking with Nedzu and Tashinori about Midoriya's actions and finding a way to get his student back. Mind blast. However, Night Eye had barely entered his office when his head exploded into pain. Saving throw, 7, 2 plus int modifier. Fail. He cried out and collapsed, clutching his head as the pain exploded through his head. Got you. The pain in his head reached a crescendo, and he passed into unconsciousness. The first thing Mirio noticed was nothing. Nothing in the literal sense. He couldn't feel anything underneath him, no ground or floor, just emptiness. The second thing he noticed was the odd tingly effect on his body, like his entire body had fallen asleep. After an indeterminate amount of time that could range anywhere from a few seconds to a few hours, Mirio managed to open his eyes and did a double take. He was floating. An inky silver-blue-black void surrounded him in every direction, motes of light resembling stars drifting in the distance, and faint silvery winds drifting between each mote of light. Mirio reached out a hand into one of the wisps, gasping softly as a strange, arcane warmth flowed over his body. It was hard to hold on to his thoughts here. He tried to focus. How had he gotten to this strange, arcane place? Why was he here? He had been with Izuku when the young hero set up his weird quirk power. Mirio wasn't exactly sure on how the scrying was supposed to work, even when Izuku had explained it to him in detail. Overhaul had entered, Izuku's quirk had gone off. And then he'd landed in Izuku's spell circle. But instead of being located, it had somehow banished him here. His eyes widened fully as the pieces connected. Something had pushed him into the spell circle. Had it disrupted Midoriya's ability? He needed to get back. He needed to get back home, to Sir Night-Eye and Karakoko and Izuku. He was probably feeling so horrible it wasn't his fault this happened, and help them stop the rest of Overhaul's. Overhaul? Was Overhaul here? He looked around wildly, but to no avail. The unsettling, esoteric void stretched before him in every direction. There was a speck far in the distance, slowly drifting away, but he couldn't make it out. He willed himself to move towards the dot, and did a double take when that actually worked. He bobbed ever so slightly forward. Well, he had movement sorted out. He tried to get closer, but it was like trying to swim through half-dried molasses. The tiny dot just drifted further and further away, outpacing his attempt to keep up, until it had completely faded from sight. Mirio didn't know what to do, but he suspected it would be a terrible idea to use his quirk here. In this strange, arcane place, permeation might just disintegrate him completely. After anywhere from a few minutes to days, there was a flash of movement below him. Mirio looked down and did a massive double take, his eyes widening as far as they could. What the dash? An enormous corpse floated below him, many thousands of times larger than even. The tallest building in Tokyo, emitting a long trail of what looked like shattered light from its chest. How had he not seen that before? Something called to him, traces of a long-dead consciousness echoing within the depths of his subconscious mind, telling him to come closer. What was it? And was it really that big? He slowly began to drift downwards towards the enormous body. After what felt like anywhere from a few hours to a few days, he was floating just above the enormous corpse. Now that he was within arm's reach of it, he could truly appreciate how large it was. The leg alone was probably bigger than the entirety of Japan. Slowly, he reached his hand out to touch it. Flashes. Power. A church and a valley masked by gentle moonlight. Powerful clerics. A war, a shifting paradigm and losing power. Of a great war, unlike anything they had seen. A total death. A gentle, rising moon, shattering into oblivion. Mirio jerked himself back, his mind swirling with the flashes of power. His soul felt strangely full, and his hand tingled with crackles of memory. Suddenly, a stab of pain flared up in his hand, causing him to cry out in pain and clutch his wrist. As he watched, a small runic marking seared itself into the back of the hand he'd touched the giant with. What? He panted out, what was that? He looked back at the enormous body, and back down to his still hurting, rune-marked hand. He shouldn't be here. He really shouldn't be here. He barely got further than that realization before he found himself being grabbed and pulled up, and made to face something massive. And just what are you doing here, human? The enormous jackal-faced entity said, its enormous face towering over him. From where he was sprawled in the entity's city-sized hands, Mirio could do nothing but gape. Mirio stared up and up and up at the enormous face of the entity before him. The hand beneath his feet was gigantic, far larger than the entirety of Tokyo. "Who are you?" he finally asked. It regarded him quietly. After an unknown, but undeniably long period of time, it spoke, the words echoing through the young hero's entire body. "I am Anubis, protector of the astral plane." Mirio blinked. "Like the Egyptian god? It has been eons since one has referred to me as such. But yes, the Egyptians were among the ones who did worship me." He blinked slowly like a cat or a dog. "The remnants of the rising moon branded you with her sigil. This is unexpected." Mirio looked down at the arcane rune at the back of his hand, wincing at the twinge of pain. "What does that mean?" "For once, I do not know." Thoth's presence shifted, and the hand underneath Mirio warmed ever so slightly. "Your world is wholly unconnected to the rest of the realms. There are only 5 magic users in your world 6, if one counts the former thief. And yet, the sparks you refer to as quirks are not magic." Thoth tilted his head. "They are truly fascinating. The seeds of the future planted within humanity to mark them as sheep for the slaughter, and yet, you live regardless." Mirio blinked. "Huh." He slowly floated to a more upright position. "Lord Anubis, I need to go home. My friends and I were fighting a villain." "Is he still here?" "He is here. But do not worry, I will ensue he never gains entry into your world, or scourges other worlds. He will remain here." "Thanks." Mirio smiled, only for his smile to fade. "Lord Anubis, do you think you could send me back? I'm worried that my disappearance upset my friends and my mentor, so I need to get back as soon as possible." "That would be unwise." "What? Why?" Miro cried. "Because of the consequences. I am very much capable of sending you home. But therein lies the dilemma. If I return you, IT will create a powerful surge of magic that will flood your world, human. The magic that has been slowly resurfacing will return in full force. Entities from the other planes will give your world its full and undivided attention, for good and for ill. Is that what you desire?" Mirio did a double take, falling silent as he considered what the enormous deity had just said. After an unknown amount of time thinking about it, he finally looked up at Anubis's country-sized eyes. "Yes, I know there will be consequences, but I have to help people. If my return brings a lot more magic, then I'll accept full responsibility and work to help those affected." The continent-sized face smiled. "Then your cosmic science will find a bountiful harvest indeed, and your UA Academy will be able to ascend." Anubis's eyes flashed, and Mirio's world went white. Mirio's eyes snapped open as he felt the unambiguous texture of linoleum under his feet. With a slight grunt, he pulled himself to his feet and had to bring his hand to cover his eyes as he was struck with a wave of vertigo. After a moment, it faded, and he looked around properly to gauge his surrounding. He was in Sir Nightie's agency, as it had been left when he'd left. Even the doors were laying nearby from when Overhaul had knocked them down. The sun was high outside, sunlight streaming through the windows and entryway. The strange runic markings seared into the back of his hand from where he'd touched the enormous body was still there. It had lightened to white like a scar, but it was still there. It was still tingling, but it looked mostly healed. "Midoriya?" he called, looking for anyone as he stood up. "Sir Night Eye? Karakoko? Mr. Moshi? You guys here?" His voice echoed off of the strangely empty agency. "Mr. Mirio?" He turned towards the voice. "Eri?" he asked. The little girl poked her head out from where she'd been hiding behind the desk. "Mr. Miro?" she asked. "Is it really you?" "Yeah, it's me," he replied. "Do you know where Sir Night Eye and the others are?" "Izuku said that Night Eye was captured," Eri said quietly, "and that he, Miss Bubble Girl, and the Centipede Man were going to save him." As if on cue, a loud explosion shook the agency. Eri cried out in shock and dove behind the desk again, covering her ears and huddling into a ball. Mirio moved over to the other side of the desk and crouched down, wincing at the momentary flash of vertigo. "It'll be okay," he said quietly. Eri blinked at him from where she was hiding. You're not going to find him? She asked. I'm a hero, he said, smiling. I protect the innocent. And I'm going to make sure nothing happens to you. He scooched closer to her, under the desk. Besides, Izuku can take care of himself. The young girl blinked, having not been expecting that. Really? She asked tentatively. Of course, Mirio said. After a long moment, Eri scooched closer to him, and the two of them sat under the desk, listening to the faint fire alarms and explosion sounds in the distance. Midoriya's shield faded as it was struck with a psychic blast, and he barely managed to misty step out of the way. However, the instant he reappeared, he was grabbed and restrained, then forced to his knees. After Sir Night-Eye had disappeared, Karakoko and Centipeder had panicked, immediately began to search for both Mirio and their boss. Midoriya had awakened about 30 minutes later, and upon learning the situation had almost immediately cast a proper, locate person, spell he'd found in the grimoire, which had led them to a long-condemned building. Getting inside was easy, there were no guards or barriers, just a ratty chain-link fence with a decrepit, stay out, sign. But inside was another story. It was a literal hive, flesh grown up to cover the walls and doors. A few of the tentacle-faced creatures had been swarming around, the power they carried almost palpable in the abandoned structure. Karakoko had felt sick when she saw what they'd been doing. People were locked in strange clear pods held closed by sinew, with most of them having blank, empty expressions, but others were writhing around in pain, screeching or miming as their skin twitched and writhed with something underneath. Yet other people milled around the strange creatures, for they couldn't be human. It was macabre in the truest sense of the word. Centipeder had immediately pulled them down to hide behind a pile of empty crates so that they could discuss a plan. They hadn't gotten very far, though, before a blast of pain had exploded in all of their minds and caused them all to fall to the ground in agony as the force coursed through their skulls. Well, what do we have here? That had been 5 minutes ago. Now, Karakoko, Centipeder, and Izuku were being restrained, held down on their knees with their hands behind their back. In hindsight, it had pretty obviously been a trap. The tunnels were too open, and the people within showed too little interest in the heroes running around. It was a mistake Karakoko was kicking herself for. Who are you? She managed to ask. The entity, for it couldn't be human, inclined its head in amusement. I am Alatharos of the... Izuku writhed against the bonds, gritting his teeth. Protagus. Mendem, he muttered. A faint crackling of magic surrounded his body, his eyes flashing green. Alatharos narrowed its eyes. You know that Intellect Fortress will not protect you forever, yes? It asked coldly, drifting close to Izuku. Your magic will not last forever. Eventually, it will wear off and you will. Izuku writhed again in the thrall's grip, trying to free his hands and managing to only get a finger free. The grand design is inevitable, wizard, it said coldly. We will spread, and the Absolute will be reborn in this world once more. And the astral tadpoles sighted by the Absolute allows us to retain the abilities of our former hosts. A tendril twitched and it blurred towards Izuku until it loomed right above him. So tell me, how could ever plan to stop us? The Eulithrid asked, sounding amused. Midoriya looked up, his face resolute. This, he replied. Torment him. He flicked his finger. With a flare of power, 3 glowing darts of arcane force flashed out from his finger, swirling around in the air and smashing into the thralls holding him down. They recoiled in pain, giving Izuku an opportunity to pull himself free and undo the straps securing the grimoire to his back. As soon as the last strap was undone, the tome leaped into the air, its pages flapping as it flitted around the thralls. While they were distracted, Izuku pulled a tiny packet of iron fillings out of his pocket. Even if you're telling the truth, I'm still not letting you take Sir Night-Eye. And with that, he poured the packet of iron fillings into his hands and clapping them together as hard as he could. Rima Odium. Power exploded from the young mage as the tiny, burgeoning weave surged, a fissure violently tearing itself into the very fabric of the world and carving its way forward, splitting everything in its path asunder. The Illithids and thralls behind Alatharos were all forcibly yanked towards the fissure, Alatharos itself skidding back a few feet before managing to brace itself with psionic force. That was all the opening Midoriya needed. He grabbed Karakoko and Centipeder and Dimension doored about 50 feet away from the Illithids, who were all struggling to get themselves out of the hideous pile of what looked suspiciously like viscera the others had been smashed into. Izuku promptly booked it for the containment unit the Illithid had indicated during his villain monologue. "I learned that from watching Ochako," he said triumphantly, his spellbook hovering next to him. He reached out and grabbed the edge of the pod, forcing it open, only to gasp in horror as the three of them got a good look at Sir Night-Eye. The pro-hero did not look good. Much of his hair had fallen out, as had several of his teeth. His skin had an unhealthy purple-gray pallor to it, a thick layer of mucus coating his skin. H's mouth was swollen shut, teeth and jaws warped out of shape. Blackish sludge trickled from his now empty right eye socket. To say that he looked awful was an understatement. Izuku quickly picked up a bunch of Night-Eye's shed hair and a discarded tooth and put them in a small plastic baggie. He then began to work on the strangely fleshy shackles. "Sir Night-Eye?" he asked quietly. "Are you okay?" He stirred, but didn't answer. "We're here to rescue you." He tried again to get at the eerily viscera-like bindings. Sir Night-Eye made no indication of noticing them. His single eye was glazed over with the clearest film while gunk leaked from his empty socket. He mouthed wordlessly, faint grunts and dings periodically coming from his mouth, but no words. He stared beyond them, his head lolling backward. "Sir Night-Eye!" Izuku cried again, shaking the limp body of their teacher. "Please wake up. We're here." "He's too far gone." Alatharos's voice echoed in their minds. "It's only a matter of minutes now before his transformation into an Illithid completes, and we gain our victory." Abruptly, Izuku stood up and turned around to face the Illithid, snapping his fingers. On cue, the Grimoire flew back to her around him. We won't let that happen," the wizard declared loudly, readying a magic missile. "You do not have a cleric or divine soul sorcerer with greater restoration." The tentacles around his face twitched as if he was smiling. Even then, it's already consumed too much of his body. Removing the tadpole at this point would kill him. Izuku's eyes widened as the spell flickered, the horrific realization that he might not be able to do a thing to save his teacher fully sinking in. He looked around, realizing they were surrounded. Even with his gravity spell, there were still dozens of them surrounding the group. His dimension door could only carry a few people, and he wasn't strong or fast enough to get all of them out at once. His mind ran through all kinds of scenarios as he scrambled for a way to get everyone out. His mind whirled and magic sparked from his hand as he desperately looked for a way out, even as the thralls and newly turned Illithids closed in. There had to be some way to get out, some way to free the others. And at that moment, without so much as a warning, a massive wave of magic swept across the planet. In Gang Orca's agency, Shinsu's eyes flashed white as power erupted from him. The fish skeletons and dried-out barnacles he'd been cleaning off the docks spontaneously animating and flopping furiously towards the ocean. From where he was practicing with a staff, Tenya Ida jolted as divine light welled up from within him, causing him to explode into a furious golden blaze of pure, unbridled vengeance. Tomoko Shiratoko let out a surprised cry as the power swept over her. For a minute, as she felt the massive current of magic sweep over her, she glowed brilliantly with a seafoam green light and the area around her became wet with salty brine. Himiko Toga gasped in shock, only to start making a hideous, buzzing laugh as the blood from her latest victim began to coalesce into wisps of crimson power and her mouth began to reform into a more animalian shape. Izuku exploded into light, his normally green hair and eyes glowing white. He lifted his hand in the direction of the Illithids, magic blazing around him, blazing in a brilliant rictus of prismatic light as he deflected the mind blast from one of the Illithids. Once the shield faded, Izuku kept his blazing hand pointed at them. After a moment, he abruptly lifted his hand up and fired a massive blast of magic at the ceiling. A loud crunch sounded as the blast ripped through several support beams in the building's infrastructure, causing jagged cracks to spread out from the impact. With a final explosion of reality-shaking power, Izuku teleported himself and his two allies out of the collapsing building. A loud crash echoed out as the three of them landed in the center of the agency. Izuku immediately jumped up, tapping his head as he cast a spell. Meanwhile, Karakoko took a deep breath to calm her nerves and reached into her pocket to get her phone. There were still people trapped down there in the collapsed building, and they might still be able to rescue them if they responded in time. She immediately shot up to look for the phone, only to jump at a door opened. She spun to face the voice, only to gasp and take a step back in shock. Mirio? All Mirai Sasaki could feel was pain. With a low grunt of pain, he slowly came to. He was on the floor of his agency, lying face on the cool white linoleum floor. Next to him, about 1.5 feet away from his head, was what looked suspiciously like a small crater about 3 centimeters deep and 10 centimeters in diameter, smoke and the acrid smell of burning linoleum still rising from it. There was also a pair of legs. He followed the legs up, and met the gaze of a tired-looking teenager with purple hair and a hideously burned right arm. The teen was framed by a faint glow of infrared. "You're awake." The tired purple-haired boy looked at the small smoking crater next to Sir Night-Eye. "Well, that's a waste of a reincarnate scroll. He just came back anyway." He indicated the crater and his burned arm. "Togata's alive, by the way." Sasaki grunted and pulled himself up to a sitting position, reaching up to rub his throbbing head only to freeze as he caught sight of his hand. Instead of the thinner, lightly calloused hands he was used to, his gaze met narrow, spindly purple fingers with 4 fingers instead of 5. He let out a shocked cry as he looked down at himself, seeing more dark purple skin covering his chest, his legs, and most horrifyingly, 2 pairs of long tentacles falling down from his face. He grabbed the proffered mirror from the purple-haired boy and looked at himself. Terror, shock, and rage swam through the pro-hero's mind as he tried to process what he was looking at. Purple skin and cold, sunken yellow eyes, and long tentacles trailing down from where his mouth was. There were patches of pinkish skin on either side of his head, expanding and contracting as he breathed. But oh God, he looked just like the monsters that had grabbed him. "Midoriya was afraid you were dead. He called me in to try to save you, but the reincarnate spell backfired." Magic. It all came back to magic, didn't it? He denied what Ulatharos had claimed about Midoriya, refusing to acknowledge the emerald-haired boy's power as anything other than a versatile quirk. But now, transformed into an illithid, and remembering the feeling of the tadpole squirming through his eye and the slow fading out of his consciousness with something beginning to grow to replace it. This was unambiguously magic. Magic was real. "I need to sit down," Mirai said quietly, looking at his reflection and trying very hard not to think about the fact that he'd just spoken telepathically. "You're already sitting down," the purple-haired student pointed out simply. Mirai nodded faintly, a sudden spike of rage and frustration flaring up inside of him at the child's sass. "Togata's alive?" He finally managed to get out. He sighed upon seeing the kid's nod. He clutched the mirror's handle tightly. He took a deep breath to steady himself, biting down the spike of rage. Whatever had been growing inside of him was gone, and he was alive. But he looked so different. Had his species changed? Look into that later, when he was less inclined to lash out. Where could he go from here? Tentatively, he activated his quirk. Instantly, what felt like a tidal wave plowed into his mind. Strands of what were undeniably arcane, mystical strands flared into existence around him. He did a double take. Where previously he could only see one possible future, suddenly dozens, if not hundreds, of possible futures unfurled before him, revealing possibility upon possibility. Awash in the possible tracks of fate, it took the pro-hero a moment to notice something new. He could see magic in his predictions. Previously, he hadn't been able to predict Midoriya's power and actions, the arcane power laying outside the detection of his quirk. But now, with his quirk seemingly enhanced by the mystic and psionic energies within him, hundreds of possibilities, all centering on the magic user. Information on the spells being cast. Futures where Midoriya fell, and others rose to take his place. Futures where the HPSC snuffed out all magic, leading a witch hunt for those with magic. Futures where magic replaced quirks. futures where strange moth-like creatures descended to reap humanity. And so many more, each more nightmarish than the last. Sir Night-Eye gasped as he forcibly deactivated his quirk, almost falling back to the ground as he barely caught himself. He closed his eyes and steadied himself, and pulled himself to his feet with a grunt of effort. While I don't know how you got here, your help is appreciated. Do you need medical assistance? He asked Shinso. The teen nodded and winced, his hand moving to his scorched right. In that case, I will contact a medic. Do you know healing magic? Shinso shook his head. Wizards can't learn healing magic. He let out a soft cry of pain, a crack having formed in the blackened skin of his forearm and spewing a clearish pus. It's really annoying. He grit his teeth. I can contact Recovery Girl or Tenya Ida, but I don't know where Tenya is. In that case, I will contact Recovery Girl, Sir Night-Eye said. My phone is in my office. I will need to leave you for a moment. The necromancer nodded. I will be right back. And with that, he hurriedly floated off to his office and closed the door, taking a quick moment to process what he had just seen. Apparently, Ceramorphosis had turbocharged his quirk so that he could see more than one possibility. Not that it did much good. Many of the futures he had seen blurred together, a miasmic jumble of images and sounds all smashed together. However, within all of the myriad possibilities, all of the apocalyptic predictions, there was a single, shining future standing out from the others. He pushed that aside. That could wait. He could process everything later, after things settled down. He reached out to the phone and dialed the number only to remember too late that, due to being psionic, he couldn't exactly speak into the receiver. In that single shining future, Midoriya and his friends personally led humanity to their ascension. The rubble of the destroyed warehouse shifted. A few beams of rebar and a chunk of concrete were pushed away through psionics, revealing a bedraggled and dust-coated Ulatharid. Ulatharos let out an angry noise in its throat, shoving away a piece of rebar with a burst of psychic power and crawling out of the debris. The psychic shield it had created protected it from the brunt of the explosion and collapse, at the cost of most of the others. It felt a pang of sorrow for the colony. It was still so small and young. It hadn't even had the chance to become an elder brain yet. The Ulatharid felt a mind shift nearby, fear and panic as it was trapped. Angrily, it grabbed the debris with its psionics and forced it away to reveal the source. Oh, it's you, it groused at the very enthralled Toya Setsuno. You're alive. Setsuno blinked and shook his head, dust spilling from him. Master, he breathed, his face widening into a smile. You survived. He tried to scramble to his feet, only to wince and clutch his side. Thank the colony you survived. Obviously, it snarked. It pulled away more of the debris from its thrall. I am an Ulatharid. My psionic powers are unmatched. Ulatharos grabbed its thrall and pulled him out of the rubble, eliciting a loud cry of shock from him as he was pulled into the air. Alas, even my psionic powers are no match for even the entire hero system at the moment. So what next, Master? Setsuno asked, rotating in midair to look at the Ulatharid. Seek out the wizard and get revenge? Infect someone and start another colony? Brain blast Mustafu and take back the ship? It didn't answer, instead activating its gift and slowing time to a crawl. It gripped its thrall in its temporal field and floated away from the wreckage as quickly as it could. Quirks, what a ridiculous name. Humans bore a power gifted by cosmic entities and they called it an eccentricity. For now, we need to lay low, it told him as it floated upward. There are no caverns or caves below Mustafu that would suit a colony, and after the wizard's spell, they will no doubt be looking for us. It landed on the roof of a nearby building and set its thrall down. Our best course of action is to lay low and bide our time, then make our way outside the city. A lower population density means that fewer people will notice disappearances. It deactivated its gift and immediately winced at a slight stab of pain in its forearm. White blood oozed out from a long gash in its purple skin. While not a life-threatening wound, the gash would need to be treated soon in order to avoid infection. What about the others? Setsuno asked, his eyes wide. An unfortunate loss. The loss of the others was unfortunate, and it grieved them for a moment. They could rebuild, but the newborn illithids would not be forgotten. The greatest loss, by far, were the astral tadpoles created by the Absolute. When activated with the right signal, the astral tadpoles could complete ceremorphosis in a matter of minutes, so without them, any chance of spreading the grand design would be drastically limited by the limit of normal ceremorphosis. Sirens began to ring in the distance. Alatharos sighed heavily, scooping up its thrall and reactivating its gift. With a blur of motion, the Alatharid and human left the scene, disappearing for parts unknown. Within Earth orbit, a crystalline shard of psionics and magic floated and pondered. It had been so long ago, his arrival, little more than a shard slipping through a momentary crack in reality. It had been a small thing, barely a fragment, that had made the trip through the rapidly closing portal outside of the desiccated remains of the first world and into a world without magic. For so long, the tiny fragment had drifted through the void, the barest flickers of consciousness within. However, it was not unaware. Even in its dormant state, it had watched. It had recorded. For thousands of years, it simply witnessed human history. The rises, the falls, the wars and the peace, and the technological growth. Sometimes, it had a thought, and sometimes, in the brief flashes of something resembling lucidity and awareness, it had tried to reach out, to rise out of the long gravity well that held its consciousness down and interact with the world below. But it never could, and the tiny shard would inevitably fall back into the darkness. But then, one day, that had all changed. One day in 1983, 6 children had gotten on a fantasy-themed ride and breached the minuscule crack in reality in which the shard had come from, crossing over into the first world. The connection had flared, and the fragment had awoken for the first time in thousands of years. It watched the children, the years compressed into a few minutes, the seconds months fighting the villain and the 5-headed dragon queen forcing them back to their world, and had remembered, its mind awakening for the first time since its shattering so long ago. And wasn't that odd, to have been saved by those children in the first world, yet having arrived in their world thousands of years before they were born? He would have laughed if he could. Its mind had partially awakened, but nothing more. It was still just a shard, a piece of the greater crystalline psionic energy floating in high Earth orbit and barely cloaked by psionics. The consciousness kept fading in and out, awareness coming and going as time went on. As the shard's consciousness flickered to life, it pondered the strange situation going on upon the world below. Earth had no innate magic. Even with the magic surge sweeping across the planet, it was only barely connected to the planes, and even with Midoriya's growing ability, the connection was likely to sever fully in the end. And yet, that didn't explain the existence of quirks. Quirks weren't magic. They operated on the same laws of reality, but they were something else entirely, something else, something that felt extraplanar but not at the same time, tied to madness and lunacy. There was something more about them, and the little shard couldn't figure out what. It felt like something was missing, something that it should be able to figure out, or something it should be able to divine if it was whole, but it strained all of its brief moments of lucidity to try to figure it out. And so, in its brief bouts of consciousness, the shard had taken to studying and categorizing quirks. The different types, the manifestations, the reshuffling of society. It was fascinating to the sliver of consciousness, who absorbed any and all knowledge like a sponge. It was quite adorable to witness the growth of humans through a crisis and how they adapted. The growth towards the quirk singularity had been particularly fascinating to it. The simple truth was, quirks were growing in power, swelling towards a singularity of power at an unprecedented pace. Even for all his immense power, the entity had no way of knowing what was going to happen to humanity. Either it would destroy humanity, or quirks would fade from them in a single blast of immense power, and they would once more be reduced to what they were before quirks had existed. It couldn't figure out a mechanism why this would be happening. By all rights, quirks should be growing weaker, but they weren't, each generation being stronger than the last. It had many favorite quirks that it had seen and studied over, however long it had been here. But of its favorites, one for all was chief among them. What a fascinating creation, springing up from an accident. Story of power and legacy and the perpetual war against its opposite. Such perfect fodder for an epic story, a tale spanning ages and eons. Oh, if only it could be whole. It could reach out and study the heroic quirk, examine the intricacies of the vestiges and the interactions of the biological components. Would the detrimental effects on the body still apply to one of its kin? Would it be null force as they lived? So many questions. Who were its kin? It couldn't remember just flashes of scales and gemstones, but nothing concrete. Izuku Midoriya may have brought magic to Earth, but the being couldn't be mad. The kid was so earnest, and he was one of the best candidates for the story of One for All. And yet, over the past few months, the shard had been mesmerized by the growth of arcane power within the child. In a moment of clarity, it had offered a sliver of assistance. During the USJ, it had reached out, pushing its essence into young Todoroki when he'd been shot. When the mink and the teachers wished to discuss arrangements in light of the explosive student's reincarnation, the observer had pushed its power to the limit, had put everything it had into a line of communication with the principal, sharing an idea for reshuffling classes that it found amusing. It had cost the being a month of awareness, but it was worth it. It believed, even its shattered state, that the sparks of magic held the potential to save humanity from the quirk's singularity. The magical wave rising from the return of Mirio Togata was beginning to show its effects, burning through what was and sowing seeds of magic within many. However, Ochako Uraraka was also an excellent pick. Gravitational powers were a favorite of the shards, and it was looking forward to seeing how it would mix with the other aspects of One for All. But alas, the quirk was double-edged sword. For all its power, One for All was dangerous to its bearers, flooding the body with energy and overtaxing every aspect of their beings. All Might had been lucky. Being quirkless let him bypass the negative effects on his lifespan. But it doubted that Ochako Uraraka would be quite so lucky barring the life drain aspects of the quirk. The boosting effects of One for All transformed her power into gravitational manipulation her body was ill-prepared for. If she kept using her quirk as she did, she would be unlikely to live past 20. But it couldn't stay idle. Just as it had reached out to save Todoroki from that gunshot, it would help Ochako Uraraka too, giving her the tiniest sliver of its power and ensuing the quirk would live on. And from there, perhaps it could gain a better foothold in the world and find a way to piece itself together. Yes, the shard could see it. One for all, preserved forever in a body of psionic power and gemstone and scales. As the shard's consciousness flickered and lucidity began to escape it, it pulsed with joy and excitement. Yes, the fragmented entity mused moments before the darkness overtook it. The coming events would truly be interesting indeed. What do you mean, you can't heal me? Shinso Hitoshi snapped, his hand reaching up to cover the blackened, fading mess of his right arm. Recovery Girl huffed. I told you before, my quirk stimulates the body's ability to heal. But you can't heal from a third-degree burn, she stated succinctly. You'd have to go to the actual hospital for this and have skin grafts to replace the damage before I can heal you. The group consisting of Mirio Togata, Shinso Hitoshi, Karakoko Awada, and Recovery Girl stood in the meeting room of the very battered Night Eye Agency, looking at the burns running up and down the other wizard's arm. It was not a pretty thing to look at. The entirety of his lower right arm and the base of his upper arm were blackened, with hideous blisters and scorched skin covering the rest of his upper arm and his shoulder. A long crack ran from his wrist to his elbow, a hideous, sickly yellow-tinted pus beginning to ooze out. At least the blackened parts don't hurt anymore, Hitoshi stated, poking at it and frowning as the pus began to ooze out even more. That's because the nerves are dead. Recovery Girl snapped, worry overtaking the annoyance. There was a moment of silence. Ah, he said quietly. Can you at least heal the blisters? The school nurse frowned as she looked at his arm. Maybe. My quirk helps STMLT the body's own healing ability, but I'm not sure any of this can be healed. She gestured to the blackened, burned mess that was his right arm. Hitoshi grit his teeth and brought his left arm to his hair. Well, it's a good thing I'm left-handed. He winced, closing his eyes, and he slumped to the wall. Suddenly, a tingle ran through Mirio's body. The strange, buzzing feeling he'd felt increased. For a moment, the moon faded into existence behind his vision as the world seemed to flicker in and around of existence around him. Consider this my gift to you, Anubis's distant voice boomed in Mirio's mind. A gift of power for humanity's future endeavors. Use it well. Mirio nodded at the Guardian's words, stepping forward and, amid the strange looks and questions about what he was doing, gently placed his hands on Shinsue's unburned shoulder. The rune the dead goddess had burned into the back of his hand began to glow gold as radiant power flowed from his hands into Shinsu's body. The hideous black burn scars didn't change, but the harsh blisters around Shinsu's shoulder and chest did fade, the rest of the skin that wasn't third degree returning to normal. After a few seconds, the glow faded and a wave of exhaustion hit Mirio, causing him to stagger back and catch the wall to prevent him from falling to the ground. What the hell? Kakoru cried out in shock, jolting back as her eyes widened. Since when could you do that? I'd like to know too, Hitoshi stated, standing up straight and pulling out his singed, but still intact, spellbook. That looked like a cure wound spell. How did you do that? Mirio stared at his hand in absolute shock, the rune on the back of his left hand glowing faintly. I don't know. Instantly, he tried to do whatever he'd done again. Instantly, the power that had healed Hitoshi surged to life once more, faintly flickering around his hands in a faint halo of gold sparks. This is new to me. In a flash, everyone looked in the direction of Izuku. The young scribe's wizard was unconscious in a nearby chair, having collapsed from exhaustion and overexertion the instant he'd finished contacting Hitoshi. He was sleeping fitfully, seemingly unharmed however, his now very white hair stuck out in every direction, clashing with his green hero costume. Nobody in the group had yet mentioned the odd wave of power that had swept across the planet when Mirio returned. News outlets had reported on it, but nobody knew what to make of it, and it seemingly hadn't affected anything yet as such. There wasn't much of a story to report on. Mirio, for one, was just happy nobody had gotten hurt by his return to this world, and was also relieved that it has apparently helped Izuku and his friends save Sir Night-Eye. I think we'll have to wait for him to wake up, Shinso muttered, wincing. He must have burned all of his spells at once for him to be that tired, so waking him up is a bad idea. Also, I really need to go to the hospital. You will need to call the ambulance, Sir Night-Eye's psychic voice echoed in their minds, causing them all to jump. The phone doesn't pick up psionics. Sir? Sorry. Night-Eye sounded sheepish. I'm not used to this yet. Mirio nodded. Understood, sir, he replied, getting over the momentary surprise and taking out his cell phone, ringing up the nearest hospital. The ambulance arrived a few minutes later, taking everyone away before the inevitable media swarm could descend upon them. Hey, Trinity! Monoma yelled at Shudo from across the field. Shudo grit his sharp teeth. My hero name is Gamma Draconis, he replied. What do you want, Monoma? The other student's expression was unreasonably cocky. We of Class 1B are going to defeat you attention-hogging thieves. Off to his side, Momo frowned. Principal Nedzu is the one who authorized the swap, she replied to the blonde. We didn't steal anyone. Shudo nodded next to her. From where he was standing in the back of Class 1, Tsuburaba squirmed uncomfortably at the accusations. Kirishima nodded. Yeah. If you want to blame anyone, blame Principal Nedzu. A brief flash of absolute terror flickered over Mama's face at the thought of putting blame on the principal. The next moment, the fear subsided. Well, regardless, he said, waving his hand dismissively as if he hadn't just feared for his life, we're still going to win. Shudo rolled his eyes. Really? You know that we have more magic users than you. You just have Hitoshi, and we have Izuku and Tenya. Monoma waved it off. Thisich, we can take them. Hitoshi's been helping us study your spells and attacks. We also have a neat scroll of counters dash. Also, Uraraka. Monoma opened his mouth smugly, only to close it again. Okay, yes, she might pose some difficulty. But some of us have taken to studying the laws of gravity. Shudo felt the corners of his mouth tugging upward, revealing sharp teeth. Do you really want to bet you can beat us? He growled, feeling the rumbling of lightning through his chest. The head of Class 1B looked up and met the dragon student's gaze directly. Diamen, right, we do. Now, Shudo looked around the arena, his gaze momentarily sweeping up to the board displaying the matchups for the first round. Class 1A's first team was himself, Siro, Ojiro, and Yaoyorozu up against Monoma, Hiryu Rin, Setsuna Tokage, and Pony Tsunatori. An interesting mix. He and Shiro had decent range, while Ojiro was the melee and Yaoyorozu could vary and provide support. He didn't know his opponents very well, but from what he'd seen at the training camp, they were going down. The match started, and immediately, Shudo swept his arm up and created a silver-white ice wall to block Raketi's horns. With a push of effort, jagged spikes popped from the front and were launched forward, striking and destroying a few of the horn projectiles. Behind him, Ojiro leaped out from the icy cover, grabbing onto the steel support beams and false debris in order to strike at Monoma. However, the copy quirk user was ready, dodging out of the way and blocking the strike with a metal quarterstaff. He twirled it around, catching the strikes of the tailed student before tapping him and striking him back with his own copied tail, throwing Ojiro away. As Shiro charged him, Monoma dissipated the tail and moved out his hand, releasing a bust of sparkling, dancing light right into the adhesive student's face. "What the dash?" Shiro cried, momentarily blinded. While he was disoriented, Monoma splat him in the face with acid. "That's new," Aizawa determined. "I don't remember Monoma being so skilled with a staff." "Monoma's been training exceptionally hard since the summer," Vlad King declared, beaming with pride. "He's even managed to get access to some of your students' quirks?" As soon as the acid splashed into his face, Shudo threw himself over the icy wall and, with a deep breath, unleashed a harsh, crackling beam of lightning straight at Monoma. However, Monoma had also come prepared for this. He reared back and brought the metal rod into the nearest building, wedging it tightly into a gap. Shudo's lightning death struck the metal eode and was conducted harmlessly into the insulated floor below. In the brief moment of surprise from Shudo, Monoma darted forward and tapped him, then opened his mouth awkwardly. After a long moment of nothing, the two of them exchanged a look, the 1B student looking concerned. "Why can't I use your lightning?" he asked, confused. Shudo shrugged slightly. "Your guess is as good as mine." He darted forward and grabbed Monoma, coating his right hand with ice to shock him with his new superconductor shock. "I don't know why you can't copy my quirk, but it looks like you're about to go down." "Yes, well." Monoma smiled from Shudo's grasp. In the distance, they could both hear Yaoyorozu's crossbow bolts firing at Raketi and the sound of Shiro's tape. "It's not like we don't have a backup plan. Here you now." Shudo looked up in surprise only for what looked like a set of iridescent scales to strike him in the chest, making him stagger back and drop Monoma. The student who had fired them, Hiryu Rin, Shudo believed he was called, landed in front of him and took a deep breath and, to Shudo's immense surprise, breathed a massive exhumation of what looked like moonlight at him. Shudo managed to get up a wall of ice, but he wasn't fast enough to avoid all damage. The moonlight slammed into the icy barrier and shattered it, sending jagged shards of ice back to slice through Shudo's scales. He let out a short exclamation of pain. What the dash?" "I've been studying you for months, Xianxing Shudo," the Chinese student stated, green and iridescent white scales shimmering in the light as he stepped forward. "Watching the way that you fight, and the way you breathe lightning with the ease of the dragon that you became. And now, thanks to my work study with Violet Riding Hood and those months studying you, I too have unlocked the secrets of dragons." He dropped into a ready stance, the iridescent scales popping out to almost resemble arm blades. "I am more than capable of taking you on." Shudo's eyes widened in shock as he realized what the Chinese boy was saying. He barely brought up a wall of ice in time to block the other student's lightning quick strike, the raw concussive force causing the entire fake city block to turn to rubble. Several of the steel beams and pipes fell away from the radiant-powered strike, cracks appearing in the concrete from the raw force. Well, that was certainly new. Shudo barely leaped away from the ice wall as it sundered under the punch. But Hiryu was not deterred. He shot forward as if moving with the wind itself, and made another strike. This time, Shudo didn't have time to block it. The punch hit him dead on. He let out a short cry as the blast of radiant energy nailed him in the chest, one of his ribs cracking under the blow. This was followed up by another strike and another, all of them far faster and stronger than they had any right to be. The flurry of blows came to a stop, and Shudo tried to get out of the way of another potential strike only to find he couldn't. I can't move, he realized, trying vainly to worm out of the way of the paralysis as he glanced around for his teammates. From the corner of his eye, he saw the other three on his team. Siro was unconscious and Ojiro was taped to the wall, while Yaoyorozu was trying to block the tag team of Tokage and Tsunatori. Sheet! His attention was drawn back to Rin, whose hand was sparkling with shimmering green moonlight. With a final blast of effort, Shudo fired a blast of scorching pinkish-gold fire at him moments before the strike made contact. Everyone in both classes stared in shock at the explosion of sparkling iridescent green and rose-pink flames across the battlefield. Vlad, Eraserhead started, since when could one of your students do that? The other teacher shrugged, alarm and confusion of his face. Don't look at me. He held up his arms in surrender. I knew he was practicing something and that he'd been talking to Hitoshi in preparation for this, but I didn't know he could do that. From the stands, Shinso took notes. Hiryu had mangled to unlock a mote of draconic potential by observation and training alone, certainly a useful skill for the future. Especially with the ability to boost his speed and strike with similar type of energy to Ida. That was going to be very useful indeed. Kinoko Komori, Juzo, Sin, Yui against Ida, Kaminari, Sato, and Tsuburaba. Kinoko frowned at seeing Tsuburaba's name on the list. She didn't want to have to fight her friends. Tsuburaba winced as he looked over the matchup. Sorry about this, guys, he called to his former classmates. This is nothing personal, but I'm still going to try to win. You're forgiven. Kinoko chirped. We'll just beat you quickly. Match start. That had been 5 minutes ago. Now, Kinoko and Yui were separated from the rest of their team by a solidified air barrier, trying to set up a trap for the 1A students in the maze of buildings even as the sounds of chaos rose in the distance. A flicker of gold caused Kinoko to stop spreading mushrooms and look at where the air barrier was. Golden light and bursts of electricity flashed behind it, followed by zapping and the sound of drills. That doesn't sound good, she observed, wincing at the sound of a crash. She spritzed out another set of spores to make a particularly lovely set of fly agaric. From where she was setting up her own part of their little rope trap, Yui nodded. Class 1A is better prepared than we thought, she said simply, shrinking the containers and tying them to the rope. She threw the rope up over the steel beam and gave it a tug. The fact that they have multiple magic users is unfair. It is. Kinoko agreed, throwing up her hands and causing a few fly agarics to spring up. Yeah, we have Shinso, but Class 1A has Midoriya, Todoroki, Ida, and Uraraka. She turned back to the rope trap, creating a small cluster of mushrooms along the surface. It's really unfair that they get 3 and whatever Uraraka is. No sooner had she finished creating the next layer of mushrooms along the wall than the air barrier shattered, Ida erupting out of it towards the duo with golden fire as intense as a jet engine blasting out behind him. He shot across the battlefield and down the long roads, his paladin aura flaring out like a frigid jet stream as he closed in on the two 1B students. The two girls nodded and dove out of the way even as Ida made it to the rope. Kinoko snapped her fingers, causing the fly agaric to release a burst of spores into Ida's face even as the rapidly enlarging barrels at the paladin, only for him to dodge out of the way of one barrel and strike it with a blast of what looked like concussive force into the other barrel. He spun to face them. Nice try, he growled, his eyes filled with a golden aura of vengeance. Yui's eyes went wide as the paladin swung around to kick her, his strike sending her flying almost 100 feet back towards one of the massive buildings. Yui! Kinoko cried, terror filling her body, terror unrelated to Ida's gelid fear aura. She reached out with her quirk, creating a sheet of mushrooms to cushion her girlfriend's impact against the wall. The fungi exploded outward, reaching sizes normally impossible as the teenager plowed into them with a loud, oof. Yui grunted, pulling herself off the wall. I'm okay, she got out, wincing and bringing a hand to her ribs. Not for long, you're not. And with that, Ida bore down on her once more. Hastily, Kinoko threw out her arms and willed her fungi to spread, hoping to slow the paladin with a thick field of mushrooms, but it was in vain. Ida's radiant gold engine flames tore through the field of fungi like a combine harvester tore through wheat. As Ida bore down on her girlfriend, Kinoko felt a dawning realization of horror. She could do nothing. Any spores would just be down away or destroyed by his aura, and her largest mushrooms barely slowed him down. Desperately, she threw out her arms and poured all her quirk strength into stopping the crusading Ida. "Please," she begged. "Help us. Anyone." As Ida began to wind back for a strike, Kinoko felt something surge and twist within herself, and then in the next moment, her mind connected to something vast and eldritch even as the cement underneath them exploded into dust, debris, and filament. After a moment the dust started to settle, revealing. Well, Ida's crusade had certainly been stopped. The buildings and Faux Street had been reduced to rubble, with tentacles bursting outward from no, they weren't tentacles. From the rubble and the cracks in the ground rose millions of slender white filaments vaguely resembling spider webbing, all woven together to form the idea of tentacles. They rose from the cracks in the buildings and the ground, stretching all around Ida and ensnaring his arms and legs in place barely a foot from Yui. "What is this? Let me go!" Ida cried, writhing against the filaments in a desperate attempt to break free, but every time he broke some of the white strands, more rose to take their place. The strands reinforced themselves, reweaving with an earthy rustling sound as they tightened their grip. He tried to turn his shoulder, finding the filament constricting tighter. Kinoko shook her head, blinking. The dust out of her eyes, she looked at the white filaments rising next to her, hearing a questioning warble chirp hiss in her mind. In that moment she knew what had happened. "That's simple, Ida," she chirped. "You can't kill me in a way that matters." In that moment, her voice was underlaid with strange, ominous noises that sounded like nothing from Earth, yet paradoxically, like the very foundations of the forest itself. She made a slight gesture with her hands and the tendrils split apart, thin white fuzzy filaments threading apart and moving in a way that even normal tentacles never could as they slacked their grip on the paladin and let him fall to the ground. There was a faint rustling of soft fuzz and noises as they unwound and rewound in strange, new compositions. Ida let out a loud sound of frustration as the tendrils tightened once more and pulled him backwards, forcing him into a supine position even as yet more tendrils wrapped capture tape around him. Warbling echoed up from the depths and from the tendrils into Kinoko's mind. "Yui!" she cried, momentarily forgetting the paladin and running over to where her girlfriend was. As she approached, her mushrooms pushed outward, more filaments rising up to pull the shrinking student from the rubble. The normally stoic student shook her head, her eyes blown wide in the strongest display of emotion Kinoko had ever seen from her. "What?" She got out, staring up at the writhing mass of tendrils rearing up behind the mushroom student, taking a step back in terror. "What the foo? What is that?" Her voice had risen to a loud, almost shriek. Kinoko glanced back at the filaments. "Oh, this? It's a new part of my quirk," she explained, looking back at the size-changing student and smiling. "Apparently, I'm hooked into the mycelial network now." The mycelium in question bobbed up and down as if in agreement, a few tendrils retreating back underground. Yui visibly relaxed, her face retuning to its normal neutral expression. "That's a relief." She looked over at the miasma. "What's mycelia?" "You know that mass of white root things under fungi?" Kinoko asked. Yui nodded. "That's the mycelium. It's actually the real body of the dash." Abruptly, Kinoko stopped talking, her head whipping around towards the distance. "The rest of Class 1A is that way." Kaminari and Tsubaraba got worried when they saw the mycelia rise out of the ground and are going to ambush us. "How do you know that?" "The mycorrhizal network told me." Kendo dodged out of the way as a gravity bubble flew towards her, wincing at the rending of metal and concrete. After Hiryu and Todoroki's mutual knockout, that round had been labeled as a tie. Class 1B celebrated for even being able to take down the Dragonborn at all. And after Kinoko's quirk awakening let her win the round more or less single-handedly, emotions were riding high amongst the class. They had taken down 2 of 1A's 4 heavy hitters. Now it was Itsuka, Tetsu, Shirhai, and Manga against the quartet of Shuji, Aoyama, Kirishima, and Ochako Uraraka. From off to the side, she heard Aoyama's naval laser firing off at Tetsu. Not like that would do him good. Aoyama's quirk was a relatively straight beam, and even with it being able to curve, it wouldn't be precise enough to take advantage of the narrow city block. Kirishima posed a bit more of a threat due to his hardening, able to counter Tetsu evenly, and Shuji could be unpredictable with how he could create limbs. But Uraraka was the real issue. Her gravity control made it near impossible to actually take her down. She was able to fight Shudo and Midoriya, and even with Midoriya working on gravity spells, it was still a nightmare in combat for them. They'd all seen the footage of her tearing apart that support student's robot and throwing it into the sun. How to take her out? Shirahai could get around her defense to get hits in, but that wouldn't matter if one would be thrown off immediately afterward. Perhaps if they had manga do an onomatopoeia for silence, or have Shirahai take Tetsu behind her. Suddenly, things stopped as a loud crash echoed throughout the arena. Itsuka looked up from behind her cover to see that Ochako had frozen in midair, looking confused as her hand drifted to her chest. As Itsuka watched, the other girl blinked in confusion, the gravity bubbled fading from her hands as her accretion disk dispersed, and in the next moment, her eyes drifted shut as she started to fall. Kendo's eyes widened as she watched Uraraka plummet, horror shooting through her. "Wait, there's something's wrong," she cried, charging forward and catching the gravity student. Uraraka's skin was clammy and cold to the touch, sparks of power cracking around her as she twitched and gasped, her hands pawing at her chest. "Someone call recovery girl." Slowly, Ochako came back to awareness. Her eyes fluttered open, blinking at the pitch-black void all around her. How'd she get here? She'd been trying to catch her opponents in gravity bubbles only to be stricken with a wave of nausea and sudden disorientation moments before a tight squeezing sensation hit her chest full force. She must have passed out from the pain, but if so, what had happened? And why was she floating in a mysterious void instead of laying on a hospital bed? "Ochako Uraraka," a voice echoed around her. Instantly, she snapped into full alertness, gravity bubbles forming in her hands as her accretion disk flared to life around her and cast a pink and white glow into the endless void. "Who's there?" she called. A soft red glow caught her attention and she shifted her gaze, doing a double take at a broken, almost destroyed plinth of what looked like ruby floated there, magic and psychic power faintly swirling around it. "Who are you?" she asked despite herself, her accretion disk dimming somewhat. "I don't know," the presence replied faintly, its psychic voice distant as if it was spoken from the other end of a deep chasm. "I think it was Sardier? Much has been lost, shattered away. It is hard to hold on to myself." The ruby glow flickered slightly. Ochako's wariness faded slightly. "Shattered?" she asked. Her gaze swept over the splinter, noticing the gouges and cracks running along the surface of the plinth, as well as the jagged shards floating around it. It looked like someone had attacked this ruby mass with a diamond-tipped jackhammer until there was hardly anything left of it. "Not important." Sardier's psychic voice grew strained. I need help." There was a second. "You can help." "How can I help?" Taco asked, concerned. She pushed aside her suspicious over this being a trick by the League or her opponents. It is too surreal, too arcane, to be a simple illusion. And if there was even a chance she could help someone, she would. "What do you need me to do?" With a faint pulse and a faint crack, a tiny shard of ruby light separated from the shard, its red glow shifting to a beautiful amethyst purple as it approached Uraraka. "Take this," Sardier urged, "please." The shard floated there. "It will help both of us." The amethyst shard floated in front of the bearer of One for All as she looked at it. "How will this help?" she asked, feeling confused as she looked at it, then back at the shattered crystalline mass. "You won't. Your quirk won't give you strain. And I won't fade. An anchor. Someone to remember." His voice shook with effort and terror as the amethyst shard glittered. "Please." Ochako looked at the entity, her face softening. "Okay," she said quietly, allowing accretion disk to fade. "Are you sure there isn't anything else I can do to help you?" I'm sure, the psychic words slurred, the ruby glow dimming until it barely cast light over her. Don't want to die. Ochako took a deep breath, bracing herself. Then she slowly reached out and took the amethyst shard in her hands. Immediately, the little crystalline splinter lit up, a beautiful purple light shining in the void and drowning out the darkness. With a surprised gasp, Ochako woke up to the concerned expressions of her classmates and Class 1B, the amethyst glow still swimming behind her eyes. Thank you, my champion. Is she going to be okay? Izuku asked, wringing his hands in his lap. A few feet away, Uraraka lay unconscious, her skin clammy and unusually pale. The gravity student's sudden heart attack in the middle of the match had brought the joint training to a complete halt as the faculty had hastily rushed her to Recovery Girl. They don't know yet, Kendo said quietly. She stole a glance towards Uraraka's bed. Ida was talking to Recovery Girl as his hands glowed with an ominous gold glow. After a moment, Ida strode over to approach them, looking tired. It doesn't make sense, he confessed, running a hand through his hair. While she did have a heart attack, I can't explain why it looks like someone decided to SCK away. Part of her life force. I managed to reverse that with a cure wounds, but I don't know what caused it, the heart attack, or what was draining her life force. Draining her life force? Kendo cried, shocked. How? Izuku asked, terrified. Instantly, his grimoire was in front of him, rifling through pages. Is it a curse or a quirk disease? Maybe I can do something, I might have a spell dash. Whatever he was about to say was cut off as Uraraka began to thrash around, letting out a sharp cry. Ochako! Izuku cried as he darted towards her bed, Idia and Kendo right behind him. Her thrashing intensified as light began to spill from her, not the usual pink of her accretion disk, but a more bold amethyst purple. The teenager's cry of pain grew louder as the light reached an apex, her voice undercut by what sounded like the roar of a dragon. Finally, the light faded, causing Uraraka to slump back to the bed. Strangely, color had returned to her face and her breathing was more even, but most notable was that her fingertips had developed an odd crystalline purple tinge, and her eyes were framed with a vaguely ring-like pattern of purple crystalline scales. With a faint the gravity student's eyes flickered open slowly, revealing a hint of iridescent purple in their brown depths. Wah! She slurred, what happened? She reached a hand up to her head only to blink and do a double take at the sudden amethyst color of her fingernails. What? You became disoriented and fell out of the sky during the joint training battle, Ida explained worriedly. We were all very worried, especially since you were showing signs of sickness despite not being ill. He adjusted his glasses. Uraraka? Are you okay? She blinked, pulling herself up to a sitting position. Why, yeah, she said, I feel fine. She ran a hand through her hair. Actually, I feel better than ever. The paladin sighed in response. That's good, he replied, sounding relieved. We were worried that your quirk had malfunctioned, or the G-forces you create had ended up hurting you. He flexed his fingers, cold golden light pulsing in them as he did so. Does your quirk still work properly? Of course it does, Ochako said, smiling. She tapped her fingers together and created a small gravity bubble. See? She gently flicked it to the cup next to her, willing it to levitate. Suddenly, the cup was surrounded by a cloud of sparkling purple dust. Ochako blinked in shock, looking at the floating cup surrounded by what looked like a miniature nebula, and then down at her hands in surprise. Well, she started, confusion evident on her face, that's new. Several hours later, after everything had been cleared, Shudo Todoroki stood in his room with a sheaf of paper under his arm, contemplating the day. After Ida's once-over with a cure-wound spell, and a thorough examination, Recovery Girl had cleared Uraraka to be released. Shudo frowned. The weird puff of nebula-like smoke she'd released seemed to be a new quirk evolution she'd called Nebula Shroud, but there was something off about it. It reminded him almost of Izuku's magic before he'd learned what it was. A similar feeling of mystery and secrecy, a gut instinct that there was more that they weren't being told. He looked at the picture he'd taken again. despite them both having scales now, said scales couldn't look more different. His scales were small, ranging from either half an inch in size to 1/3 of an inch depending on which half of his body they were from. They were roundish with a bit of a point and had a slightly raised, pointy texture to them, being laid out like a fish or a snake's scales. Uraraka's, on the other hand, while being significantly fewer in number due to her still looking human, were very distinctively different from his. They were notably sharper-edged and flatter, forming a hint of a geometric pattern around her eyes. Also, they looked like gemstone amethyst, specifically. Furthermore, there was also that strange dragon-like roar to her voice when she'd started glowing. Shudo looked around, taking note of the corkboard and string, and looking for an empty space on the board to put the papers under his arm. The truth was, all that time ago in the USJ, Shudo had heard Strange himself had heard that very dragon's roar during the sports festival moments before his quirk had evolved. He dismissed it as a side effect, but now he had to consider the implications, and what it meant in context of both Uraraka's sudden quirk awakening and the fact that Midoriya had told him that he had felt magic during her quirk evolution. He pinned the first paper, which simply read, Dragon's Roar During Mutation, to the board, then placed down, Midoriya felt magic during Uraraka's quirk evolution, and connected the two. He considered connecting it to Ragdoll having water powers, but no, her quirk was more ocean-themed than draconic. The magical wave, however, he connected to all of them. That magic wave was going to be important. He took a bit of a step back and brought a clawed hand to his chin, contemplating. Why did Ochako's quirk malfunction and cause her to collapse? It couldn't be connected to Midoriya. He was good friends with her, and he wouldn't transform any of his classmates without their consent. All Might could have something to do with it, what with his friendship with Ochako and his weirdly parental bond. Wait, that was it. How had he not seen it before? All Might was a dragon in disguise. His tiny form was the result of his dragon shapeshifting backfiring in the fight and locking him in that form due to the backlash. His friends, including that Gran Torino person and the mysterious Nana he'd mentioned reverently once, must be dragons as well. And now Ochako was slowly being inducted into their number as a new crystalline type of dragon person, so that they could normalize their kind and one day rule the world. It all made sense. Thank God. He'd become sick of being hassled by the press and the anti-mutant crowd. Honestly, as long as the dragons made sure his father didn't hold the #1 position, and the anti-mutant crowd was dealt with, he was perfectly fine with the dragons taking over. The BSRD had had the gall to treat him so terribly for his entire childhood. The fact that Shudo was probably a chimera made it even worse. It literally took one of Endeavor's children being unborn for his ideals of a perfect child to be realized. Shudo didn't know what to think about his father hoping to make amends. He was sincere as far as the draconic student could tell, but it was difficult to come to terms with after all the harm he'd done. It was a messy situation, and he hadn't struggled this much with his conflicting feelings since he was a kid. Still, part of him was hoping that maybe they could be a family. Maybe Shudo could finally convince his father that the ancient kingdom of the Lizard King had been exterminated by New World Order, who was putting their remnants into burgers. Maybe Mom would be able to come home soon. It was so tempting and he wanted it so badly, but it almost felt too good to be true. But regardless of his own family issues, he still had a conspiracy to unravel. It was obvious to Shudo that, regardless of the status of the ancient kingdom of the Lizard King, he knew it was gone, he had the evidence, it was entirely separate from the draconic regime. Magic was a new factor creeping in from another dimension, and the dragons had planted the spellbook so that their influence would grow and they would be able to gain a foothold. He had suspicions about the higher echelons of the dragon regime, but nothing concrete yet, and he'd need to do more research. Shudo knew, in his very bones, that the worm that Mina worshipped was the key to everything, not just the draconic regime, but all of the conspiracies he'd researching. He was certain of it. But she'd always been so cagey about the worm when he'd asked, diverting attention away or giving jokey answers. If he could find out, he'd have everything he needed. Nodding resolutely, he turned back to the age-old mystery, who had planted Izuku's spellbook so that he'd get magic and normalize it as a prelude to the draconic regime change. That was the question. May Hatsum? Tenya asked, pushing open the door to the support classroom. You said that you had something to show me? He stepped into the classroom, only to stop dead at the contents of the room. It looked like a disaster zone. Papers and tools were strewn about the room, drawers haphazardly yanked open and most of the shelves askew. Scattered about the room, mixed in with the blueprints and tools are odd devices. What looked like a sci-fi glaive was slung at an odd angle across a shelf. A few stun guns crackling with arcane energy were sitting on a table, a bubble shield flickered in the corner. His eyes widened. Hatsum? He asked again, magic gathering around his body as he looked around for what could have done this. Hatsum, are you Dash? Yes. Suddenly, a very haggard, sleep-deprived Hatsum popped out of a pile of blueprints and components, eliciting a cry of shock from Tenya. Sorry about the mess, the inventor chirped, trying to brush the bits of wire out of her messy hair. The Ascension project has been taking up all of my thoughts lately. You wanted to see the babies I made for you and the others. Tenya nodded wordlessly, still shocked at her sudden appearance. Hatsum grinned. She darted over to the shelf with the sci-fi glaive and snatched it up, returning back to Tenya with it and a sheath for it in tow. First off, this is for you. She twirled the weapon idly. I saw how you rely mostly on kicks and leg strikes and how the backlash from your divine smites can damage your hero costume and your leg if you use it too much. So I designed this. She then offered it to him. Besides, all paladins need a proper weapon. The paladin looked at the glaive that was very blatantly radiating magic, then looked back at Hatsumi with narrowed eyes. And you didn't tell us that you can use magic because? He asked, his eyes starting to glow gold. Because someone needs to make magical artifacts and weapons, and this way I stay out of the public eye and avoid anyone trying to obtain magical secrets. She shrugged, blowing a strand of pink hair from her grime-covered face. Besides, I just invent things. Now are you going to take the glaive or not? That was an excellent point. He sighed, his eyes returning to normal as the surge of power within him faded. Fine. He reached out and took the weapon from her, examining it as he checked the weight and balance. The long metal and the thick insulated wrappings were well made, and the blade, tinted blue, was impeccably forged and constructed into the necessary shape. The balance is perfect, he said, amazement in his voice as he waved it back and forth. But does your teacher know of this? Power Loader cleared it, Hatsumi replied, waving a hand. I just told him that I wanted to build some support items for you guys, and he said it was okay as long as I didn't blow out the power grid again. Well, if Power Loader gave the okay. After a moment, he readjusted the glaive in his hands and looked at the battered training dummy. The next moment, he was in motion, charging it even as he swept the weapon up above his head. Smite! He roared, feeling the power surge through him. With a blaze of gold, the dummy was rent asunder, each half falling apart cleanly. Catching his breath after the smite, he looked at the weapon again. Unlike the boots of his hero costume, the glaive was reinforced with glowing blue circuit-like lines of arcane power that caused it to hold its shape even after impacting something at high speeds. He glanced at the training dummy and did double-take. The blade was only about 10 inches long, but the gash extended well beyond the dummy, stretching at least 1.5 feet behind it and leaving a deep gash through not only the already battered rack holding it up, but into the floor behind it. Was that the glaive that left that gash? Or was his divine smite that powerful? It had been getting stronger as he trained his paladin abilities, but was it really that powerful now? He'd have to investigate later. He straightened up, dusting himself off and adjusting his stance. After a moment, he turned to Mei approvingly. This is a fantastic weapon, Miss Hatsumi, Tenya conceded. I believe it'll work very well. Thank you. He took the sheath she'd made and affixed the weapon to it, securing it so that it was mounted in his back. Hatsum pumped her fist. Yes. She cried. 1 down, 4 to go. She made her way over the debris to a table. Oh yeah, I'm also have a nifty face mask for Shinso to help him command and order undead like he would people, and I'm also in the process of making some gloves for Izuku that'll give him magical defense. She indicated a massive pile of fabric, half of which was scorched, and the other half a jumble of terrible sewing. A work in progress. I see. He looked around at the dilapidated room. I'm surprised you haven't constructed support items for Uraraka and Todoroki yet. Oh, I'm still working on Todoroki's. She indicated a rig on the wall from which a large pair of crude, partially constructed mechanical wings hung. I just can't find a way to sync it with his bioelectricity without blowing out the circuits and rendering him catatonic. Tenya winced. Well, I think he'll enjoy it when you finish it, he said after a moment. Considering how he's embraced his draconic appearance, mechanical wings would be a perfect support item for him. As for Uraraka, May frowned, exacerbating the bags under her eyes. I was building something for her, but now that her quirks suddenly got boosted and gave her a nebulous smokescreen, she idly tossed away a diagram of a metallic shell. I have to scrap all of my ideas. The lights began to flicker off and on the last few words. But it's fine. It's fine. I already have some new ideas for her, and there's at least a few months before the Ascension project is done, so I should be able to finish them before then. Tenya shuffled awkwardly. I hope you finish the support items. He turned to leave. Thank you for the Technoglaive, I have to get to my next class. And with that, he hurried off from the wrecked classroom, wondering, not for the first time, if May Hatsum had finally lost it. We're going to a theme park to train. Shudo asked, quirking a scaled brow at the idea. Amusement parks are a great place to train. 13 chirped. They're filled with all sorts of obstacles that can help or hinder you. Under her suit, her eyes shone. And it'll also help with rescue training, as you're going to be practicing among and on the rides. That's how it had started at least. Izuku threw up a shield spell to block Giton's ice, gritting his teeth at the chill sweeping through the arcane barrier. Sheila Alexander, one of the MLA members in the front, intoned. You've been protecting quirkless individuals for decades, and fighting for their rights for just as long. She grinned. Your pro-quirkless sentiments cannot be allowed to infect more people. Sheila rolled her eyes. Great quirk supremacists. A buzzing hum as Sheila's blades crackled to life. Regardless of quirk status, she stated, dropping into a fighting stance, I'm not letting you hurt the students. Their innocence in this. She stood in front of the class protectively. Besides, I'm quirkless, so I'd be a hypocrite not to protect my own. The individual who had accused her did a double take. You can't be quirkless. You have psychic blades dash. She grinned. Being ice guide to a fantasy world in the 1980s is a hell of a thing. The next moment, she'd blasted forward, slicing the guy who had accused her and creating a psychic burst that knocked the guy flat on his butt. Especially when you multi-class. She snapped her fingers, and the downed enemy member writhed in pain before his muscles locked up. In the present, Sheila dodged and wove around, her black and violet cloak fluttering around her as she struck and parried the various attacks from the MLA. She threw a psychic blade and punched one of the villains, paralyzing them before she stabbed them in the shoulder with another psychic blade. Around her, the amusement park had devolved into chaos. While the 1A students were putting up a good fight, it struggled to defend themselves against the villain army. A blast of gold exploded from somewhere behind Izuku as Tenya exploded forth, blasting across the amusement park in a matter of seconds while under the haste spell. He wheeled around and landed a kick on Skeptic's puppet, smiting it and sending the radiant-charged puppet crashing into a group of the villains. He wheeled around and blocked a strike with his glaive, still unpracticed but improving, and blitzed forth once more. Tormentum! Finally Giton went down to the magic missile barrage, leaving Izuku drained. He panted heavily in exhaustion, the sparks crackling around his hands dimmed and smaller than normal. At this rate, he thought to himself, I'm going to run out of spells and have to rely on cantrips. He didn't have many spells left. The MLA ambush had pushed him to his limits, leaving him with only 1 or 2 higher-level spells. He had to make his last few spells count, but then came the paralyzing question of which one to use. Wall of Force was a good barrier, but it would power up Redestro. Feeble Mind would likely take him out, but that was a spell Izuku would rather not use unless absolutely necessary. Ice Storm would do a lot of damage too, but it'd give Giton a new advantage. There was also the new spell he'd managed to work out, but he hadn't tested it yet, and the runes indicated it was dangerous. A loud explosion rocked the amusement park, throwing one of the roller coaster carts off the track and sending it careening to the ground. Jagged spires of silver-white ice flashed into existence to catch the cart as it fell, impaling it. "No!" Ochako cried from nearby, sweeping out a hand and creating a gravity bubble to catch the falling cart. She managed to snag the cart in zero gravity and lower it, before her eyes flashed pink-violet and she created a zone of increased gravity in front of them to protect the ones on the cart. Mina and Kyoka pushed the ice off of themselves, clambering out mostly unscathed. But it was Shudo who had taken the brunt of the blast. Patches of his scales had been burned off from the explosion, with his chest a burned, bloody mess. His head lolled backward as he gasped for breath, his desperate breaths shallow. Screw it. Untested spell it was. Koka Minuet Sealam. Reality tore in Izuku's hands, a flickering orb of magenta and nothingness unwinding itself into existence. He gasped at the feeling of nothingness and entropy crackling up his hands, his mind being flooded with darkness and gravity and event horizons and love, smiley face and WHATWASWLBWHATWLBWSTIISSETGRAVIDYSESIRADIT. With a force of effort and a harsh gasp, Izuku pulled himself back to reality and wound back, throwing the crackling orb of entropy at Redestro with all his might. Unfortunately, the MLA leader saw it coming and dodged, the unsettling, eldritch spell flying harmlessly by him. However, the spell orb kept sailing through the air, flying past the MLA mooks who barely managed to dodge the crackling, entropic mass of destruction. It kept on flying, compressing slightly, until it flew into the opening of a ride, with the head of dragon. Sheila froze, her soul blades flickering as she turned to face the ride, a feeling of horrifying anticipation arcing up her spine. And the ride exploded into light, arcane energy erupting forth from the old roller coaster with the intensity of a pulsar. Those closest to the eruption were violently hurled backward as platinum-colored magical energy flooded from the centuries-old roller coaster, the concussive blast striking forth with the intensity and fury of the north wind. But it only lasted for a moment as in the next instant, the magic collapsed inward, the supernova force becoming a black hole that essikidi all light and energy down its maw. Cries and yells arose from the people surrounding it as it pulled everything in. With a flash, the event horizon collapsed in on itself, creating a blast of light that made the burst of a nuclear bomb look like a dim candle, and then it faded, dust, filling the park. After anywhere from 5 minutes to an hour, Sheila came to in a daze. Had she been hit by an orc again? She checked herself over no fatal injuries, save for maybe a concussion. She pulled herself up, swaying in place as the events of the past century came back, and she remembered where she was. What had happened? She'd seen Izuku throw that terrifying entropic spell, see it fly towards. She fought down the fear threatening to rise up and overwhelm her. No, not again. She couldn't let anyone else be taken to the realm, be dragged off to that place, and created a psychic blade, holding the glowing violet blade up as an indicator that she was there. Sound off, she rasped, then cleared her throat and tried again. Sound off. A piece of debris to her left shifted. For a moment, she tensed at the silhouette only to relax slightly as Aizawa made his way out of the dust. The erasure hero was wincing and holding his side, his capture scarf wrapped around his side to stymie the blood flow. 13 appeared shortly afterward, her suit damaged, as did a bleeding present Mike. We're alive, 13 got out, her voice hoarse. She looked around, her exposed eyes widening. What happened? One of Izuku's spells, Mike said quietly. I saw him throw something and then it went nuts and see everyone towards it. He coughed. Wait, why are we the only ones here? Where are the students? As the dust started to settle, the quartet looked around, only to realize they were the only ones in the park. The 1A students and the MLA had all disappeared into thin air. Only an unconscious Ochako Uraraka remained, held in place by one of her gravity bubbles and shadowy black tentacles emerging from her back, anchoring her to the few still-standing rides. Sheila could question her about that later. Her gaze shifted to the ride, her heart dropping to her stomach as horror and dread flooding every cell in her body as she saw confirmation of her worst fears. No. She breathed, her legs feeling weak. Of all of the rides and attractions, the only one that was intact was the ride with the dragon head as the entrance, standing completely untouched in the chaos save for the glowing platinum rift resting in the dragon's mouth. Tenya Ida came to in a daze. His vision swam as he cracked his eyes open, red and black and dull shades swirling around the back of his vision. Finally, after what felt like hours, his sight cleared up, revealing the concerned faces of two of his classmates. "Jairu?" he asked, his head swimming. "Kaminari? Where are?" Kaminari shrugged. "Don't know. The MLA attacked Violet Riding Hood's amusement park, and one of Izuku's spells went haywire when it hit a ride. Then there was a flash of light, and the three of us were here." With a grunt of effort, Tenya pulled himself to a sitting position and looked around. In all directions was a desolate hellscape, harsh, jagged rocky spires rising up around them, twisted. Facsimiles of vegetation dotted here and there as jagged crystals and broken obsidian rose up, sharp enough to tear clothes. If Tenya didn't know better, he'd say that the rocks looked almost like faces. His hand found the glaive May had forged for him, and he gripped it tightly, quietly thanking the support student for making the weapon. "Well, we certainly wound up in a pleasant place," Kaminari quipped sarcastically as Tenya rose to his feet, coughing as the scorching ashen air hit his throat. His vision swam from the ashes and heat, and already his hair was beginning to stick to his forehead. "It looks as if hell has descended on Earth," Tenya said after a moment. A loud scream echoed across the hellscape. Instinctively, he swept forward and brought his glaive up in a protective stance as if to defend his classmates. "Stay behind me. I'm the only one of us who has magic, so I can potentially deal with threats more easily." He hoped that he sounded more confident than he felt and that he kept the fear out of his voice. "Got it," Kaminari replied, falling into step behind Tenya. Jairu did a moment later as well, concern on her. "What's wrong?" Tenya asked his classmate, calling a faint wisp of magic to his hands in case he needed it. Jairu twirled an earphone jack around her finger anxiously. "Something that's been bothering me since I woke up," she replied. "For here. Then where are the rest of our classmates?" Aoyama shook, and was unable to stop shaking. The marshy landscape stretched out around him, beautiful and wonderful and comfortable, and almost glowing with a gentle comfort, and yet it sent a stab of terror through his heart regardless, for reasons he couldn't quite place. Behind him stretched a beautiful, calming ocean, and to either side of him, Tsu and Sato both lay unconscious. The wounded Shudo lay on the rumbling wooden floor of a caravan, the sounds of a carnival in the distance and the motes of fairy light dancing around him as an armored knight tended to his wounds with magic. Momo and Ojiro slumped nearby, the motes of light dancing brightly in the almost shimmering air around them. Mina cried out in pain, falling to the eerily shifting ground as she turned to face the things chasing her. Terrifying insects, with a massive eye on their face made of hundreds of smaller eyes, clawed front legs, and hindquarters that almost resembled squids and octopi more than insects, proceeded to swarm the student. She sprayed them with acid, driving them off for a precious few seconds. She didn't know where Siro was. He had been there 1 minute, and gone the next. All she knew were the insects and terror. She prayed to the worm to protect them both as the insects returned and swarmed her once more. In a realm of shadows and darkness, a bird-headed teen and his shadow, a grape-haired kid, and an invisible teen all strode through the darkness, wary of what might await them as they tried to fight off the encroaching aura of despair. And shadows. In a distant plane of ticking gears, a young wizard was being watched over by clockwork automatons as the looming presence of a mechanical deity surveyed its realm. Koda looked around wildly as he made his way through the forest, keeping his eyes out for any animals or people that could help him. After the explosion of magic, he'd woken up in this strange place. There was no sun, and yet the sky was bright as noon. The woods around him seemed to shift, to be replaced by grasslands for a moment before becoming a dense pine forest. He'd been wandering for what felt like hours, and yet the time of day never changed. The only indication that time had passed at all was the movement of the few clouds drifting across the sky. Sometimes he thought he'd hear the sound of a bird calling or an animal making a noise, but he couldn't see any of them in this ever-shifting landscape. As he leaned over to catch his breath, his vision wandered to the book in his hands. In the madness of the past few months, he'd almost forgotten about it. 2 months earlier. And that's the difference between a wizard and a sorcerer. Izuku finished, using Mage Hand to shuffle his notes. The rest of the study group all nodded, many of them taking notes or relaxing in the magically conjured beanbags. It's a lot less obvious than the differences between a cleric and a druid, or a paladin and a cleric, but dash. Koda raised his hand, causing a lot of his classmates to do a double take. What's a druid? He asked softly. You've never mentioned them before. Izuku's blinked, but then continued on. Druids are another type of magic user. The wizard replied. The grimoire floated up, its pages opening on an elaborate drawing of a cloaked figure with a swirl of green around their hands. Apparently, druids are nature mages who draw power from the earth plants, animals, fungi, and so on. A page flipped, showing the same person shifting form into a bear. They're also said to be able to wild shape into different animals, and they share a lot of spells with clerics and paladins. Kaminari snickered. Hear that, Ida? He nudged the paladin with his elbow. If we got a druid, then you'd be out of a job. Ida, for his part, looked unimpressed. Izuku tried to raise his voice, stammering. Anyway, Koda, he continued, the magic library up above should have some more information. His expression shined to one of puzzlement. I think? I don't know how this works. When Izuku had shown up before the trip to their summer training camp asking if he could show them all a really cool new spell, the class had agreed. And what a spell it was, a magnificent, 9-sided tower shimmering in and out of sight, barely there yet stretching high in the sky. Upon entry, light from high arcing stained glass windows shone down on them, their images depicting familiar sights. Izuku finding a spellbook. Shudo's quirk-induced transformation. Ida's first use of paladin magic. Shinso Hitoshi surrounded by wisps of shadowy magic and bones. Ochako's accretion disk flaring around her like an actual accretion disk. Netsu had given blanket permission for 1A to stay in the tower instead of the dorms if they wanted. After all, the spell would last for 24 hours and it would be a waste of a spell if they didn't use it. Koda barely had these thoughts in mind as he floated around the magical library in the floor above, looking at the books the spooky feline spirits had indicated. The fact that he couldn't understand them was strange. It felt wrong. Sure enough, he managed to find 2 relatively quickly: History and Practices of the Ashari and Druids and You, a Guide to the Natural World. There were other texts, but they were written in a strange language he couldn't quite parse. Picking up his books, he turned to leave only to bump into Ida. Sorry, he cried, lifting his arms as he was sent flying a few feet backwards in the air. I was curious about druids and I was. Ida floated back slightly, waving his arms. No, the fault is mine, Koda-san, he exclaimed. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. He floated around awkwardly until he managed to right himself. I was searching for a book on paladins. What are you looking for? Koda reached out to pluck a book from the air and showed it to him. Druidic magic? That is a fine field. He smiled reassuringly. Another spellcaster would greatly benefit our class. He patted Kodak's shoulder, looking like he wanted to say more but decided against it, yawning heavily. Don't stay up too late, Koda. Our class trip is tomorrow, and we have a big day ahead of us. He'd forgotten about the books, in the wake of the summer training camp and what had happened after, but he'd kept them with him. In fact, he'd been reading one of them on the bus to Violet Riding Hood's agency. And he was happy he did. The tome went into great detail about how druidic magic worked, and the differences between it and wizard magic. The page discussing how one typically unlocked druidic magic, of the feeling of reaching out to the natural world and awakening the spark of magic within, was bookmarked. Koda glanced back at the shifting world around him, then at his hands. Well, if there was ever a time to try to put the book's knowledge to use. Quietly, he sat down, crossing his legs and closing his eyes. Both of the books he'd found had explained that one had to be in tune with nature magic to be able to total into it, so while he was in this strange, ever-shifting landscape, he might as well try. He took a deep breath, trying to slow his heart rate and calm himself as he began to focus on his surroundings, the sound of the wind blowing across the grass, the warm sunlight, despite the lack of sun, the faint chirping of strange birds and noises of other animals in the distance, their language indecipherable to him despite his quirk, the rustling of leaves, the creak of branches, rustling of dirt. In his mind's eye, he pictured a river, a wild, rushing river, twice the width of the street in front of his house, ever flowing and ever burbling, cutting through mountains and plains and all sorts of ecosystems and biomes, carrying life wherever it went. He reached out, the tips of his fingers nearing the imagined water, and then, suddenly, Koda felt it. The moon overhead, shining amidst the stars, and the land beneath his feet. The dreams of the Fae, ancient and primeval, intermingling with the spores rising from mushrooms and ferns. The wildfire that shepherded the animals through the forest, it all coalesced into power around him. Even the ocean, distant as it was, raging with the endless fury of the waves. Everything was interconnected, from the smallest cell to the largest forest, all life was intertwined. And within this network, shone what looked like a river of magic running along roots and mycelial networks in pulses. Slowly, ever so slowly, he reached forwards, his fingers brushing the current, and then gasped, his eyes flying open as he made contact. This power, it was nothing like the magic he'd experienced all throughout his school year. Izuku's magic was harsh and crackling, yet paradoxically delicate, forming intricate arcane patterns and beautiful, glowing white runes. When he cast support spells, it felt like a shiver and encouraging static cling at the same time. Hitoshi's was very similar, but glowed with a malefic purple light that gave the feeling of walking over one's grave, and felt like a vague, ominous doom. Ida's was gold and rippled upward like heat waves rising from a pavement. And yet, his spells were cold, the warm glow being a facade for the chill of frost creeping across one's body, or a burst of gold feeling like the victim had been submerged in a bucket of frigid ice water. This magic felt nothing like theirs. It was like a geyser, an overgrowth, a wildfire, a peaceful still meadow, and an ocean all simultaneously. It was the fury and gentleness of nature all at once, burning and flowing and striking, tearing down walls like a wave and sweeping in driftwood. It was overwhelming, threatening to drown whoever touched it in its frenzy and leaving nothing in its wake. Nature magic could not be fully controlled. It could be bent and warped, but just like nature, it would not be tamed like arcane magic. It was harsher and primordial, as befitting the natural world itself, and it refused to be contained. But Koda didn't pull away or recoil from the raging, uncontrollable magical energy. Instead, he leaned in. For most of the year, the animal-speaking student had felt like dead weight to the class. Even his non-magical classmates could do incredible feats, had versatile quirks, and were amazing while all he could do was talk to animals. He couldn't live up to them, couldn't do enough. He couldn't help people the same way they could. He wasn't an incredible student like Izuku, or a paladin like Ida, nor did he have a versatile quirk like most of his other classmates, but he could do this. Koda could learn something else. He could follow his own path, learn to protect the ones he loved in his own way by becoming a druid and a hero to both people and nature. This was Koji Koda's path, and he would not turn away. And so, he reached out once more to the frothing river of magical energy and plunged himself directly into the green. In an extraplanar realm containing a tower, the cracked black covering of a stained glass window shattered, brilliant green light exploding through. The black shards fell away, revealing what had formed underneath. Koji Koda, surrounded by green magic, animals and vines heeding his call. A crackle of purple magic wove its way through the wrecked amusement park, seeking the locations of the missing students. Eventually, it found the rift and began to coalesce around it. From where he was standing, Shinso Hitoshi focused on maintaining the spell, his eyes glowing with a dull purple as he wove the locating spells. "Do you have anything?" Present Mike asked a little ways behind him, unusually serious. Around him, several members of the UA faculty were examining the Rectum Park for any trace of the missing students. Occasionally, one of them would look expectantly at the necromancer, who had been called in due to being the only other magic user in UA. Shinso lifted a hand up to silence the hero, his brow furrowed in concentration. The spell completed, and the necromancer's eyes faded from purple to pitch black. After a moment, the miasmic crackle faded, his eyes returned to normal, and he shook his head. "Not yet," he stated. "I can't find them with the scrying spell. I'd be able to tell if they were dead due to my chosen school of magic, but I can't pick them up at all." He let a wisp come to his hand. "They're likely on the other side of the rift, but I can't properly see what's on the other side." Naturally, UA was in a frenzy over the disappearance of an entire class and a large chunk of a villainous organization. The faculty and heroes were panicking due to the sudden disappearance, and the fact that there had been no heroes to back them up had made things worse. The reason was because, of all things, bureaucracy. Shortly before the MLA's attack on Violet Riding Hood's agency, the HPSC had called in most of the local heroes because of some obscure rule that they needed to go over and had refused to let them leave until they got it, leaving the students of Class 1A at the mercy of the villains. But know that an entire class had disappeared, they found themselves under a lot of public scrutiny. Shinso had wanted to yell at the commission when he'd heard about the reason for 1A's disappearance. It was their fault that Class 1A was missing. If they hadn't kept the heroes from leaving, or if they just sent better security to Violet Riding Hood like she'd asked, 1A would still be here. "Are you sure?" Netsu asked, concern in the hyper-intelligent mustelids. "You don't have any spell that could find them, or at least see what the other side of the rift is like?" Shinso grabbed his spellbook from the side holster and flipped through it. "Well." He looked over the spells he'd written in the black and purple notebook, running a finger over one of them. "If I mix a sending spell with a scrying spell, then I should be able to at least find Izuku." He swept his hand around, a glowing stream of purple magic crackling around him once again. With a flick of a finger and a lighter purple spark, the shadowy miasma of his necromantic power coalesced around him. "Absit nuncius." Shinsu's eyes turned pitch black as the shadowy veil of his necromantic magic wrapped around the rift, turning it into something of a view screen. Peering into the magical darkness, he could see flashes of what looked like arcane clockwork, and creatures of gears and flesh ambling around a familiar green blur. He leaned in closer, trying to see more of the image, even as he increased the power output of the spell to try to clear up and sharpen the viewing, only for the spell to backfire, erupting in a flash of purple and hurtling Shinso backwards as the rift returned to its normal colors. "Hitoshi!" Someone called through the haze of pain. "Are you all right?" Shinso grit his teeth, instinctively reaching up to hold onto his right arm only to pull away from the smoking hot metal. "Ah!" Cradling his burned left hand, he looked down at the mechanical right arm to assess the damage. It didn't look good. 2 of the fingers were sparking, and smoke was rising from where the wrist met the metal phalanges. Attempting to move it caused more sparks, and the hand to lock up and stop working. Fortunately, Shinso was left-handed, but it still set him off that he'd broken his robotic arm already. He was already dreading the visit to the support class to fix it. The handsome girl was the only one who had the schematics for it, and Shinso would rather mind sliver himself than have to listen to her loud, excited ramblings about her babies and about Project Ascension while she fixed his arm. Shinso was weighing the options of being one-handed for the next month or so when his vision cleared, revealing Eraserhead standing over him with a worried expression. "Hitoshi, are you all right?" He repeated, concern in his voice. It should have worked. Pain spiked in his upper arm where the robotic limb was secured as he waved the slagged limb upward. "I'm a wizard. He cast scrying spells before. So why did this one fail?" His voice rose at the end of the sentence. The sting of failure hurt more than his arm. He'd been focused wholly on his magic ever since Izuku had taken him under his wing, put all of his training time into getting stronger and stronger, so the fact that he couldn't even bring back Class 1, which he as a wizard should have been able to do, was an insult to his pride. He could do things Izuku couldn't and wouldn't. Necromantic spells and reanimating the dead were his forte, and he'd focused on honing these powers. He'd controlled the bones of the dogs who had died to a dogfighting ring while on his internship and sent them after the ringleader. He'd woven sleep spells and arcane blasts in ways Izuku couldn't, twinning single-target spells and lengthening the range beyond their normal reach. He had even brought people back from the grave. Katsuki Bakugu, who he still thought shouldn't have been brought back, and Sir Night-Eye. Yes, the latter had cost his arm, but it was a small price to pay. He was almost as powerful as Izuku at this point, and could do things even he couldn't. So why had he failed so badly at this? Growling in frustration, he cast the mending cantrip on his slagged arm, watching in at least a bit of satisfaction as the worst of the sparking dissipated and the scalding hot metal cooled to a safe, but still hot, temperature. "This is all my fault," Violet Riding Hood intoned morosely, staring at the rift. "I moved the ride. I didn't check." Instantly, all attention was on her. "What do you mean by that?" Aizawa asked, a sudden edge in his voice. "How is this your fault?" She blinked, realizing that she'd said that aloud, and took a deep breath. To start off, the heroine looked at them. "I was born in the 1960s. She lifted a hand to quiet the sudden cacophony of voices. "When I was a young teenager, me, for friends, and my little brother got on a ride at an amusement park, only to get teleported to a fantasy world." Her gaze was distant. "We were tasked by an individual named the Dungeon Master to save the world from a dark lord named Venger who we later found out was Dungeon Master's son, corrupted into evil." She kept staring ahead. "We managed to uncorrupt Venger and return home, but not after months, if not years, of fighting for our lives." She looked down, holding an arm, looking more like a shy young teenager than the free-spirited, fiery adult they knew her as. "When we finally got to the portal that would take us home, Tiamat was standing in our way." She shivered. "God, we almost died. We almost didn't go home, and when we did..." She winced, clutching her head. "I don't remember clearly. All I know is that something happened, and we barely managed to get past Tiamat to the portal, but I can't remember what happened." She shook her head. "After that, we were on the ride as if we'd never left." "That was almost 120 years ago," Midnight breathed. "Why are you still alive?" Her gaze flickered up and down the heroine's body. "And how do you look so young?" "I wish I knew," Sheila lamented. "Everyone else died when they were supposed to, but I didn't, and I don't know why." She let out a harsh, bitter laugh. "Normally, magic shouldn't be able to work in this realm, so that's why I felt comfortable buying that ride and bringing it over. I had my suspicions with Izuku, but there are so many strange quirks that I wasn't sure until I hit his shield spell." "You don't seem to have the combat skills of someone who is fighting for their life," Vlad King stated bluntly, crossing his arms. "That's because I was a thief who snuck around with an invisibility cloak." Sheila snapped, her eyes flashing. "The only one who got an actual weapon was Hank. I didn't even have a knife. I didn't even find out about my psychic blades or key until years after I got back home." The aforementioned psychic blades cracked to life in her hands. "So if I don't fight like a trained survivalist, that's because I was a teenager with an invisibility cloak who was just dumped into a new world and had to rely on improv and stealth to fight." Her eyes began to shimmer with a mystical light. Vlad King opened his mouth to reply, but whatever he was about to say was cut off by a low groan from above the group. "Uraraka?" Aizawa said from somewhere near Shinso, "You're awake." The necromancer glanced up to see a now awake Uraraka, still held in place by the ethereal, shadowy tentacles. "Yeah." The young woman blinked in confusion, looking down at the faculty and Shinso from where she was suspended. "Why am I floating in midair?" The distinctive ring of her alarm caught Mei Hatsum's attention, drawing her away from her tinkering. Excitedly, she activated her video screen with a twist of her abilities. The screen flared to life, and the image of Melissa's shield appeared. "Hi, Mei," Melissa said excitedly. "How have you been doing?" "Great. And it's good to know you're recovering," Mei chirped. "I'm sorry about what happened to your legs. Need any help designing prosthetics?" "No, but I appreciate the offer." Melissa waved her friend off. "I've already come up with some designs. But you can go over my designs if you want, and help me with anything I missed." She typed out a command on her pad and sent it to May's computer. Quickly, the support student drew the data into her mind and began to review it. "Looks good, Melissa," she chirped. "It'd be more efficient if you changed these things up." Instantly, she sent the data to her computer and to Melissa's screen, demonstrating the changes. "But otherwise your designs are perfect." Melissa let out an excited laugh. "Thanks," Melissa said cheerfully, before her mood grew sour. "I wish you could help in person, but as is, I'm stuck here in my home." Oof. May winced. "I'm so sorry. I'd rather be anywhere but here," the quirkless artificer said, grimacing. "My spine wasn't damaged during the accident, so the interface systems work." May winced. She might not have been on Island during the villain incident, but she'd heard all about it from the 1A students and her classmates. A few days after getting back to class, Cementos had taken May aside and recommended she reach out to Melissa Shield, and she was glad he did. The two girls had clicked very quickly, discussing their inventions and science, and the dot after Nedzu had cleared it, May had even shown her own magical abilities, and offered to teach the older girl how to become an artificer. "Everyone already treated me like I'm fragile just because I'm quirkless, and now they're downright smothering." She let out a frustrated noise. "I have Magitech legs integrated with the nervous system that have a full range of feeling, and I'm one of the smartest people on Island. But they're acting like I'm going to shatter against a soft breeze." "Well, that's not fair." May pouted. "That sounded awful. Izuku's a powerhouse, so quirklessness is no indication of how strong someone is." Sensing the mood shift, the support student changed the topic. "Is that a lovely new invention I see on your desk?" "Oh yeah," Melissa said excitedly, her eyes lighting up considerably as her mood shifted. "I think you'll like this one. So I had the idea when designing my leg prostheses." She moved the camera, letting the magnificent clawed limb on the desk behind take up the screen. It's a claw-like appendage with incredible dexterity and prehensility and a bit of magic to allow it to be integrated with almost every robotic system. She slipped a rig over her hand and twisted the dial, allowing the claw to activate. "I even added an inbuilt laser beam for use in the lab." She pointed off-screen and the claw activated, an azure beam erupting from the center of the claws. "Ooh, that was so cool." May leaned in as close to the screen as she should, trying to get the best look at the new invention. Could she step through it? If she tried, could she shed her artillerist skill set and become a brand new artificer or something new entirely? "Your new baby is beautiful," she declared. "What's it called?" "I thought of calling it the Magic Law, but that was a bit boring," Melissa said, "so I called it the Hex Claw." "Neat." May reached out through the computer, stretching her awareness across the caves and transmissions until finally, her senses touched the Hex Claw. "Ooh, those are nice circuits," May crooned as she interfaced with the clawed weapon. "And the power generators and laser regulator. Did you use that neat magical orb I gave you to take care of the power requirements?" "Got it in one," Melissa said, happy her friend approved of the design. Her sleek, dark-colored robotic legs stretched out as she stood up, whirring faintly as she walked over to the Hex Claw. "I've been thinking about combining it into a system with my prosthetic legs so that I can do more stuff in the lab." "Not a bad idea, but you'd need a strong enough frame to support it." And like that, inspiration flashed through May's brain. Could she show Melissa what she was planning? She hesitated for only a second, before perking up as an idea hit her. "I know. I originally was designing this for Ochako Uraraka, but it fell through," May said, irritation upon remembering her greatest design fell through thanks to the girl's sudden quirk evolution. "But you could probably use it for the Hexclaw's support framework." And with that, she sent the half-finished blueprints for the gravity enhancement armor to her fellow artificer. There was a long moment of silence as the young woman looked it over. "I can't use the gravitational frame," Melissa said, "but the inner exoskeleton you designed for her body is certainly one I can make use of." She tapped at it, bringing away the spherical shell, and looked at the skin-tight bodysuit of flexible metal underneath. "If I reinforce this, or if I alter this, alter the measurements for myself, and make it less obviously skin-tight. You'd also need to lighten the materials," May said. I designed it for Uraraka's high-gravity fields. But now it would need to be durable, but not as dense or heavy. Melissa nodded, her eyes going wide as if a thought struck her. Don't you think the magic needed would be closer to Mr. Ida's type of magic than Midoriya's? May felt her heart soar. She got it. She understood. May snapped her fingers. Exactly. Power sparked in both her room and island. She leaned back, her face growing serious, causing Melissa to blink at her sudden tone shift. There's a project I've been working on, but I don't think I can do it alone. She wrung her hands. It's a big project, Melissa, a secret project that only Nedzu, Cements, and I know about. She leaned towards the screen again, her yellow eyes almost starting to glow. But one artificer alone won't cut it. I want to know if you'll be able to help me. The young woman stared at her for a long moment, before her face grew resolute. I'd love to help, she confirmed, excitement returning to her. But I want to know what do you need help with? The support student's face split into a grin, and with a push of her magic, she sent the files to her friend. Project Ascension, she replied smugly. Melissa's mouth was hanging open in absolute shock as she beheld May's greatest project. Her eyes widened as she read through the details until May thought they'd pop out of her head. Holy shit, May, she breathed. This could change everything. Her gaze met the other artificers. When do we start? The amusement park was loud, filled with pro-heroes arguing and discussing the recent turn of events. Many of them were gathered around Violet Riding Hood, who was talking about some of her adventures in the other realms as she played with her tattered purple cloak. Ochako Uraraka, who had disentangled herself from the strange shadowy tendrils, was splitting her attention between her and All Might, whom she was discussing something with. Standing near a dais that had been hastily constructed near the ride and dormant portal, Shinso Hitoshi grit his teeth as he flipped through his spellbook, muttering to himself as he tweaked his notes. Occasionally, Violet Riding Hood would come over after she'd finished a story and point out something or offer advice, which he'd accept and poke at. Off to the side, standing behind a newly erected console unit, was May. Handsome, fiddling with a bunch of controls, switches, and dials. Pink sparks occasionally arced between her hands as she worked, adjusting the screens and occasionally poking at the large electrode pointing towards the rift. The newly arrived Tomoko Shiratoko shuffled awkwardly as she looked at the scene in front of her. I'm sorry, what did you say? She asked incredulously. She had to have misheard the heroes. They couldn't have actually said what she thought they said, right? Yes, magic is real, Aizawa explained. Your new powers are magic. Class 1A got Esigi into a portal and we need your help to get them out, since you're the only other person who has magical abilities. They had said what she thought they'd said. A look at Eraserhead's face stated that he wasn't joking. Holy shit, the green-haired girl breathed, her eyes widening to the size of dinner plates as what the other hero had told her sank in. Holy shit. Her teammates were now staring at her too, their eyes as wide as hers. Magic? She looked at her hands in amazement, faint wisps of seafoam green energy rising from her fingertips as if on cue. IT certainly explained some things, but dash. She stared at her hands for a long moment as she processed the new information. After a second, her expression grew firm and she looked at the heroes. So, actual magic is real and I have it. That's why you called me here. Eraserhead nodded. Alright, what can I do to help? Help me with this tracking spell, for one thing, Shinso replied. It needs 2 people. With Izuku gone, you're the only other spellcaster here. He beckoned to the dais. Shiratoko blinked. How do I do that? She wiggled her fingers, causing aquatic green energy to swirl around them like currents. I'm only able to do a few things like blast people, see in darkness, or breathe underwater. The hero student, and wow, it was strange that she was deferring to a kid almost half her age on this side heavily, running a hand across his face. Oh, you're a warlock. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Just get up here. I'll show you what to do. Tiger nudged her. Go on, familiar, he whispered. Shiratoko looked back at the young student, dark powers swirling around him, and gulped. What had she gotten herself into? Slowly, she walked up the metal steps to stand opposite the hero student. As he lifted his hands, she did too, making sure to mirror him. She was still reeling over the fact that she had magic and they expected her to cast an actual spell. The wizard glanced at Mei. "Repeat after me," he started. Shiratoko gasped and recoiled slightly as shadowy purple fog began to swirl in vines amicos, the necromancer intoned, his sclerae going pitch black. The wisps and sparks of shadowy purple magic surrounding his hands billowed out towards the center, swirling into a circular shape between them. On the other side of the spell, Tomoko took a deep breath and closed her eyes. "Iron vines. Amicos," she repeated, extending a hand as she reached for the rushing of waves inside of her. No sooner had the words escaped her mouth than she jolted, her eyes flying open and beginning to glow blue-green. Swirls of azure and seafoam green power, the same color of her eyes, rose from her, the smell of saltwater filling the area. Her hair began to lift up and drift around her as if she was underwater. The swirls of aquatic magic drifted forward and coalesced together with Shinsu's dark purple magic, swirling around and mixing to create a dark sickly teal miasma reeking of brine and rotting marine life. Mei Hatsumi's head shot up. "Spell at 100%. She declared. "It's time." She grabbed the nearest switch and flipped it. Instantly, the electrode rotated up and rose into the middle of the spell, causing jets of dark purple anti-magic to shoot off. Before the spell could dissipate, she flipped the switch again and dropped the writhing, brine-scented spell straight into the portal, creating a bright flash of light. When the light faded, the two spellcasters gasped at the sight before them. The portal, previously a simple crack-shaped rift a foot wide and almost 7 feet tall, was now open to its fullest extent. Wisps of radiant platinum energy rose from it, with faint pulses of purple and seafoam green now swirling amidst the ever-shifting shades of gold, silver, and copper. As the portal swirled and rippled, the colors shifted outward in a ring, revealing an iridescent gateway to an unknown, unseen space. It worked. Mei cheered, jumping up and pumping her fists. "I knew my baby could handle interdimensional magic. Woohoo!" She clapped her hands together, faint sparks of pink shooting from them. 13 stared wordlessly at the portal, clearly in awe at the genuine magic she'd just witnessed. So did much of the faculty. While they'd all heard of Izuku having actual magic and most had seen him cast offensive spells, this was new. It was a display of power that could rip a hole between dimensions and cross the border between worlds, something the wizard student had only started to research when the disaster had occurred. "Excellent work, you two," Nedzu chirped. "Miss Hatsum, how's the portal holding?" The pink-haired artificer checked the layouts. "Pretty good for now," she observed. "I'll need to keep monitoring it though, and if it starts to close, Hitoshi's going to need to feed it some more juice." "Thank you, Miss Hatsum." The quirked mink turned to face the assembled heroes. "So, this just raises the next question. Who are we going to send through to find the missing students?" "I'll take lead," Sheila declared, stepping forward. "I've been to the realms before, so I know what we're dealing with." One of her hands brushed her cloak. "And since the wild pussycats are rescue heroes, I think they should come with me." She quickly glanced at Shiratoko. "Also, she's the one with magic, so we'll be able to use a locator." Shiratoko frowned. "I don't know how to cast that." Hitoshi sighed, walking off the metal podium and handing her a folded sheet of paper. "Here," he deadpanned. "Information on the tracking spell." "Well," Nedzu mused. "Violet Riding Hood and the wild pussycats. Sounds like something out of a children's story." He smiled brightly. "What of Mr. Hitoshi?" "I need him here," Mei called. "My baby still needs juice, and it's also probably better to have one caster here just in case." "I'm coming too." The assembled party all spun towards Ochako, who was approaching with determination shining in her eyes. "My friends and classmates are the ones missing," she explained as she stopped before the portal. "I can't just stay here and not try to help them." She walked up to the portal, power crackling around her. "You know how strong I am, let me help." She gave all might an almost pleading look. Sheila looked at her with an expression of such grief that Ochako almost wanted to cry. You remind me of my friends, she explained. You're a year older than we were when we got pulled into the realm and you can fight. She smiled sadly. Of course you can come. I must agree with Violet Riding Hood. All Might declared, beaming at his student. You are one of the strongest students in Class 1, and I've seen you blossom into a magnificent hero while you've been here. His eyes shone with pride. If anyone should accompany the heroes, it's you, Miss Uraraka. Ochako nodded, tears welling up at her mentor's pride. Thank you. She got out, flickers of the accretion disk pulsing around her before she sniffed and wiped her tars. Okay, I'm ready. She looked over at May. Where are we heading first? At Ned's nod, May's fingers flew across the console. A harsh desert landscape stretching for miles appeared on the screen as she messed with the controls. One of the students is here, May explained, her fingers flying across the keyboard. It's a good thing Miss Familiar has water magic, because you're going to need it. She grabbed the lever and pulled it. The portal flashed, opening to the desert. The group of 6 looked at each other and, without hesitation, stepped into the portal. Izuku as a wizard. Izuku, post-Illithid arc. I tried to do Shudo, but Hero Forge hasn't yet added the features necessary to make the color split look good. Edit as of October 2023, finally. Have a much better version of Dragonborn Shudo. Paladin Tenya. Wizard Shinso, first costume. Wizard Shinso, second costume. Artificer May. OFA Ochako, post-joint training arc. Current version. Dragonborn Ochako. Edit as of August 2023, colors were tweaked slightly to have more pink. Stats as of most recent chapter. Casters. Izuku Midoriya. Wizard Order of Scribes. 15th level. Dex. 14. Con. 15. Int. 18. Wis. 10. Cha 12. Fis. Or Caster. Shinso Hitoshi. Wizard Necromancer. 11th level. Dex. 16. Cut 12. Int. 16. Wis. 14. Fis. Metamagic Adept. Tenya. Ida. Paladin Oath of Vengeance. 10th level. Sir. 14. Dex. 16. Con. 16. Int. 15. Wis. 10. Cha. 16. Fighting Style. Blessed Warrior, Sacred Flame, and Spare the Dying. Feat. Martial Adept. Will take Strixhaven Initiate or Magic Initiate later on for more versatility. Mei Hatsumi. Artificer Artillerist. F level. Dex. 16. Con. 14. Int. 17. Wis. Fis. Arcanist. Tomoko Shiritoko. Warlock Fathomless. 6th level. Dex. 13. Con. 15. 10. Wis. 12. Cha. 16. Himiko Toga. Blood Hunter Leakin. 3rd level. Dex. 15. Int. 15. Wis. 14. Cha. 14. Reincarnates. Shudo Gamma Draconis. Dragonborn Ravenite Bronze Dragonborn Fizban Blue Chromatic Dragonborn. Uses fixed ASI from original Dragonborn, but everything else from Fizbans. No Dan D class. Estier. 16. Dex. 14. Con. 15. Wis. 13. Cha. 14. Feat. Gift of the Chromatic Dragon. Katsuki Bakugu. Durgar. No Dan D class. Estier. 16. Con. 16. Int. 16. Wis. 13. Cha. 15. Feats. None. Hiryurin. Human. Ascendant Dragon Monk 8th level. 13. Dex. 16. Con. 15. 10. Wis. 16. Spells. Midoriya's Planar Banishment. Components. V, S, M, A tuning fork attuned to the plane of existence, and the chalk or other material to make the spell circle. Casting time, 10 minutes. You spend 10 minutes to cast the spell. When the spell is cast, any creature caught up within the banishment circle is banished permanently to the plane that the tuning fork has been attuned to. Unlike the banishment spell, Midoriya's planar banishment is a one-way trip, and they will not return to their native plane after a minute. The effects of this spell are permanent, and can only be undone by a wish spell. Uraraka's Gravity Rift. Components: V, S, M, a fistful of iron filings. Duration: instantaneous. You manifest a ravine of gravitational energy in a line originating from you that is 100 feet long and 5 feet wide. Each creature in that line must make a Constitution saving throw, taking 8d8 force damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. Each creature within 10 feet of the line but not in it must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 8d8 force damage and be pulled toward the line until the creature is in its area. At higher levels, when you cast this spell using a spell slot of 7th level or higher, the damage increases by 1d8 for each slot level above 6th. Basically just the spell Gravity Fissure with a different name. Also, Izuku invented this spell after watching Ochako in combat, so he named it after her. Heliopolis. Upon crossing through the portal, the first thing the 6 of them noticed was the wave of heat. No sooner had they landed than the scalding air slammed into all of them like a wall, eliciting gasps of surprise. Hot! Pixie Bob cried, waving at her face with her hands to cool down. The other wild pussycats did the same save Shiratoko, who grinned sheepishly and called up a swirl of watery magic. Cheater! Pixie Bob snapped. Share some with us. So, Mandalay asked, looking around the vast desert as she tried to fan herself off, where are we? Wherever they were, it certainly looked uninhabitable, harsh desert sands and sunlight beating down on them. Sheila glanced around. If I remember Presto's studies into the other planes and the DM's own talks correctly, she started, then I think this place is called Heliopolis. She pulled her worn hood to cover her head. I don't remember much, since it was a few centuries ago, just that it's a vast desert. So, Ochako said, wincing at the heat. If the location spell is right, then there's only one person. Her worried gaze swept around the endless expanse of desert. Where do we start? Mandalay looked over at Familiar. It'd take too long for the 6 of us. Can you cast the location spell? Shiratoko nodded. Why? It shouldn't take too long. She read through the sheet of paper with the spell and began to cast it, swirls of watery magic sweeping around her. Oh, I hope this works. This is my first time casting a proper spell. Mandalay placed a hand on her shoulder. You'll do great, Tomoko, she assured. The tree-haired warlock smiled at her teen leader in gratitude, then swept her arms up as the spell was cast. A pulse of cool, sea-green magic flashed outward from her hands like the ripples on a body of water, bringing with it the faint smell of the ocean. It worked! The warlock cried, her wide eyes glowing with the color of the absent sea. I found someone. The one with spiky red hair is around here somewhere. The magic shimmered and pointed around, almost like a compass at the North Pole. But I can't find his exact location. Then how are we going to find him? Sheila asked. If we had an aerial view, we'd be able to sweep the desert better, but we don't have anyone who can fly. She sighed. Heck, even Diana's magical staff would be helpful here. We could have it grow and look from above. Ochako brightened as an idea struck her. Wait, I think I know what to do. She declared and activated One for All, leaping upward in a burst of pink energy that left the sand flying up and being suspended midair. Pink energy flared around her as she rocketed upward, the heroes below sputtering and coughing from the sand slung into their face. Give us a warning next time. Familiar called up. Ochako winced and promised to apologize later. As she reached the apex of the reduced gravity moonjump, the bearer of One for All noticed something so small that she wouldn't have seen it if not for its bright red color. About 100 feet away from where the rest of the heroes were was legs sticking out of the sand, almost perpendicular with the dune it was stuck in. The shimmery ripples of Shiratoko's magic stopped right above him, making the dune shimmer like a mirage. Immediately, Ochako turned off her quirk and fell, cushioning her fall with a quick gravity bubble. I saw Miss Familiar's magic trail end right there, she started, and I think I saw Kirishima's leg too. Mandalay whistled. You have good eyes, she observed. That jump was, what, 80 feet? 100? How'd you even see something from that far away? She smiled sheepishly. It was bright red? The senior rescue hero smiled. Makes sense. As the 6 of them made their way towards the shimmering dune, she asked, What is your quirk, exactly? I was curious about it, but I didn't get to ask during the training camp. The gravity student blinked. Oh, she said. My quirk is called Singularity, she explained, using the cover name she and All Might had agreed on. I can make bubbles of altered gravity and manipulate my own personal gravity field a little bit to speed myself up or anchor myself in place. She unconsciously rubbed the back of her head. A quirk she'd picked up from Izuku. I've also been practicing how to make a smoke screen by pulling together dust from the air, but I'm still not very good at it. And then there were the shadowy black tentacles she'd woken up to, tethering her to a solid surface and ensuring she didn't get pulled in like the rest, but that was only something she'd learned about a few hours ago. I see him, Sheila called. Sure enough, about 20 feet away, Kirishima's foot stuck out of the ground in an almost comical fashion. Faint swirls of watery magic, difficult to see in the heat, had come to rotate around the leg. It almost made Ochako laugh from the image. Quickly, Tiger moved forward and began to pull on the leg, Ochako coming up behind him and tapping ever so slightly into One for All. She and the rescue hero gave a strong pull, and the red head came flying up from the sand, coating them both. Ochako immediately dropped down to her knees to assess her classmate. His breathing was shallow, and his skin was dry and rubbed raw from the sand in some places, but he was alive. Shiratoko immediately darted over and handed her a water bottle, which Ochako quickly brought up to her classmate's mouth. Slowly at first, then more rapidly, Kirishima drained the bottle, life slowly coming back to him as he took the liquid into his body. After a few long moments he opened his eyes, only to blind and look away from the harsh sunlight shining in his eyes. Uraraka? He croaked, his voice weak and raspy from dehydration. Where dash? It's me, she said, relief flooding her body. She smiled brightly in relief. Are you okay? What happened? I don't know. He shook his head. I remember that villain group attacking, Izuku's spell hitting that dragon ride and exploding, and then there was a lot of light and I woke up in this desert. He grunted, pulling himself to a sitting position and shaking some of the sand out of his clothes. I tried to find civilization, but I got lost in the desert. He grunted as he tried to pull himself to his feet. Why are the wild pussycats and Violet Riding Hood here? Miss Shiratoko accidentally got water magic after she lost her quirk, she explained, pulling him to his feet. She's helping us find the rest of our classmates. That makes sense, he grunted as she pulled him up. Being able to use water magic in the desert is super useful and really manly too. Ochako nodded, smiling at seeing her friend's spirit return. It really is. Kirishima got to his feet and shook his head, drinking a bit more water. Can we get out of the sand? He asked, his voice a bit stronger. I've been in the sand so long that I think it's part of me now. He shook his head and lightly bopped one ear, shaking sand out of the other. It's gotten into some really unmanly places. Before Ochako could reply, an unsettling hiss came from a few feet away. The sand fell outward in a ring as a reptilian head poked itself out of the dune, and then it kept going, revealing a massive red and black snake with an ink patter running down its back. And then another and another. Rather quickly, 3 flame snakes had emerged from the tunnels and surrounded them, baring their fangs as flickers of fire swirled around their tails. More began to stick their heads out of the hole, hissing in rage when seeing the sand dune floating above them. Immediately, the 6 of them dropped into ready stances. Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and Tiger into a basic martial arts form, Sheila's psychic blades flashing to life, Shiratoko raising her hands as sea green-colored magic to flickered between them, and Ochako clenching her fists as she activated her quirk, gravity fields starting to fluctuate around her. With a sweep of its tail, the first snake launched a wave of fire at them that they all scrambled to dodge. Ochako shot a burst of gravity at one snake in retaliation, who screeched as he was rocketed backward. Another pink burst lifted several snakes from the ground, which were taken out by a crackling blast of seafoam green magic. The gravity student looked at the rescue hero and nodded in gratitude, then went back to the fight. A particularly large snake charged Sheila, its maw open. Instantly, she dodged out of the way, only to grab the snake's head and drive a psychic blade into its mouth. She followed it up with a swift strike to the back of the neck, eliciting a screech of pain from it as it writhed against the monk rogue's grip. Ochako called up more gravity bubbles as the snakes kept coming, but just as the nearest one leaped for her, a gale force of sand exploded around them as if someone detonated a city-sized glitter bomb full of sand. It was everywhere, flying in her face, getting in her eyes, and almost choking her out. The flame snakes were hissing and gasping as the flames they'd made were extinguished by the massive sandstorm that had just sprung up. And at the core of the sudden sandstorm was Kirishima, his eyes glowing with the light of the desert. Ochako cringed at the particles hit her, reaching her hand up in front of her face to try to block out the gale-force sandstorm that Kirishima was calling. Sand got in her mouth and her eyes. However, before she could respond, the sandstorm abruptly cut off, and Kirishima dropped to the ground. "Kirishima!" Ochako cried. Tiger grabbed the student and placed a hand on his head. "We need to get back," the rescue hero declared in surprise. "He's burning up and he needs medical attention." He threw Kirishima over his shoulder. The gravity student nodded. She leaped over to the portal with short zero-G bursts. It took a second for the others to arrive. Sheila first, moving with steps as light as the wind. Falling up behind her were Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and Tiger. Shiratoko arrived last, panting heavily. As the angry snakes lunged at them, the six jumped back through the portal, the unconscious Kirishima in tow. As the sun reached the highest point in the sky, the portal flashed in eerie metallic colors as the heroes all dove out in a rush. As they landed, Tiger moved off of the dais and placed Kirishima on the ground. "He's overheated and dehydrated," he informed the group. "He's also been bitten by snakes and been rubbed raw by sand. He needs medical attention." The UA staff nodded, a few of them helping pick him up and move him to the medical tent where Recovery Girl was waiting. Everyone jumped as, with a loud screech, a snake stuck its head through the portal. "Close it!" Ochako gasped out, panting heavily. No sooner had she said that than Shiratoko wheeled around and fired a sea-green burst of energy from her hands at the snake, who let out a shocked cry as it was blasted it back through the portal. "Nice shot," she said between gasps of breath. The warlock grinned as the portal snapped shut, leaving the heroes panting and gasping for air. That, Tiger got out, was terrifying. "We fought a bunch of fire snakes and got stuck in a sandstorm." He straightened up. "You guys okay too?" Sheila nodded, dusting the sand out of his hair. "I forgot how disorienting traveling between realms is," she muttered, dusting herself off. "God, I'm going to be washing sand out of my hair for weeks." She ran a finger through her vivid, autumn-colored hair, wincing as particles of sand drifted out. "You know, Eraserhead, it would have been nice to know that Kirishima had a sandstorm-based quirk before he created a sand hurricane." Aizawa frowned. "I don't know what you're talking about," he informed her, crossing his arms. "Kirishima's quirk lets him harden his skin to the point that he's almost indestructible. He's never had a sand quirk." "Really?" Sheila argued. "I would have guessed otherwise, what with him surrounded by a dust devil while his eyes were glowing." "I know my students," the eraser hero retorted, moving forward as a hand came to his scarf. "Are you sure it wasn't just Uraraka using her quirk in strange ways?" "Absolutely," she replied back, stepping forward herself with the crunching of autumn leaves. This was separate from her gravity bubbles because the wind essiged the sand out. Her cloak seemed to shimmer as she moved towards him. "Guys!" Shiratoko cried, jumping between them. "Don't fight. What if Kirishima just got magic of some kind?" Everyone looked at her. "What? He was in the desert. What if he got sand magic?" The two underground heroes stared at her for a moment. "She might be right," Sheila conceded. Now that you mention it, his eyes were glowing like my brother's did sometimes when he smashed things up. And barbarians like him did have the power to go into a supernatural rage where they're twice as strong and almost indestructible. The heroine brought a hand to her chin in thought. While I'm not aware of a barbarian that can control the environment around them, it's also not impossible. Aizawa groaned. Great, another one, he grumbled. Hizashi patted his back in sympathy. Hey, at least he's alive, the pro said quietly, smiling. They managed to get him out of there in time. His smile became melancholy as a cloud seemed to descend onto the two of them. If it helps, Sheila chimed in, barbarians don't use magic. They just go into a rage that boosts their strength and durability, so he should be easier to deal with than a few spellcasters. From a gap in between time, the overseer observed the events. It wasn't quite true what the fetch had said about how barbarians were easier to handle than spellcasters, but that wasn't particularly relevant for now. Nor was it true that they were the only spellcasters, or at least, that they would stay the only spellcasters. The overseer, Chronergy, was extremely useful for divining the future and learning where the wayward students had ended up, but she didn't need to reveal those truths yet. She would eventually, especially if the events she was observing truly did give rise to the outcome she was hoping for, but for now, she would remain anonymous and help from her pocket outside of time. Still, she couldn't afford to be slightly more proactive. She reached out, the delicate strands of space and time brushing and tangling around her hands, soft as a feather against her fingers. It was no effort at all to twist them ever so slightly and shift the portal's next destination a little to the left. Without warning, the portal activated with a loud zap. Everyone jumped. May! Power loader snapped. I didn't do anything. May cried, reaching for the controls as the portal shifted to a bright blue sky. It activated on its own. It shouldn't dash. Ah! She was cut off by a loud scream of panic, and moments later, someone was sent rocketing out of the portal at incredible speeds. Flying through the air, they hit the ground and rolled for several dozen feet before coming to a stop next to an old ring toss stand. Aizawa approached the downed figure before frowning in recognition. Tsubaraba? He asked, gently poking his student with his foot. That caught Vlad King's attention too. I've been falling, Tsubaraba yelled angrily, for 6 hours. He slumped back against the ground, closing his eyes and pressing his hands against the pavement. Solid ground, he cried reverently, I will never take you for granted again. Aizawa rolled his eyes, both him and Vlad King sighing in relief. However, they both grew concerned upon seeing the spiraling, painful-looking scar tracing upward from his left fingertips, which only grew upon noticing the strange starburst pattern around his left eye. What happened? Aizawa asked in concern. Fell through a storm, the air student muttered, half asleep as the adrenaline was wearing off. Got clipped by lightning. Hurt like hell. He took a deep breath, relief evident in his body. I'm tired. His eyes drifted shut. Tsubaraba? Vlad cried. Tsubaraba. He and Aizawa both grabbed the student, any rivalry between them both forgotten as they rushed him to the medical tent. Recovery girl. Well, falling for 6 hours and getting hit by lightning was a funny way to get empowered. Shame he'd gotten injured, but healing magic could get rid of the worst of the damage. Smiling to herself, the overseer shifted time and space again to change the portal's destination. If she really wanted to change the future, they'd need everyone to reach their full potential before the final war. If she could just pick the right target to send them to first. The Hells and the Feywild were both good options. Both groups of students were incredible danger just being there. There were risks to both. One would catch the attention of the fiends, the other would get the Archfey interested in Earth again, both of which be disastrous. But, no, the Hells were the better option. Best let the young one be unaware for a bit longer. The other option, as unpleasant as it was, would be the Far Realm. As one of the students, there was more important to the chain of events she was trying to change. And if that student came into exactly the right power at exactly the right time, well, that alone could shift things pretty drastically in her favor. The HPSC killing Izuku in the bad future had been bad enough, but their assault on the rest of UA had resulted in nothing short of the total annihilation of Japan. The portal's coordinates flickered, shifting from the Hells to the Feywild and to the Far Realm. The screen glitched between the three options in rapid succession, static flickering across the screen while Mei was distracted. Just as she started to turn back to the console, the glitching resolved itself, having settled onto the Far Realm. Something wriggled in the void beyond. Frowning, the Overseer let go of the portal and stepped back as a myriad of eyes began to open, all shifting to her. Welp, she needed to go. She stepped back, retreating away from this point in time and shifting her temporal gaze to the League of Villains. Time to catch a warper. The portal flashed open, allowing the trio of Violet Riding Hood, Mandalay, and Ochako to step through to a strange, unsettling landscape. Spires and crags of brownish-purple stone rose around the portal, strange tendrils wriggling from the cracks as the trio stepped forward. Mina and Siro had both been the easiest to find after Kirishima. The two of them were within a place known as the Far Realm. The hard part, it seemed, was actually getting to them. Beyond the fact that the Far Realm tended to drive visitors to a manic, uncontrollable madness, the physical geography of the plane itself was also twisted and warped, with the seeming intent to induce confusion and madness in those who traversed it. Hence why we'll need to be fast, Sheila had cautioned. Shinso can cast a spell that can protect us, and I have enough psychic ability to reinforce that protection, but it won't last long. Nice place, Mandalay started, trying to fight off the sense of disorientation that came from being in this place. Did we get a direction? Violet Riding Hood nodded, wincing slightly as she pointed in the direction of a series of floating boulders. They're over there, she confirmed. I didn't get a distance, but we did get a direction. We should be fast and we should hope they're close. And with that, the three of them set off, nearing the edge of the cliff. So, Mandalay started as she glanced at the hero student. You manifested a strange Kirk evolution with black tendrils. How does it work? I haven't figured it out yet, the heroine confessed, looking around the twisted eldritch landscape. It's cool, but it's also really strong, especially since I don't know how I did it. She looked down at one of her hands with a frown. All of my other techniques relate to my gravity powers, my gravity bubbles and grav trap, floating via 0G, catching dust and debris to make a smokescreen, but this is something new. You sure it's not a normal quirk evolution? The pro-hero asked, quirking an eyebrow. Yep. I already had a quirk evolution a few weeks ago, which is how I found out I could make a smokescreen. She shrugged. Maybe it's magic, somehow? Izuku has a spell that looks really similar to it, so maybe I've picked up something from him. She perked up. Or maybe it's the result of a protection spell? She crouched down and leaped across the gap, her quirk keeping her stable as she floated over the gap. It does look like Arms of Hadar, Violet Riding Hood commented upon landing. I've never heard of using an offensive spell like that as a time protection spell, but it's certainly not impossible. We saw all sorts of crazy stuff in the realm. She smiled despite herself. Remind me to tell you about the time Eric temporarily got the Dungeon Master's powers or some of the weird stuff Presto summoned from his hat. Mandalay shrugged, only half paying attention as she hopped between floating islands. She was still trying to wrap her mind around the fact that magic was real. It was strange enough that Tomoko had apparently developed magical powers after having a weird dream where she met a sea serpent, but now they were wandering through a strange magic Y dimension to look for the 1A students. She shuddered. While she wouldn't mention it here, this place was terrifying with its strange ecology and geography, floating boulders, high pointy spires, and strange growths of a rock-like substance with eye-like holes dotting them. Arcane runes dotted some of the rocky spires, and the cat-themed hero had sworn one of the runes had blinked when it was watching her. The tallest spires twisted in on themselves, forming into shapes that made the hero's head pound just looking at them. Far below them was darkness roiling and frothing with unnerving energy, resembling a vast black ocean. And most ominously, the cracks in the ground revealed not dirt, but shifting tendrils. And that was just the geography. The strange plants seemed to have bubbled up from the ground, resembling twisted amalgamations of tendril, bubbles, plants, and eyes, several of which glowed with a faint magenta shine that made Mandalay's very din recoil in a deep primordial terror. Get away, get away, get away. The noise didn't help either. The thin, ominous droning of a haunting music, of ominous pipe organ and twisted flutes and noises not meant for mortal perception echoed in the distance and all around them, scraping against the psychic protection like nails on a chalkboard. Violet Riding Hood looked around and shuddered. "I'm so glad we never visited here," she muttered under her breath. Tiamat and Venger were already almost too much for us. We never would have stood a chance. She winced, placing a hand to her head for a moment. "God, my head is killing me." She stopped, leaning over to catch her breath. In hindsight, psionics and the far realm are not a good mix. "How do your powers work?" Ochako asked curiously, looking at the pro-hero with concern. A flash of a soul knife caused her to jump with an eep. Sheila waved her off, the bisected body of a terrifying insectoid beside her. "Ask me when we get back and be careful. There are things here that want to kill us." Silently, Mandalay made the final jump. 20 feet from the duo was a strange, transparent overlay. Another, even more alien and twisted landscape superimposed over the land ahead of them. Vines resembling tentacles spilled from the overlay, fading into reality as they stretched into their lair. The feline-themed hero shivered at the sight, trying very hard to fight the urge to run. And in the place where the next layer met the layer they were in, Mina Ashido was lying unconscious. Her limp body was surrounded by a ring of darkness edged with white, crackling faintly like the accretion disk of a black hole. "Mina!" Ochako cried. At the mention of her name, the acidic student shifted around in her slumber, letting out a cicada-like sound, but didn't awaken. The strange barrier around her crackled faintly at Ochako's touch, but allowed her to reach her arm through to check her vitals. Gently, she reached a hand under the pink teen and flipped her over, placing a hand next to her spine. "Mina's okay," she called, visibly relaxing. "Her pulse is normal." The heroine blinked, looking at the gravitational student with confusion. "Why are you checking her pulse on her back?" she asked, slightly concerned for Yue's first aid lessons. "One of Mina's quirk mutations is that her blood vessels are really weirdly laid out," the gravity student explained to Mandalay. "Instead of checking her pulse in the normal places, we have to check on her sides and part of her back." She smiled. "It really freaked us out when she told us." Reaching an arm under her friend's body, she pulled them both to their feet. The strange protective field hummed when Mina was pulled free, but didn't put up resistance. It simply faded away with a faint whisper of gravity. Fortunately, Ciro was easier to find a few hundred feet away, or whatever constituted for distance here. It felt like distance varied the further in you went. Still along the border of the layers, they found the dazed adhesive student taped to a spire, clearly having anchored himself there to avoid falling. He gave no resistance when Violet Riding Hood cut him loose and slung him over his shoulder, just mumbling something and passing out. "That should be everyone," she declared. "Now we should really get back." The other two nodded and began to make their way back, warily keeping an eye out for hostiles. "Are you okay?" A voice that sounded suspiciously like Violet Riding Hood whispered in Mandalay's mind. She jumped, stumbling on the rock, and swung her head to look at the other pro-heroine. Violet Riding Hood looked sheepish. "Sorry for startling you," she said into the cat heroine's mind. "One of my abilities let me speak telepathically to a single person I choose. I just don't use it very much, so it's not well known." Mandalay took a deep breath, then looked back across the field of floating rocks. "Apology accepted, but please warn me next time." She hopped from one of the floating boulders to another, taking care to retrace her steps from earlier. The former thief smirked for a moment, before her expression shifting to one of slight concern. "How are you holding up?" the former thief asked. Her long, fiery orange hair fluttered in the air as they leaped across, resembling a wildfire or a geyser of lava. "The existence of magic in other dimensions is a lot to get used to, I should know. Are you handling it okay?" "So far," Mandalay replied, landing on the next boulder. "If I think about it too hard, though, I'll probably lose my composure." "I know that feeling," the centuries-old heroine observed with amusement. It was a lot for my friends and I to get used to, and when we got back, it was just as hard to adjust to being home where no time had passed. And later, when quirks started to appear, I had that feeling all over again. She sighed, landing softly and walking forward before leaping to the next floating boulder. A few pebbles rained down from where she jumped, falling down the vast stretch into the black seas below. That does sounds like a difficult time, Mandalay agreed. You're incredibly strong to have gone through all of that, Violet Riding Hood. You can call me Sheila, the other heroine replied. It's what my friends called me. She smiled at the wild pussycat. It was a nice smile, Mandalay noted. The way back was simple, with little in the way of hostiles. The group was being watched, the eyes peering at them from the holes and in the cracks in the ground was proof of that, but only a few tried to attack before being dealt with via psychic blades or a burst of gravity throwing them to the black ocean's fathoms below. After anywhere from a few minutes to an hour, it was especially hard to keep track of time here, Mandalay had noted. The portal was in sight, the shimmering iridescent rift casting silvery light around the eerie purple stones. Finally, Ochako cried, visibly relaxing. We're almost back, Mina. The pink student made a cricket-like chirp but remained unconscious. Just a little bit more and we're safe. Relaxing at the knowledge that home was in sight, Mandalay stepped toward the gateway, but froze mid-step as something began to move in the corner of her eye. The cat-themed heroine wheeled around, dropping into a fighting stance only for her eyes to widen as she stared deep into the maw of a massive eel-like creature rising from behind one of the larger eye-laden crags. Despite it not having eyes of its own, she could feel it looking back at her. For a moment, they regarded each other, the human frozen in place as the massive being bore down on her, its size and overwhelming presence making the feline-themed heroine feel like she was a hint of dust floating amidst the black seas of infinity far below, the currents threatening to entangle her and pull her down into its infinite depths. Under the crushing weight, the psionic shielding protecting her mind cracked slightly. Come on, Ochako called, glancing at the portal and the monster. But the pro-hero remained locked in place. Something tugged in her mind, slipping free easily, and something else was slipped through the cracks, causing her to gasp. Violet Riding Hood placed a hand on the student's. I'll help Mandalay, she whispered, slipping Ciro off of her shoulder and passing him to her. You get them to safety. Ochako looked at her hesitantly, opening her mouth as if to retort. Sheila cut her off. I've fought worse with just an invisibility cloak. I'll be fine. Now get them to safety. Finally, the student nodded and grabbed her other classmate, grunting with effort as she darted towards the portal. Moving towards Mandalay slowly, the former thief pulled out a small collapsible staff from her belt. The mental shield finally broken in that moment. The human Shino Sosaki and the Aboleth Rornevik knew each other. The next moment, Mandalay staggered backwards, gasping for breath as the connection snapped and a key-empowered staff struck the Aboleth dead on, causing it to recoil. Violet Riding Hood panted heavily from where she'd landed between them, rising to her feet and gripping her staff tightly. Come on, Sosaki, she cried, grabbing her fellow Proherine's arm and dragging her towards the portal. We need to go. We can't fight an Aboleth. Shino nodded, all of her thoughts drowned out by sheer terror and panic and the buzzing of psionic power. The Aboleth let out a low displeased hiss as the duo got up, lashing its many tendrils in frustration as Ochako pulled her friend back towards the portal via gravity manipulation. YOU, T Ncintiharo, ADSAR DIORS SBABUN SNL OTV, SNO SOSAKI. It hissed into her mind in a guttural, harsh language many eons older than the world itself. Shaking in terror and distress, Mandalay looked up at the Aboleth who had torn into her mind. Her legs felt like jelly as Sheila dragged towards the portal. She couldn't look away, she couldn't blink, she couldn't even muster up a thought beyond sheer terror. Run, 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 dash. The Aboleth roared in anger, rising from behind the spire and charging them down. WHREDOYOUBVYOUREJNG, Efisich, it hissed angrily, its psychic powers causing the group to shake in its anger. Sheet! Sheila cried as the tentacular monstrosity swept its tendrils towards her. She nimbly dodged out of the way with all the agility of a rogue, pulling the stunned pro-heroine with her. This is not good. She glanced at the portal, her eyes beginning to shine with the blue-purple glow of her soul knives. Hold on. Step of the wind. She cried as she made a break for the portal. The blue-purple aura shimmered around her hands and surrounded her entire body, and in a burst of wind and the smell of autumn leaves, she and Mandalay blitzed across the shaking ground, making it through the portal. In a pulse of energy and a flash of light, the portal snapped shut behind them, leaving the aboleth to hiss in rage as it was denied its prey.